There's a man standing in the middle of a training ground at a martial arts academy, and half the people watching him have spent the last month calling him a cripple. His name is Biggin. Until recently, he was an assistant spear instructor, which is roughly the lowest thing you can be here without actually being furniture. And the reason for that is simple. He was born unable to use internal energy. In Murim, that isn't a disability. That's a joke everybody at the academy has already told. Across from him is San Pilji, the dark shadow of the Divine Sword, acting head of the Dragonspring Academy, and one of the top 10 martial artists in the entire Orthodox Alliance. He has just publicly challenged the cripple to an official duel in front of every student in the building, because he heard a rumor and got curious. That's it. That's the whole reason. This man once challenged his own superior to a fight and got destroyed so thoroughly that they demoted him into a teaching job to keep him away from people, and 2 years later he still hasn't learned anything. Naturally, the vice master of the academy is delighted, because he has been trying to get Biggin killed for weeks, and this is the first plan that hasn't cost him anything. So the duel starts, and the cripple opens by drawing a circle in the air behind his back, and conjuring a fan of ghostly swords out of nothing. Pilji shatters all of them with one swing and says it was interesting, but not enough. Then he notices his feet are cold. He looks down and there's ice crawling up his legs, and he starts laughing, because apparently this man can also use a freezing art. And how talented is that? Then there's a noise above his head, and the entire student body looks up at the same time. And what's hanging over the arena is a fireball the size of a building. Pilji watches it come down on him and calls it magnificent. He walks out of the explosion completely unharmed, which is the point where a normal person would start apologizing. Biggin comes in behind the smoke with a blade made of raw energy, gets his sword caught on Pilji's, gets told that the fight is far from over and that he'd like to savor this, gets hit by an illusion, gets spun off his feet by a blast of pure force, and answers by stacking every enhancement he owns onto his own body at once. Better concentration, faster reactions, tougher skin, all of it. It buys him about 4 exchanges. Then he tries to steal the man's internal energy with a chain of astral links, which is a technique so nasty he specifically did not want to use it in front of witnesses, and Pilji cuts the chains apart with one swing and puts him on the ground. And the cripple gets back up, coughing blood, and decides to say the one sentence that everybody at this academy knows, you never say to this man. He tells him that getting demoted for his addiction to fighting clearly wasn't enough of a lesson, since here he is again, forgetting his place, about to get torn apart a second time. The vice master nearly faints. People have died for less. What happens instead is that Biggin raises his sword over his head, and the blade starts to grow. Here's the thing, nobody in that arena has the context to understand. In Murim, power means internal energy. The creatures from the demon world run on something else entirely, called mana. 2 invisible forces, 2 completely different origins, and when you put them in the same space they don't blend, they violently reject each other. There is exactly one being alive who carries both, and it happened by accident because the same broken constitution that made him unable to use internal energy properly is the reason both of them fit inside him. So the question he is about to answer in public on a school training field is what happens if you take both of those forces, amplify each one to its absolute limit, and then slam them into each other on purpose. The answer is a pillar of light that goes up into the sky and doesn't stop. Students start screaming and running. The vice master hides behind a railing. Pilji is laughing like a man who just got the birthday present he asked for, and he charges anyway, and Biggin comes down out of the air with a technique called solar cleaver, and the entire training field stops existing. When the dust settles, both of them are still on their feet. Barely. Pilji's sword is in pieces. Biggin's sword is in pieces too, and he is quietly furious about that, because he only stole that sword an hour ago, and its previous owner spent 200 silver on it, and would not shut up about how it could cut stone. Pilji declares him the winner, says it out loud to the entire academy, and hands him the team going to the Heavenly Martial Tournament. And then once the noise dies down, the strongest martial artist in that building stands there doing some math he really doesn't enjoy, because he felt what was inside that single strike. If the sword had held the whole volume instead of shattering, this entire area would be scorched earth. Nobody in the stands would have survived. He wouldn't have survived. That sword energy wasn't built to fight people. It was built for something else. Something enormous. So he asks himself the only sensible question available. What is that man preparing for? What Pilji doesn't know is that he just went 5 minutes with someone who spent 200 years in another world as a commander in the Demon King's army, and lost. What he doesn't know is that the students, the class, the tournament, the trip, all of it is one long piece of staging for an invasion that starts in exactly 10 years. And what he really doesn't know is that the man he's admiring has already watched every single person in this academy die once. To understand how a man who cannot use internal energy ended up standing there, we gotta go back. Not to last month. 249 years. It starts with people looking up at the sky and being afraid of it. An interdimensional gate tears open above the world and things come down out of it, and they announce before anything else that they are here to conquer humanity. Later, people will call them demons, right? Then nobody has a word for them at all. The Orthodox Alliance does what large organizations do in a crisis and forms a committee with a very long name, the the Orthodox Heavenly Demon Extermination Corps, and marches it into ennui. 3 days later, the Corps meets a demon force and is wiped out to the last man. A year after that, half the population of the Central Plains is dead. Orthodox and unorthodox Murim, who have hated each other for generations, finally agree on something and build one last line of resistance in Sichuan together. It holds for a little over half a month, 90% of that army dies in it. And that's the end of the Central Plains. Officially, the survivors are collected like livestock and taken into the demon realm as slaves, and one of the people in that column is a young martial artist who has never been able to use internal energy in his life. 5 years into the slavery, that defect saves him in the worst possible way. The demons classify him as a rare specimen, and rare specimens don't get worked to death. They get opened up, experiments, brainwashing, then decades of being pointed at other dimensions and told to kill. So he kills and hacks and destroys, because the alternative isn't available. 75 years into being a military slave, his record is good enough that they promote him. He becomes a commander among the demons. 120 years after that, he learns about something. He spends the next 50 years working out what conditions would let him use it. 65 years after that, having prepared with a patience that is genuinely difficult to imagine, he starts a rebellion. It lasts a week. We come back to him in a field full of his own dead, coughing barely upright, and the demon king himself is walking toward him. Tarrant, who looks at all of this and says, honestly, what a disappointment. Tarrant knows him. He's been watching people like this one for a long time, and his read is blunt. The man's ability was meager. His talent was meager. He had exactly one strength, and it was that he wanted to survive more than anything else in the world, under any circumstances. So why, after 2 centuries of that, would he throw it all away on something this reckless? And Biggin tells him the truth, because he had to experience this at least once, so that the next time they fight, he can be certain of winning. Tarrant finds that interesting. He also finds it stupid, and asks whether the man genuinely believes he's getting a second chance, because he is going to die here, today. And Biggin, with a shaking hand, tells him he doesn't get to be the one who kills him. Then he stabs himself through the heart. He screams, he loses consciousness, and a beam of light comes down on the field and takes him. And Tarrant, standing there watching it happen, finally understands what he's been looking at for 200 years. Temporal regression, the power of the ancient evil god, Nizarun. 2 centuries of swallowed defeat and swallowed humiliation, and it was all for this. From inside the light, the dying man tells the demon king to wait and see, and promises that next time he'll prepare more thoroughly and beat every soul out of him, and that every last one of those damn demons will die. Tarrant laughs and says he'll be waiting eagerly. The only person he's ever recognized. And then a flash of light hits the Central Plains, punches a hole in somebody's roof, and drops an unconscious man through it. Time remaining until the demon invasion, 10 years. In the morning, 2 workmen are up on that roof, nailing it back together, and complaining about how lightning came out of a clear sky and wrecked the training hall roof. And one of them says at least the only person hurt was that idiot. The other asks which idiot. Turns out it's the assistant instructor, the orphan the doctor took in, the one who can't use internal energy, and he's not even seriously hurt. Which is a shame, says the first one, because it would have been better if he died then. Today's is public execution. They don't mean it literally. What they mean is the duel, because there's a crowd on the training ground and a man announcing that the duel for the position of assistant spear instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy is now beginning. On one side, the current holder of the post, assistant spear instructor Biggin. On the other, the man who was recommended to replace him, the self-proclaimed invincible divine spearmaster, Sandak. A request came in to test assistant instructor Biggin's abilities. So the 2 of them will fight, with their honor as martial artists on the line, and whoever wins deserves the job. Sandak is thrilled. He tells Biggin he did better than expected, because when he heard the lightning story, he assumed the man had invented an excuse to dodge him. He introduces his art, the demon bull spear, in case anybody missed it. Then, generously, he offers to end this quickly, given the courage it took to show up. Or alternatively, Biggin could just give up now. And Biggin answers with a story. He says that in the very distant future, there's an instructor at a martial arts academy who can't use internal energy. It isn't his fault. He was born that way, but it can't be helped, and so everyone despises him. And eventually this incompetent instructor loses a public duel, badly, in front of everyone. He's stripped of his post and put to work doing menial chores, and truly terrible days begin for him. Sandak asks what nonsense this is supposed to be. Biggin tells him that he's been waiting a very long time for this moment, you freak. Sandak informs the crowd that he had intended to leave the man some of his pride, out of respect for the office, but it's time to pay for that filthy mouth, and he attacks with his eyes glowing red. There's a flash of light on the field, and there is no impact. Sandak spins around, genuinely confused because that strike should have landed, and he didn't feel anything at all. Biggin, standing somewhere he definitely should not be standing, points out that the technique looked decent enough, but you do have to actually hit the target for it to work. The invincible divine spearmaster has spent decades on the demon bull spear, and this cripple just walked out of it like a man stepping around a puddle. He tells himself it was luck. He plants his foot, launches himself, and screams at Biggin to die, and unleashes the 4th form. Red flame comes off him in a wall. Biggin holds his spear up and waggles it back and forth in front of himself, which is not a technique, and Sandak laughs at how there's no chance a half-baked spear form like that blocks his. And then the assistant instructor puts out one hand and says the word fireball. Sondok does not know what that word means. He learns nobody in that crowd expected a version of events where the Spearmaster is on the ground burning and screaming for water. The referee declares the duel over. The winner is Assistant Instructor Biggin, and Sondok is carried off on a stretcher still screaming while the man who set him on fire waves his arms and cheerfully tells everyone it was a good fight. The stands aren't cheering. The stands are scared. People are asking each other what that was and whether it was even a martial art, and somebody floats a rumor that it must have been the Yang hit finger art, because it has to be called something. And Biggin, who spent hundreds of years being hauled around the demon realm and surviving it, is standing there quietly noting the thing he learned in the process. From the outside, high-level magic and martial arts are indistinguishable. Nobody here can tell the difference. Nobody here even has the vocabulary to ask. The elders come down to congratulate him and immediately start interrogating him instead, because he can't use internal energy. So how? He smiles and says he got lucky. He explains that a few days ago he ate a herb he'd never seen before, and suddenly he could use internal energy. And fortunately, he has a lot of it. One of the elders explodes, demanding to know how he dares insult them with nonsense like that. And Biggin tells him that believing it or not is entirely their business, and what does it matter anyway? Did he cheat? It was a contest for a spear instructor's post, and there's no rule anywhere saying the fight has to be conducted with a spear. He won it cleanly. So why is this an interrogation? The senior elder shuts his colleague up because the man is technically right and did technically win. And then Biggin raises his hand and says that since everyone's already here, he has a request. The elder, cautious, now asks what request. He would like to formally apply for the trial to be promoted to senior instructor. Word gets around the city inside a day, and people start turning to look at him in the street, because that's the one from the duel. So here's the Dragon Spring Academy. It's one of many martial arts academies the Orthodox Alliance built to keep Murim from collapsing on itself, and the job is to raise the martial artists who will be the Alliance's backbone in the future. They take in children aged 15 to 18 from the sects and clans. The teaching staff are Orthodox Alliance martial artists split into assistant instructors and senior instructors, and the difference matters because an assistant instructor doesn't really get to teach anybody anything. And the academy used to be one of the top 3 Orthodox academies in the world. 2 years ago, its master, who was one of the 10 greatest martial artists alive, walked out and never came back. 2 years of searching, no result, no replacement worth the title, and the Dragon Spring Academy has been quietly rotting ever since. Biggin is heading for a door when an old man behind him asks what happened. It's Master Bake of the Body Restoration Pavilion, who is not an instructor at all, but the academy's doctor, and he wants to know how a man who could never use internal energy suddenly can, and what he did. Biggin repeats the line about luck. Bake tells him that's nonsense, and that he knows it's nonsense because he's been treating him for years. From the moment he learned this boy couldn't use internal energy, he tried every method that exists to fix it. And if it was something that could be fixed as easily as eating a herb by accident, then what does that make him, except a useless doctor? Then the old man sinks to the ground and starts sobbing. He says he knows better than anyone how much this boy has been hated for it. He says he can't even look him in the eye now. He apologizes. And Biggin stands there looking at a man who has not changed in the slightest, because to him, this is somebody who was a father. 542 years ago by his own count, or 15 by everybody else's. This is the man who ran into a burning building during a bandit raid to pull a dying child out of it. It's also the man who died that day doing it for somebody else. Not this time. He crouches down and tells the master of the Body Restoration Pavilion not to blame himself and not to worry about him. And when the old man looks up, he asks him for one thing: just trust him. He'll solve all of it from here. That night, he stands at his window looking at the moon, and then at his own hands, and takes stock of what actually came back with him. He casts a seal over himself, and finds out he lost over 90% of his mana in the regression. What's left will get him to about the 4th circle. It took him hundreds of years to reach the 8th. He allows himself one moment of being disappointed about that, then corrects himself because he could have arrived here with nothing at all. The important thing is that he is here. Murim's history has been rewound, the demons haven't come yet, and the operative word in that sentence is yet. Because in exactly 10 years they arrive, and Murim marches out to meet them and Murim loses. Except this time he's carrying 300 years of memory, the structure of their army, what magic they use, what artifacts and weapons they've prepared for the invasion, and most importantly how they die. Then Bake knocks and tells him the academy's vice master Se-Yun wants to see him. Biggin asks whether that's right now, and whether the man really sent the academy doctor to fetch him. Bake says he doesn't mind that part. He minds the other part, because this is obviously about the promotion request. He tells him to be careful that the trials will be hard and that Sondok, the man who lost so publicly, was Se-Yun's own recommendation, so the vice master will not be feeling warm about any of this. Then he asks why the sudden ambition anyway. Why does he want to be an official instructor? Biggin smiles and says it's the first step toward fixing what's wrong with this academy. He walks into the office, and Se-Yun asks whether the assistant instructor is genuinely serious about the promotion request. And Biggin looks at the man who is going to be the reason the Dragon Spring Academy dies, and says, of course, Vice Master. Because on the first day of the demon invasion, explosions come from every direction and things nobody has a name for start tearing through the streets, and the students of this academy get slaughtered where they stand. and Biggin was there. He turned around and saw Se-yoon run. If the man had simply reported the situation or activated the academy's defense system instead of saving himself first, most of those children would have lived. He still remembers the screaming. It hasn't happened yet. He knows exactly what that face looks like when it's running away. So he smiles at him, and Se-yoon explains the trial for senior instructor. It's an assault on the Demon Knight Fortress. Biggin blinks and asks whether he means the bandits up in the mountains, and Se-yoon says yes. Kill them, that's the test. The Demon Knight Fortress is a bandit group holed up on an old sacred mountain near the academy, and there have been so many reports of damage and killings that an order came down to wipe them out for the sake of the local civilians. Biggin says fine, but what does slaughtering bandits have to do with teaching children? Se-yoon says it has everything to do with it, because senior instructors are the academy's core strength, and he isn't lying about that part. The senior instructors here are all formally recognized martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance. There's Bukyun, senior sword instructor. There's Yunbok, senior instructor of the bow, the soul-haunting arrow. There's Pilji, senior sword instructor, the dark shadow of the divine sword. Every one of them earned the title on something real, eliminating leaders of evil sects, breaking bandit armies. Biggin says he understands. Bukyun, who is also in the room, starts shouting about the arrogant little jerk and his manners, and Se-yoon waves him down and says 2 weeks. One day late and he loses the chance permanently. Biggin repeats the words 2 weeks with a smile, and then tells them he'll see them in 3 days. He walks out. Bukyun is furious. Se-yoon isn't. And that's worse. And when Bukyun demands to know whether he's seriously going to promote that insolent brat, Se-yoon says he would, if the man actually had time, but not to worry. Instructor, their poor assistant instructor Biggin will never come back. Biggin, walking fast, has already worked out the whole thing, because he knows what's up that mountain, and Se-yoon clearly thinks he doesn't. This is the period when the Green Forest Alliance is enjoying its golden age. The Demon Knight Fortress looks small right now, and hardly anybody knows anything about them, and none of that is the problem. The problem is the man in charge. Se-yoon says it out loud to Bukyun with something close to affection. The master of the Demon Knight Fortress is not a normal bandit chief. Even the Orthodox Alliance believes he's the former leader of an unorthodox sect called the Heaven Destroyer sect. Everyone thought traitors killed him years ago. In fact, he survived, and then he found every single one of them and killed them, and the revenge was brutal enough that unorthodox Murim put a bounty on his own head for it. He's been hiding ever since. He surfaced here recently. Bukyun asks how he knows all that. Se-yoon asks why he's asking. Biggin certainly made an impression in that duel today, but only because he'd been hiding his real skill. And this isn't a duel, this is real. He won't come back alive. Meanwhile, Biggin is using a levitation spell and doing arithmetic, and the arithmetic says that if Guhem is anything like he remembers, the 4th circle isn't going to be enough. So the solution is simple. He needs more mana. He lands at a rocky slope and announces himself to it, which sounds insane until you understand what he's looking at. His experience and knowledge of magic are still at the 8th circle, even if his reserves aren't. So he runs a search technique across the rock face, and what looks like ordinary stone turns out to be a barrier made of mana, exactly where he remembered it. And nobody in the Central Plains could ever have guessed that there are several places like this scattered through their own country. He walks in and there's a light waiting for him. A mana stone of special quality. Here's why it's there. Demons are intelligent creatures from another world who get pushed into other dimensions repeatedly, and they solve that with interdimensional travel technology. It has one serious flaw. The time it takes for living and non-living things to cross a portal varies enormously, and even they never fixed it. So they came up with a workaround. Long before an invasion, they quietly install the equipment they'll need inside the world they intend to take. This stone is a power source and a mana battery. It's completely useless to anyone in the Central Plains, because nobody here can use mana. Nobody here except one man. He puts his hand on it and drains it, and the rock face detonates, which is how the bandits know somebody's coming. Night falls, several of them come outside, and one bald one tells the fortress master he doesn't think everything's all right. The master asks if he means he made a mistake. The man says no, he just had doubts. The master tells him to shut up and search everything, because he definitely felt an energy blast up here. This is Guhem, master of the Demon Knight Fortress, and losers like his own men will never understand what he just felt. Then Biggin strolls out in front of all of them, clapping, announcing that he knew it. The man really is a top-tier master. He believed in him. Guhem asks who he is. He looks him in the eye and says with a smile that he's an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. The bandits repeat the words Academy Instructor at each other in confusion, and Guhem tells them to shut up, calls them idiots, and gets to the only conclusion that matters. If this man is telling the truth, then he is saying he caused that energy blast. Biggin asks, pleasantly, what if he is? Light flares in front of him, then a flash goes up into the sky, and Guhem says that in that case he'll kill him, because that's what he's here for. And Biggin says really and moves first. He puts a mana blade through the exchange and tells Guhem what a coincidence that is, because he already came here to kill him. He uses a pull technique to close the distance and keeps attacking, and cheerfully suggests the man had better avenge his subordinates. Guhem, backing up, asks in a shaking voice who he is. Biggin reminds him he already answered that. He's an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. The fight goes badly for the Bandit Lord in a very specific way. He can't understand why this freak isn't resisting him, because a man of his level should be having to work, and this one is simply moving through everything he does. So he screams and throws up a red barrier and drops the pretense. Divine Art of Sky Destroying, Core Release. He calls Biggin a freak for forcing him to use it, and asks whether he even understands what this power is, and starts to explain, because he's been waiting years to tell somebody. After the traitors threw him off a cliff, he gathered everything. The innate energy core, and he dreamed of a place, and Biggin asks who asked. Guhem, furious, says what? And Biggin says he doesn't care about the life story of some useless villain. Then Guhem's entire body locks up, and he has time to say one word before the chains hit him. Astral chain, he's held and he can't move, and he starts screaming, and his body begins to shake, and Biggin tells him that struggling is pointless, because the moment it touches you, it drinks your internal energy. These spells were built specifically to kill martial artists. Guhem, shaking, demands to know where a man learns magic like that, and asks if he's from a demonic cult. Biggin corrects him. It's magic, not sorcery. Then he says he shouldn't expect much from some idiot bandit and lets out a mocking breath. And Guhem, who now understands exactly how this ends, says out loud that dying in a place like this is bad. Biggin asks whether he has regrets. He never got his revenge on the man who turned his subordinates against him back in the Heaven Destroyer sect. Working with those disgusting people from the Orthodox Alliance, holing up on this mountain, rebuilding his strength, all of it was for that one thing. And Biggin starts clapping. He tells him that's the correct way to do revenge. Slowly and carefully, without ever giving in. Guhem asks if he's being mocked, and then asks what a kid who grew up comfortable could possibly know about any of it. And Biggin asks whether that's really what it looks like. He crouches down in front of the man's face, and Guhem gets a good look at him and revises everything. Because this isn't just another madman. There is something deeply wrong with this person. Fine, says Biggin. Let him experience it too. He puts his hand on his face, and Guhem, master of the Demon Knight Fortress, is standing somewhere else entirely, and it is the hell one man endured for 200 years. Something enormous roars and comes down, and light splits the ground. An army of the same things pours past him and kills ordinary people in the street. Human corpses are being preserved in flasks, stacked and catalogued. He screams the whole way through it, and then he's back on his knees at Biggin's feet, unable to breathe. Biggin asks how it feels. That's the future, 10 years out. Guhem's hands are shaking so badly he can't hold on to anything, and he grabs at Biggin's legs and can't get words out, and then he begs him to kill him. He says it again. He says he can't handle it, and Biggin says yes. He understands, but somebody has to. Then he swings. That evening, Seiyun is sitting in his office, being furious about something else entirely when a sword thuds into the ground in front of him with a bloody sack next to it. Biggin asks him how that feels. He explains reasonably that he didn't think anybody would believe him if he only brought the sword back, so he brought the head as well. And since that's settled, perhaps they should discuss his new duties as senior instructor. By morning, the instructor's room has gone completely feral. One of them is shouting that this is nonsense, that a few days ago this man was the academy's public embarrassment, and now he's a senior instructor. Another tells him to calm down and asks whether he really assaulted the Demon Knight Fortress by himself. Bukyun, who went up the sacred mountain that morning to check, confirms it. Bandit corpses everywhere. Guhem, exactly where Biggin said he'd be. He doesn't know how it was done, but everybody except Guhem had their throat opened with a single stroke, which produces a new round of shouting, because Biggin was the assistant instructor for Spear, so is he now also secretly a master swordsman. Bukyun asks whether they think his eyes lied to him, and invites anybody who doubts it to go up and look. Seiyun shuts the room up and then sits there quietly running the numbers, and the numbers don't work. Guhem was at minimum a top-tier martial artist. Seiyun met him personally when he delivered the Orthodox Alliance's order, so he knows exactly what that man was, and killing him overnight along with his entire fortress is something Seiyun himself, a top-level master, could not do. He wonders briefly whether Bake helped, then discards it, because the old man isn't that sharp, so he turns to Bukyun and asks whether they can still reach the Phantom Shadow Estate. The Phantom Shadow Estate is one of the largest assassination organizations in Mirim, famous for taking absolutely any job as long as somebody pays for it. Seiyun tells him to send a request and have them find out everything about Biggin. Everything, including his daily routine. Somebody else asks whether he's really going ahead with the promotion, and Seiyun says not to worry, he has an idea, and hands over the list of students Biggin will be responsible for once he's promoted. The room reads it and starts laughing. They tell him they'd expect nothing less. What a brilliant idea. And Seiyun says modestly that he's simply using his position wisely. And somebody points out that with a class like this, Biggin will quit on his own before the assassins even finish their report. Bukyun mentions he already handed Biggin the list right before this meeting. They ask what he said. Bukyun says what could he possibly understand from looking at it. He just smiled and said he'd received it. Meanwhile, Biggin is thinking that these old idiots are doing every single thing he expected them to do, because he did not come back to this specific time in this specific place by accident. After he learned that Nizaron's power could send him backwards, he asked himself the same question hundreds, maybe 1,000 times. What do you actually do to prepare for the demon invasion? The enemy is an army that has already conquered countless dimensions. One person has limits. He can do a great deal, but the ceiling on what one man accomplishes is low, so what he really needs is an army. And there are two kinds available: an army of weaklings, exactly like the ones who died all around him before the regression, or an army that has mastered every form of magic and martial arts there is. Which brings us to the list. These are the first years who got flagged as problems. Some of them are undeniably talented and have personalities that get in the way. Some of them simply aren't talented. Some of them are ignored because they didn't come from the right families. The elders looked at that list and decided a nobody instructor couldn't handle them, and that was the joke. What none of them ever imagined is that two of the heroes of the demon invasion are on that page. One is a martial artist who reaches an evolutionary level of skill in his early 20s, who becomes leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance, and who ends up as Murim's last hope, holding the alliance together against the demons. The other is a marksman, who leads a squad specializing in assassination and reconnaissance, and personally kills more demons than almost anyone alive. A divine marksman. Biggin reads the names, smiles, and notes how nice it is to meet these two heroes right here, in front of him. And today he's their instructor. The next day the boys are training, and it's brutal enough that one of them is face down on the ground trying to breathe. Standing over him is Boyek, second son of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency, first year of the Camellia class, informing him that martial arts training is not over, and he should get up. The one on the ground is Li Jun, eldest son of the Star Sword clan, and he asks him to stop. Boyek asks what's wrong with him. He should be grateful actually, since somebody as profound as Boyek is generously demonstrating the Dragon Tiger mountain-splitting art to him. Legion, holding his stomach, points out that it was just fencing taught by the Star Sword clan, which is the wrong thing to say. Boyek gets loud about the Star Sword clan and its crappy martial arts that couldn't even function against him, and asks whether Legion genuinely intends to keep studying them. Legion clenches a fist. Boyek tells him to unclench it and offers him another duel if he thinks he's wrong. And Legion remembers the last duel and says no way. That's when Wukin walks over, second son of the Yeon clan of the Destructive Sword, and he tells him to stop, since exams are coming and there's no point causing a fuss. Boyek backs off immediately, muttering that fine, let him consider it a blessing. Legion thanks Wukin. Wukin looks him in the eye, says nothing at all, and turns away. So Legion goes back to looking at the floor, which is where he is when a boy comes in with a notice and announces that as of now, none of them are in the Camellia class anymore. Vice Master Se-yoon has transferred the lot of them into a newly created class. And a little later, they're all standing in front of Biggin, who welcomes his students and informs them that, from today, he's their instructor. The reaction is not warm. Boyek starts shouting about how they've suffered enough already just getting yanked out of their class, and now they're getting an unqualified instructor on top of it, and does he seriously believe anyone will follow orders like that? Legion is too terrified to say anything at all. Biggin observes mildly that Boyek's choice of words when addressing his head instructor is rather insolent. Boyek tells him to get lost because he doesn't know what nonsense the man pulled to become a senior instructor, but he isn't learning anything from a freak who still can't use internal energy. And Biggin smiles and draws a magical seal behind his back and says out loud, Academy Rules Article 3.5, Flash. He's standing next to Boyek, and the ground under Boyek's feet is coming apart, and Boyek is screaming. Biggin explains that if a student misbehaves, they may be punished for instructional purposes. Boyek gets up furious and calls him an ugly idiot and goes straight into splitting mountains with fists, which is a real technique from a real clan, and Biggin critiques it while it happens. Cursing at a superior bad. Using internal arts in class without permission, also bad. But worst of all, and he wants to be clear about this, the martial arts are pathetic. Then he puts a fist through Boyek's chest and adds a few more. The #1 first year in martial arts training at this academy goes down flat on the floor, and the other students genuinely cannot process it, because this is Boyek. Nobody thought he could lose, let alone lose like that. He's shaking with exhaustion. He tries to stand, light gathering in his hand. He doesn't make it. He starts crawling backwards while his new instructor walks toward him, listing everything that's been wrong with him since the first lesson, and remarks that it's a shame, but perhaps the role of an instructor is to hold back the tears and discipline the child. Then he winds up to punch Boyek in the face, and Boyek flinches, and the hand catches Biggin's wrist. Wukin tells him this is a bit excessive for a student. Biggin smiles and says that he's finally decided to act. Young Master Wukin, and here is who is holding his arm. Wukin, first year, second son of the Yeon clan, one of the most prestigious houses in the Central Plains, renowned for its destructive sword, recognized as a martial arts genius inside his own clan from childhood, and visibly ahead of every other new student at the Dragon Spring Academy, to the point that the academy has nothing left to teach him. At 20 he reaches super form, becoming the youngest supreme martial artist in recorded history, and one of the top 10 of the Orthodox Alliance. He was supposed to have a magnificent life after that, revered as one of the absolute swordsmen of his generation, celebrated everywhere he went. That's the version where the demons never come. In the version that actually happens, he fights in more battles than anyone else from the first day of the invasion, and the demons single out the Yeon clan for concentrated attack, and every member of his family except him is butchered. And he doesn't break. He walks the Central Plains through an endless losing war, gathering survivors, and builds an allied force that goes past both the Orthodox and unorthodox sects, and holds them together with nothing but his own name. He always goes to the front. When he lets his sword energy loose, demonic beasts big enough to blot out the sky come apart in a blink. He is, without any argument, the last hope of the Central Plains. Right now he's a rich kid with an attitude, Biggin throws his hand off. Wookin says that's quite amusing, instructor, and admits he genuinely did not expect the assistant instructor who couldn't use profound energy to suddenly be this strong. Then he asks whether showing off in front of students is really all this new power is for and says he feels sorry for him. Boyek, still on the floor, mutters about what a shameful sight this is, meaning himself. Wookin asks whether this is because of one of those fateful encounters everyone keeps talking about. Biggin thinks not bad, kid, and asks whether he's curious. He offers a deal. Follow his instruction obediently, and he'll explain everything. Wookin says no thank you, that won't be necessary. He doesn't know what tricks were used to rearrange the student lists, but he intends to file a formal complaint with the academy against whoever did it, and he has no interest in learning from a man who's arrogant purely because he got lucky. He walks out. Most of the class follows him, a few stay, and Biggin bursts out laughing. He tells Wookin to look at himself, talking like he's special, so he thinks there's nothing here worth having. Then he grabs Legion and hugs him. Legion, who has done absolutely nothing to deserve any part of this, looks up in confusion, and Biggin asks Wookin what he'd say if he told him that in just 10 days of training, this one could beat him. Legion is so ashamed he can't produce sound. Wookin stops walking and asks what he just said. Biggin cheerfully offers to repeat it as many times as necessary. After 1 week of his training, this pathetic weakling that Wookin considers lower than an insect will knock him out with a single blow. Legion asks whether the instructor has gone insane. Biggin puts a hand over his mouth. Wookin turns around slowly and asks whether he's willing to take responsibility for those words. Of course, says Biggin. Would he like a bet? 10 days from now, these two fight an official public duel. If Biggin wins, Wookin follows his instruction without another word. If Wookin wins, he can have anything, and Biggin lists the options like a menu: force him out of the academy, make him apologize, make him get on his knees and beg. Whatever he wants. Legion tries to shout that this isn't happening. The hand is still over his mouth. Wookin laughs and says he doesn't want anything from him. He tells him to prepare for the duel in a week, and leaves, and then he was left alone with his student, who immediately began to go crazy, clutching his head. He complains that he got scared. Legion keeps screaming. He points out that this is very loud. Legion grabs his shoulder and demands to know what he just did. Biggin tells him to look at himself, he's overflowing with energy, and to calm down and let go so he can explain. And Legion slides down onto the ground, wailing about why he has to fight Wookin, and what he could possibly have done to deserve this. At which point Biggin throws him off and yells at him to let go, and Legion hits his head on the floor. Then, without changing tone, Biggin announces that today's class is cancelled. The students are dismissed, and the schedule for the next classes will be delivered to each of them individually by tomorrow. The class disperses in a state of total confusion. Legion lies face down in a puddle of his own tears, going, "I'm finished. This is a public duel." Biggin crouches next to him and points out that he simply has to win. Why does he assume he's going to lose? And Legion tells him the actual answer. In his first public duel after enrolling, he lost to Boyek. Shamefully, and Boyek has tormented him every single day since. And even that monster Boyek couldn't land one blow on Wookin. He was completely routed. Biggin agrees with all of it. Wookin is genuinely special, and even without his clan behind him, his talent for martial arts is one of a kind. So Legion asks the obvious question. If the instructor already knew all this, why in the world did he say it? And Biggin smiles, tells him not to worry, and points one finger at his chest. Because he's stronger. Legion first year Camellia class of the Star Sword clan, who before the regression was the divine marksman. He does not take this well. Out on the training field, he's still shouting no. Fine, there's nothing they can do about the class transfer. But why does he specifically have to fight a public duel with Wookin? Biggin asks whether he still doesn't get it and says he has to win to prove his ability. Legion points out accurately that this is Biggin's problem and asks what he gains from being dragged into it. And Biggin changes tactics. He asks how it felt when Boyek beat him recently. Was he excited about it, relieved or ecstatic, or was he angry that he couldn't do anything back? He said it himself. Even Boyek couldn't touch Wookin. So what if he became strong enough to beat Wookin? Then getting even with that freak becomes trivial. How does that sound? Wouldn't that be a nice gift? Legion says in a shaking voice that if he really could become that strong, then he'd do it. Biggin says of course. And then Legion finishes the sentence. And the ending isn't the one Biggin set up for. It has nothing to do with Boyek. He just wants to become stronger than he is now. Biggin says okay, then they'll see. The testing starts at a training dummy. Biggin tells him to imagine he's fighting Wookin right now and to use everything he has. Legion swings, pushes off, throws himself at the dummy trying to take its head off, then hits it several more times until it's destroyed. Sweat is pouring off him. Biggin shouts at him not to stop, full force, and Legion keeps screaming and swinging until his sword snaps and he goes down, coughing in the dust. Biggin looks at him for a while and tells him he's a disgrace. Then he asks whether he knows what his actual problem is. Because for some reason when Legion performs basic movements, his internal energy keeps dissipating. He's checked this himself. At first he assumed he'd learned his clan's art wrong, so he verified the basics repeatedly, and the basics were fine. Then he thought it might be his Dantian or his Meridians, so he had the clan check several times and they found nothing, which left two possibilities. Either he's simply untalented, or he has some disease nobody can name. Bigin says no, neither. His meridian points are simply set further apart than other people's. Legion asks how that's possible. Bigin explains it in one pass. He was born with wider spacing than most, which is normally treated as a rare condition with more advantages than drawbacks. The catch is that he's still young, so he doesn't have much internal energy yet. Every martial artist has to push the energy generated in the dantian out through the meridian points. His meridians are wide and his internal energy is average, so the energy can't be concentrated, and it leaks the whole way through. Legion says he's never heard any of this from anyone. Bigin says that's normal, and doesn't say the rest. The rest is that he only learned it himself by chance once a long time ago, standing among a great many dead people, looking at a man holding his own bloodied shoulder. Legion notices the pause and asks if there's a story. Bigin says he'll finish explaining instead. Now that they know the problem, they fix it. Legion asks whether it can even be fixed. Of course, says Bigin. It's actually very simple. The lack of force comes from the spacing, so the answer is more internal energy. They can't increase his total reserves in a week, so there's exactly one method available right now, and it's this. Gather internal energy first, continuously, and only then start the basic movements. Once he's gathered enough, it works. So Legion tries it that way, and the dummy comes apart. He stands there looking at what he just did, and he starts smiling, because that was his actual strength, finally coming out the front instead of leaking out the sides. Bigin smiles too. Legion is shouting at him. Did he see that? His internal energy really isn't dissipating. Bigin says yes, he saw it with his own eyes, so he can rest easy before he falls over. Legion asks what he means by fall over. He's never felt this good in his life. Then he drops. He comes round a while later coughing, with his body shaking so hard he can't sit up straight, and he genuinely doesn't understand what happened. Bigin asks how he feels. Legion, drooling slightly, reports that he has no strength, which Bigin says is a minor side effect of using his full power for the first time. He has never properly used those meridians before, so his unadapted body went into shock. Nothing to worry about. The side effects will fade naturally. In a few months. Legion says a few months, agreeably, and then his eyes open all the way, and he says a few months, and points out that the duel is in a week. By evening the training has resumed, and Bigin lays out the whole problem for him, because there are two of them now. Problem number 1. When he uses a technique built on accumulated energy, every drop he has stored goes into that one blow, and then his body can't take the recoil and he collapses. Problem 2. His energy core is too weak for him to accumulate in advance and hold it. If he tries to hold it, he doesn't just walk away tired, he risks energy deviation. So that's forbidden. Simple enough so far, right? Legion says he isn't sure he follows, and asks what any of it has to do with the thing in the instructor's hands. The thing in the instructor's hands is a club. Bigin swings it and tells him not to worry about trifles and to think carefully instead. Since he can only start accumulating after the duel begins, how long did that take him before? About 7 minutes, says Legion. So, asks Bigin, how exactly is he planning to keep Wukin busy for 7 minutes? Legion doesn't have an answer. Bigin does, and there's only one. He dodges. He dodges everything, for as long as it takes, until the energy is full. Then he swings the club at his student's head with enormous force. Legion screams and dives and demands to know what he's doing, and Bigin yells at him to focus, gather energy, and keep his eyes on the weapon and not on the man. Then he uses an illusion technique, and Legion says what, and a second later takes the club square on the skull. Bigin points out that he's complaining despite the fact that no internal energy was used at all, and tells him to get up. They're continuing. Legion asks whether this is training. Of course, says Bigin. Evasion training. Legion gets angry and asks what kind of insane training this is, and that's when the instructor says his name, and asks whether he thinks this is being done to mock him. He explained why the boy was weak. He explained how to fix it. He demonstrated it clearly. And he is telling him now that this is the only method that gets him to a point where he can meaningfully affect Wukin inside 1 week. Is the training painful and hard? Obviously. But is it harder than the days when Boyek and Wukin were grinding him into the dirt? And is he really going to waste the one clean opportunity he's ever been handed to prove his strength to everybody who's been treating him like trash? Legion stands there and remembers their faces, and picks up his sword, and quietly apologizes to nobody in particular. The instructor suggests they continue the dodging training. He says he can keep this up all day if he has to. Bigin asks a whole day. He informs him he'll be doing this non-stop for the rest of the week. Legion has time to be horrified and no time at all to argue, because Bigin announces that he's coming, and swings. A week later, everyone is at the ring, and the general mood is grim curiosity. Wukin is standing across from a boy who is visibly battered, and the crowd is not asking who wins. The crowd is asking how long Legion lasts. Somebody doubts he'll survive one exchange. Somebody else mentions they saw him a few times during the week, and all he did was spend 7 days getting hit with a stick. Boyek, watching from the field, thinks that if you're trash you should sit quietly in the corner, and that this weakling dancing around out there is going to beat Wukin, which is nonsense, and he's fallen for a swindler's trick and dug his own grave. Then Wukin calls out to Bigin and says that he previously claimed he wanted nothing, and under the circumstances he'd like to set his own terms after all. Bigin asks what they are. If Wukin wins, Bigin promises to leave the academy. He never wants to waste his time like this again. Bigin says fine and swears on his name. Then he checks that Wukin remembers his own side of it. If Wukin loses, he attends every class and every training session without one word of complaint. Wukin says everybody remembers, and Bigin tells him he might be making one small mistake, because right now he shouldn't be focusing on the instructor. He should be focusing on the boy standing over there. Legion raises his sword. Wukin looks at him in silence. Bigin claps once and lays out the rules. Victory is decided by surrender, unconsciousness, or a dropped weapon. Fatal or life-threatening strikes are strictly prohibited, and as referee he makes the final call on that. Then he waves his hand and it starts. Legion holds his sword up in front of himself, and the next second, his hand comes off at the wrist and goes spinning through the air, still holding the blade. He watches it fly. He asks what? Wukin tells him to surrender, and Legion looks down and his hand is still attached and his sword is still in it, and it's soaked with sweat. And Wukin points out that only an idiot agrees to fight him when a little killing intent is enough to do that to him. That was killing intent. That was the demonstration. Which means if Wukin actually wanted to, he really could. Legion's whole body starts shaking. He grits his teeth and thinks the thing everybody in that crowd is already thinking. People call this man the best in the academy, and there is no way somebody as pathetic as him beats that after 1 week. Then Bigin says his name. He turns and looks at his instructor in fear, and the instructor smiles at him, tapping the staff against his hand, letting a little energy off his body. And Legion laughs badly, and closes his eyes and reminds himself what he actually wants. He wants to be stronger than he is right now. A week ago when he said that out loud, he meant it. Wukin sighs and calls him an idiot. He gave him a chance to walk out of this unhurt. Then he pushes off the ground and swings and says it's his own fault. The wooden swords cross, and Wukin thinks in genuine surprise that he reacted in time. Legion jumps back thinking that could have ended very badly, because the energy he'd gathered almost dissipated on the block. Then Wukin opens up properly. Supreme Sky-Cutting Dragon Sword first form the Berserker Stream of Dragon Fury, and a wall of slashing attacks comes at Legion all at once. He shouts and he dodges one. Then he thinks something odd. That sword is enormously powerful, but maybe that's only his perception, because dodging it is easier than he expected. He slips the next one, and the next. The crowd goes quiet in a different way. Wukin says wait, he actually learned something. So he escalates. He gathers energy into the blade and uses the third form, double dragon wings, and comes in with it. And Legion has a small crisis in the middle of the fight, because that is the same technique Instructor Bigin used on him. Wukin slashes right in front of his face. Legion kicks off the ground, turns in the air, and lands clean. Wukin doesn't give him a breath, and it goes on like that, strike after strike, and Legion dodges every single lunge with his teeth clenched, thinking, he's strong, he's fast, he's accurate. Of course he is. This is the sword art of the greatest swordsman clan in the Central Plains. And none of that means he can't get away from it. He can't explain why, but the shape of the technique keeps getting clearer in his head, because his instructor's lessons keep surfacing at exactly the right moments. That's the one from last week. That's the one from last week too. A sword goes past his face and misses, and Wukin jumps back. The stands can't process it. Wukin retreated. Something is genuinely happening. Somebody suggests it's an act, and somebody else asks why on earth he would bother. Wukin looks at the hilt in his hand and grips it tighter. Then he apologizes for calling Legion an idiot, and admits he has clearly learned a great deal in a week. He gathers energy again and says, flatly, that he doesn't know how this boy knows the supreme sky-cutting dragon sword. A vortex of power builds over his head. He uses the brutal dragon-slaying technique, and says that if Legion dodges this too, he concedes. Everybody in the stands shields their faces from the wind and asks each other what this even is, and whether a sword technique can look like that. Boy X says out loud that this crazy idiot is going to kill him. The vortex comes forward, and Legion walks into it. The crowd is horrified. Where is he going? The night before the duel, Legion was on his knees trying to breathe, soaked through, and Bigin was standing over him with the stick on his shoulder, remarking that his dodging had gotten good enough that this might actually be possible now. Legion wiped his face and asked whether that meant he could dodge everything Wukin throws, and Bigin said no. Legion said what? Wukin isn't an idiot, said Bigin. Right now he's underestimating him. But if Legion keeps slipping his sword strikes, he adapts, and if Legion holds out to the end, Wukin will use the strongest thing currently available to him, which is brutal dragon slaying. It literally looks like a savage dragon materializing. It generates a storm of sword energy. And no, he told him, he will not be able to dodge that. Jumping is pointless and retreating is pointless, because it expands instantly and swallows the entire arena. So Legion asked the obvious thing. Then how? The man's invincible. And Bigin told him to listen, because nothing in this world is invincible. The sword chi storm is endless motion in every direction, exactly like it looks. It is not a perfect art, and brutal dragon slaying was built to destroy the sort of enemy who sees that much power and panics and runs. Legion asked whether he meant what he thought he meant. Bigin smiled and said yes, there is one way through it, and it is forward. So in the present, Legion is moving forward and Wukin is staring at him, and the rest of the instruction arrives right on schedule. Of course, if it were Wukin, he'd respond instantly, as though his brutal dragon slaying had been read. But that isn't what's happening here. What's happening here is that he is simply surprised, and a surprised reaction is slower than a prepared one. That's the moment. That's the only one there is. Use the anger he's been swallowing for so long, and hit this arrogant jerk with it. Legion strikes. Then Bigin is standing over him asking how he's feeling, and Legion says what, and looks around, and sees the students' faces, and sees Boy X's face, which is a completely different kind of good. Biggin says it's wonderful, isn't it? And Li Jun shouts yes. Sometime later, Biggin walks down a corridor into his classroom and the students turn to look at him, and only one of them is pointedly looking somewhere else. He smiles and says they'll begin their first lesson. Meanwhile, Se-yoon is slamming his fist into his desk and asking how in the world this happened. These are the same students who were against all of this a minute ago, because the plan was for Biggin to leave voluntarily, and instead the students are following him voluntarily, and the two names on that list are the two names Se-yoon least wanted to hear. Legion of the Star Sword clan and Wookin of the Yeon clan are both now insisting on continuing under Biggin. Somebody in the room suggests they simply force another class transfer like last time. The instructor holding his own head explains that both of them threatened to leave the academy and report it to the Yeon clan. Somebody else shouts that they should never have handed a genius like Wookin to a rookie in the first place. Somebody else shouts that this is a critical issue for the academy's reputation, and they all turn to Se-yoon and ask how he intends to take responsibility for this. Se-yoon sits there grinding his teeth thinking that they're parasites who only want the Yeon clan's blessing, and asks whether they seriously expect him to believe Wookin lost to some low-ranking nobody from the Star Sword clan. The instructor next to him says the duel is a matter of record. According to the students who watched, it was a real defeat, and Se-yoon says out loud that Wookin is one of the greatest geniuses in his clan's history. Then he thinks the thought that actually scares him. The more he learns about Biggin, the less he understands, and this man cannot be left unsupervised any longer. So he asks whether they've heard back from the Phantom Shadow estate. Nothing since the request went out. Se-yoon leans back and says with real offense that a mere group of mercenaries would dare to be this arrogant, and a voice behind him suggests he be careful with his words. The instructors come out of their chairs waving sticks and shouting, "Who's there?" and Phantom Shadow number 1, standing behind the vice master of the academy, calls that a stupid question. Se-yoon goes cold, because he's a top-level martial artist and he did not sense this man arrive at all. Two more Phantom Shadows land beside him. Their leader says they're here to fulfill a request, so now the client should tell them more about Biggin. Later, the three of them are looking at a drawing of him, and number 1 remarks that these people are spending hundreds of Niang to investigate one rookie instructor. Number 5 observes that for a place with such a bad reputation, they certainly seem to be rolling in money, which tells you how corrupt the whole thing is, though that's none of their business. Number 7 laughs and says these orthodox sects genuinely crack him up, always pretending to be universal benefactors. And now a supposedly upright academy is secretly ordering investigations of its own staff. Number 5 says as if they're any better, taking pitiful jobs like this for a handful of coins. And number 1 says his name, once, and asks whether he's forgotten their mission. Because until they find and secure the target, they swore to carry out any task, no matter how filthy. Number 5 bows immediately says he misspoke and begs forgiveness. Number 1 tells him it's nothing, just focus. Number 7 asks whether they should also investigate this Bake, the man who apparently raised Biggin since childhood. Number 1 takes the scroll and says for now, find the target and observe. Then number 7 asks whether he thinks the rumors about a fateful encounter are true, and number 1 tells him not to take nonsense seriously, and then adds the part that ruins it. Biggin was supposedly completely incapable of using internal energy and became a martial artist overnight. If that isn't a fateful encounter, what is it? Maybe he has a hidden benefactor. Number 7 suggests he might have been planted here by a hostile faction. Number 1 says that's probably exactly what the clients suspect, and that this man could be far more dangerous than any of them imagine, so under no circumstances can the target discover them. They must be extremely careful. Number 5 puts on his mask and says, laughing a little, "What a funny joke, Captain." No matter how strong the opponent is, nobody detects the Phantom Shadow's concealment techniques. Meanwhile, Biggin is standing on a bridge with Bayek, who says he's been hearing an awful lot about him around the academy lately, and every bit of it surprised him. He asks whether he's really going to be alright because people are starting to turn against him. Biggin, tossing a stone up and down in one hand, says jealousy always follows the hero's path, nothing to worry about. Bayek says that fateful meeting really must have been something, because who would have thought he'd changed this much? Looking back, it probably all started with the duel and he was genuinely shocked by it. Then he adds, awkwardly, that even he thought the whole situation looked a bit staged, because if Biggin had lost that duel it would have been a disaster, given how obviously the academy leadership wanted him gone. Biggin doesn't answer that one out loud, because he did lose it. Before the regression, the version of him who couldn't use magic or anything else got taken apart by Sondok in that same duel, was stripped of his post as assistant instructor, and was demoted to common labor. He couldn't bear the shame, so eventually he left the academy entirely. For a while he existed without any purpose at all, and couldn't earn a living, and eventually he found work as an escort warrior for an escort agency, still no internal energy, so he poured everything into physical technique and the spear instead. He survived an enormous number of dangerous escort runs, ambushes by orthodox sects and bandits, and after several years he became a first-rank escort warrior, and he held that for over 10 years. In that time he went to every corner of the Central Plains and built a vast network of contacts and information, and then one day he came back to the academy, just to look at it, and that same evening he saw the first monster. Standing on the bridge, he suddenly remembers all of it, gets irritated, and hurls the stone into the bushes. Bake asks why he just did that. Biggin walks off with his arms out and says he saw an ugly frog and couldn't help himself. Bake hurries after him, asking why he'd harm the poor thing. and Biggin laughs and asks whether he's forgotten how he used to catch frogs as a child and feed them to him like medicine. In the bushes, Phantom Shadow number 7 is clutching one eye. Number 5 asks whether he's alright. Number 7 says indignantly that the crazy idiot suddenly threw a stone at him and asks whether they've already been discovered. Number 5 points out that if he'd noticed them, he'd hardly have just walked off. He was simply unlucky. And does he seriously doubt the estate's cultivation methods over a trifle like this? Number 7 says no sir, of course not. Number 5 tells him to have more confidence in his skills and to keep observing. Meanwhile, Biggin sits down at his table and takes stock. Instructor Song Dan, Legion, Wukin. His first target after the regression is complete, so it's time to put the plan into action, and if his memory is right, she should be exactly where he thinks she is. Then he glances sideways and says that the door is open, and whoever's outside can come in. Wukin walks in and comments that he's acting like he's been waiting for him. Biggin settles more comfortably into his chair and says he thought Wukin would be getting nervous by now, and the student asks what is wrong with his face and that disgusting expression on it. Biggin asks what brings the young master of the Yeon clan of destructive swords to such a humble place. Wukin looks away, then he says with his eyes closed, that duel. Because Lee Jun not accurately but reliably reacted to every basic movement of the supreme sky-cutting dragon sword. At first, Wukin assumed that was just 1 week of hard training. Looking back, that isn't what it was. Lee Jun's reactions were beyond immediate. It was as though he knew the movements and trajectories in advance. So whoever taught Lee Jun the unique swordsmanship of the Yeon clan, including the intricacies of that specific art, must have been Biggin, and an outsider is not supposed to know it that thoroughly. Biggin smiles and says, who knows, and points out that the Yeon clan's arts, currently considered the greatest swordsmanship in the Central Plains, are rather famous among masters, aren't they? Wukin tells him to stop joking, because this isn't surface-level knowledge and he knows perfectly well it isn't. And does he really think it wouldn't be noticed? Biggin says of course he should have noticed. If he hadn't, Biggin would have been disappointed. Wukin says stop changing the subject, and doesn't get to finish because Biggin sits up in bed and tells him that if he wants to be his disciple, he'll have to be more honest. Wukin freezes, because that isn't all he came about, and Biggin says so. He came to check whether Biggin had noticed the same thing he had. The flaws in the supreme sky-cutting dragon sword. Here's what that means. The art was perfected hundreds of years ago and passed down inside the clan as its unique swordsmanship, and it is currently regarded as the greatest sword art in the Central Plains. It has incredible destructive power and the trajectories and movements of the blade change constantly, so at first glance there are no gaps in it at all. And when Wukin was still young, learning it, he worked something out with that outstanding mind of his. It is not invincible. He also could not say that out loud ever, because he's the heir of the great Yeon clan of destructive swords. He clenches a fist and asks whether Biggin is looking down on his clan's martial arts. And Biggin says he can think whatever he wants, and then says the thing that actually matters. In the near future, there will come a day when all of this ceases to exist. Everything martial artists revere, tradition, honor, nobility, reputation, all of it stops meaning anything. He leans toward his student, and there's fury in it, and tells him to think about exactly one thing. Become stronger than you are now, and throw away without hesitation anything that stands in the way of that. Then he turns around, spreads his hands and says fine, they'll talk about it properly later. All of it later. For now, Wukin should follow his instincts. Wukin looks at his back for a while and says, alright, but why did he just pick up a wooden pillow? Biggin, holding a wooden pillow, smiles, walks to the window and says it's nothing to worry about. There's just a pesky frog outside. Sometime later, the phantom shadows regroup on a roof. Number 1 folds his arms and reports on Baek, master of the Body Restoration Pavilion. Normally a medic working out of Gansu, 5 years ago he took over the Body Restoration Pavilion and entered the Dragon Spring Academy. Number 5 adds that despite his skill as a medic, he's barely mastered any martial arts and has no real experience anywhere else. Number 1 says they checked him because he's the closest person to Biggin and he looks like an ordinary doctor. Number 5 notes that his impeccable past does seem a bit too impeccable, and then number 1 tells him to wait, turns around and asks what's wrong with number 7. Number 7's face and head are wrapped in bandages, and number 7 isn't saying anything. Number 5 awkwardly recalls a wooden pillow going past his own head, then a stone, then a larger stone. Number 1 asks whether he's sure they haven't been recognized. Number 5 says they weren't being especially careful around them, so number 7 points at his wounded eye and says that whatever anybody feels about it, he thinks they've been exposed. The captain tells him sternly not to doubt the common sense of his own clan. This man simply has a bad habit of throwing things. Number 7 has endured far worse. He can endure a little longer. Number 7's lip trembles and his eyes fill up and he says, alright. A while later they're in the bushes again, and number 7 announces in advance that if this happens one more time, he will not hold back, and will simply behead the man. Number 5 says he understands how he feels but he needs to calm down, and points out they've moved out of the dormitory so it can't happen again. They are at this moment hiding in bushes in a courtyard. Number 7 touches his bandaged head and says who knows, what if this crazy idiot wakes up and decides to practice archery? Number 5 hisses at him to be quiet. Someone's coming. And Biggin walks up to the bushes saying, oh dear, he feels awful, he must have drunk far too much tea. Number 7 has time to think, wait, no, that's impossible, right? Then Liquid arrives. Number 5 covers his face with both hands. Number 7 comes up out of the grass screaming about what is he doing and what is going on. And Biggin is standing in front of him holding a teapot, which he offers forward with a polite hello and an invitation to have a cup of tea. Number 7, now crying with rage, screams that he knew all along and did it on purpose, and lunges with a special knife out of his bracer, promising to kill him. Biggin raises a barrier. The knife shatters. Number 7 freezes. Biggin takes him by the head and puts him into the ground, and then says calmly, "Nice to meet you, Phantom Shadow Estate." Number 5 calls out to his comrade. Biggin tells them coldly that this is what they get for meddling in other people's business, his dear friends from the estate. Number 5 reaches for his weapon, and then Number 1 lands behind Biggin, bows, and greets him. So the whole team is exposed at once. Biggin turns slightly and says that's right, he's Biggin, the man they've been watching, and he assumes this is the leader of these frogs. Although is it normal to reveal your identity this openly to the target of your own surveillance? Number 1 reaches for his sword and says that's a stupid question. If he kills him here and now, what problems could it possibly cause? Biggin laughs and asks whether he's really fine with that, and whether he isn't even slightly curious about how Biggin knows every one of them. Number 1 says coldly that they'll find out soon enough. Then he suggests as an opening that they cut off his limbs one at a time, and lets a spray of blades go. Biggin tosses the teapot aside, grins at the incoming blades, gathers energy in his hands and uses a mana blade, and every projectile shatters. He lunges forward. Number 1 appears behind him. Biggin spins and catches him with a strike and tells him not so fast. The enemy freezes in surprise, and then the fight properly starts, and it does not go the way anybody watching would expect, because Number 1 is genuinely dangerous. He acts fast, precise, and lethal, every technique aimed at a vital point, and the density of energy he's putting into his sword is overwhelming. A barrier will not hold that. A mana blade cannot parry it forever. Biggin, in the middle of this, is thinking that the overwhelming destructive power he stole from Guhem is exactly what he needs right now. Number 1 lands next to his comrades and says something strange out loud. He's finding this hard to understand, because the strength and the style Biggin is displaying are completely unlike the martial arts of the orthodox sects. Nobody stumbles onto power like that by chance. Then he asks it, could this be a demonic art? Biggin stretches his neck and says, yeah, sure. Has he ever seen a demonic art in person? It's been years since the demonic cult was destroyed. What nonsense. This has nothing to do with demonic arts. Although he adds he's right about one thing. This isn't a typical martial art either. Number 1 says, I see. Then he takes a stance and gathers enormous power behind his back and comes to a conclusion out loud. This opponent cannot simply be subdued. He bears the man no personal grudge. The mission has not been cancelled, so he will have to take his life. Then he goes to 100%. A dense wave of energy wraps his body and he starts moving off tree trunks at a speed that erases his own trail, using a soul-destroying movement technique built specifically to confuse the eye, and he cuts Biggin's arm clean off with a flash of the phantom soul delivered so fast that predicting it is genuinely impossible. Except the arm he cut was an illusion, and Biggin is behind him. The captain of the Phantom Shadows turns around and gets punched hard enough to put him through a tree. Number 5 shouts for his commander. Number 1 clutches his own face, breathing hard, and demands to know how. And Biggin tells him he's proud of his stealth, isn't he? Then he apologizes and explains that he sees straight through him, because a search technique leaves no room for concealment at all. So, shall they talk now? Number 1 coughs, trying to get himself together, and Biggin steps closer and addresses him properly. Lord of the Phantom Shadow Estate, or rather the leader of Sect Origins. Sect Origins is a ghost. It never appears at official events, its aims and its nature are unknown, and nobody can even say for certain whether it's orthodox or not. It was so irrelevant to public life that decades ago, when every direct blood relative including its leaders was wiped out in a massacre, most of Murim didn't even notice. Only the people born and raised inside it, loyal to the end, knew the truth. And every survivor of that massacre resurfaced under a new name. The Phantom Shadow Estate, which now collects every scrap of information in Murim and takes every filthy job available, and has become one of the top mercenary organizations in the world doing it. All of it for one purpose: restoring the fallen sect origins. That's the mission they're all so careful never to discuss out loud, isn't it? Number 1 feigns bewilderment badly and says it's impossible, because the true history of everyone in the organization is a closely guarded secret, and it has not leaked in decades. Biggin says he'll be blunt. He has 2 tasks. Complete both, and Number 1 receives the information he needs. And then Biggin hands over the reason they've been hunting for their target all this time. The captain of the Phantom Shadows loses his composure completely. 20 years. 20 whole years combing the Central Plains, clinging to a shred of hope. Does this man even understand what they're looking for? And Biggin says, the blood of sect origins. He shows his own hand and adds the detail. More precisely, a unique bloodline capable of completely inheriting the sect's martial arts. There should be a strange birthmark on the left wrist.
Right.
That is the foundation for rebuilding the sect. That is why they've wandered for 20 years. and inside the Phantom Shadow Estate itself, only a handful of people are supposed to know it. He asks how he knows. Biggin says that's enough. That's all he's willing to say. Now the man chooses accept the request and get the information or spend the rest of his life tracking people. He gathers energy in one hand and offers a third option. They could always simply continue what they were doing before. Number 1 lowers his head, reaches for his sword, grips the hilt, then he bows, puts the sword behind his back, and accepts the task. Then he looks up and adds that if it turns out he's been deceived, Biggin will regret it. And Biggin says okay and gives him the first job. Sometime later, in a room full of bodies, a woman is sitting on top of a man who is begging her to stop. She has energy concentrated in her hands, and she's pressing it into his face, and she names him while she does it. Deputy leader of the Black Scorpion gang, the fist-fighting demon, Dokchin. A month ago, he and his subordinates attacked this place. He killed all the men. He used all the women. The women who survived told her to kill him. His hands are shaking. He calls her a fool. Inside his own head, there's a rising panic because he can't gather his internal energy. And it isn't just failing to gather, it's disappearing, and that isn't possible. He shouts that she isn't afraid of what's coming, that he's the deputy leader of the Black Scorpion gang. She tells him tiredly that she already said that, idiot, and swings. Afterwards, she gets up off the body, sheathes the sword, and exhales. And a dove comes through the open window. She catches it, finds the note on its leg, and asks whether this is the next job. She unfolds it and reads the words Dragon Spring Academy and a name, Biggin. Sometime later, the students are training, and Biggin is walking the line telling one of them to stop messing around, spread the legs wider, tilt the wrist down slightly, and do 200 more in that position. Jiryang sighs loudly. Biggin swings his stick and asks sternly what kind of disrespect that is, and whether he doesn't like his teaching methods. Jiryang shouts that no, before he hits him, he should at least say what he wants, and then points at Wukin, who is off to the side quietly concentrating energy, and asks why that one isn't being forced to do anything. Biggin says he's doing fine on his own. Jiryang says loudly that he isn't doing anything at all. Biggin hits him with the stick, walks on and asks whether he thinks he's on the same level, and tells him to shut up and use the sword more diligently. Then he glances sideways and thinks, yes, that's good, Wukin, because Wukin should not stay attached to the original techniques written into the supreme sky-cutting dragon sword. He should be practicing swordsmanship by instinct, and a talent like his can take that somewhere much higher. Legion comes over and Biggin asks whether he's finished his circulation yet. No, says Legion. He's still worried, and asks whether he could just be told to do something else instead. Biggin says there is no other way to fix his problem except accumulating enough internal energy, unless he happens to be sitting on a stash of rare elixirs. Legion asks whether he's joking. Of course not. So besides eating and sleeping, he keeps circulating his chi. Legion says he understands. And Biggin looks off to one side and thinks that he may be giving this student too much attention, because he now understands clearly that Legion only won that duel through tricks. Nothing to be done. That kind of problem doesn't resolve instantly. Besides, he has more important things happening. He counts the days. 10 of them, since if nobody contacts him, his plans get disrupted. At which point somebody says his name, and it's Bukyan. Biggin turns around and says, irritably, long time no see. Instructor, so glad. Bukyan says it's obvious he isn't glad at all, and asks why his face did that the moment he saw him. Biggin says he's busy with his class and shouldn't be disturbed. Bukyan says he's been hanging around doing nothing since morning, and Biggin thinks privately that if it weren't for what he saw that day, all of this would be simpler. Then Bukyan tells him to get to the main hall immediately, because Vice Master Se-Yun wants him. In the hall, Se-Yun folds his hands and says they haven't seen each other in a long time. And how has he been? Biggin says wonderfully. Teaching students with such exceptional talent reminds him every day of the value of being a senior instructor. And all of it thanks to Se-Yun for assembling such an exceptional class for him. Se-Yun says that's a relief, then gets to it. The Dragon Spring Academy is affiliated with the Orthodox Alliance, and ever since Biggin became a senior instructor, despite having almost no experience, the Alliance has been plagued with problems. Biggin asks whether the Alliance is really that interested in a lowly instructor like him. Se-Yun says he should be more respectful. And then the door opens and a woman walks in. Se-Yun explains with regret that the Orthodox Alliance has sent an inspector to provide support. She bows and says hello, Instructor Biggin. Her name is May, and she's here from the inspection department of the Orthodox Alliance. Biggin's eyes go wide, then he laughs awkwardly and apologizes, because he was captivated by her beauty. May smiles a little and thanks him for the compliment. Se-Yun continues, oblivious, explaining that Inspector May is a rising star among the women of the Orthodox Alliance, an incredible expert who reached the peak of her craft at an unprecedentedly young age, and that Biggin is to do his utmost as a senior instructor, and under no circumstances show her any impoliteness. Biggin shouts, of course, and looks at her, and stops smiling, because not long before this, he was standing in front of the leader of the Phantom Shadow Estate, asking when he'd get his first task, and then asking whether he knew of a certain assassin, the celestial maiden who takes souls. Number 1 was surprised he'd bring her up, though of course he knew exactly who was meant, a hired killer who works alone, with no connections and no comrades, and who has never once failed a job she accepted. He's never met her personally. He's heard the stories that go round the world, including the one about her being an incomparable beauty. He asked whether the mission was to kill her, and Biggin said no, he wants her called here, to the academy. Number 1 said what? Biggin explained the mechanism. Se-Yun informs the estate that due to unforeseen circumstances, the surveillance job is cancelled. which is exactly what happens. Si-yoon slams his hand on his own table shouting the word cancel and demanding to know how they can do this after so many years, and how irresponsible this is. Number 1 apologizes sincerely, explains that an urgent matter came up, and all plans had to be revised, and offers by way of apology to introduce him to the perfect person for the job, and to pay him a commission on top. Before that, Number 1 had told Biggin he was technically capable of arranging it, since he'd contacted her several times about jobs before, and then asked why on earth he'd want to do something this stupid, since she is a ruthless and extremely cautious killer, and no matter how strong he is, she will find a way to eliminate him. Biggin chuckled, and asked whether he was worried about him. Number 1 shouted that if he dies before delivering the promised information, that creates a serious problem. And Biggin agreed with him. She's a very dangerous woman, which is precisely why he needs her. Meanwhile, Biggin is walking through the courtyard doing a private accounting, and the accounting says that for now it feels like he's climbed over the highest mountain, because after the regression, 2 things sat at the very top of the plan: speed of the search, and May's safety. And the problem, which was significant, was that he did not know where she was at this point in time. Fortunately, Se-yoon and the Phantom Shadow Estate have both moved exactly according to plan. He also notes something that would sound insane to anybody standing near him, which is his own ranking of his assets. In the future, even Lee Jun and Wookin at their strongest are no match for what May can do. Then he looks up and sees students hiding behind pillars. One of them says she's so beautiful. Another says that if a fairy came down to earth, she'd probably look exactly like that. They're watching May train. She holds a graceful stance, gathers herself, pushes off the ground, spins the sword in her body through the air at the same time, and cherry blossom petals frame every movement she makes, which is not something a person can arrange on purpose, and she's doing it anyway. She finishes, opens her eyes, sees Biggin, bows, and says good morning, and apologizes in case her morning practice distracted anybody. He bows back and says not at all. It was excellent swordsmanship. She says it turned out rather well actually, and mentions she was planning to find him anyway. Would he take a short walk with her? So they walk, and he opens with a compliment about her skill, as expected of a member of the Orthodox Alliance, and she deflects it modestly, saying there are far stronger martial artists in the upper echelons. And Biggin thinks, how shameless. She's an inspector, so technically she is the Alliance, and her entire personality right now is a lie. Then she turns it around on him and says the instructor is impressive. She's heard he won a public duel with a single blow and single-handedly destroyed the infamous Green Forest bandits. That sounds much more like an incredible martial artist than anything she's done. He thinks, so she's already done her research, and says out loud that it's just luck. He had a fateful encounter recently, nothing to brag about. May says thoughtfully that she doesn't think so. The students say otherwise. His methods have gotten a little harsher lately, but he helps students solve their problems and he doesn't discriminate based on background. And he really is a wonderful instructor. Biggin asks whether the students actually said that, and privately notes what good kids they are. And then May adds one more thing. His hands, the shape of the calluses and the muscle across his palms says he has not let go of a weapon for over 10 years. Not a single day. Endless training through countless tears and breaks and healings, so many they can't be counted. That is the only way hands like that come into existence. So Instructor Biggin shouldn't be proud of himself over some fateful encounter. He genuinely is a martial artist. He looks at his own hand, she watches his back for a moment, then follows him and adds casually that if she remembers correctly, he's never actually described that miraculous encounter in any detail, has he? Then she comes up behind him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and asks whether he could tell her more about it. And Biggin says it seems he has no choice. He'll be honest with her, Inspector. He puts a hand out and tells her the truth is that this power did not come from any miraculous encounter, and he didn't want it. The reason he kept saying it was a fateful encounter is simple. He had no other way to explain what was happening to him. Then he says the words cult of the demonic spirit, and asks whether the inspector has ever heard of them. She has him by the robes before he finishes the sentence, dragging him around, demanding to know what he is and how he knows that name. Then she catches herself and asks again anyway. How does he know that name? And Biggin thinks one word. She's caught. Here's what he just used on her. Several decades ago, long before the demon invasion, there was a large religious organization called the Cult of the Demonic Spirit, or just the Demonic Cult. Anyone who took up the teachings of the heavenly demon and joined developed their abilities to frankly ridiculous levels, which made them a threat to the central provinces, who declared the whole thing heretical and went to war. That war became the largest in the history of Merim. Enormous numbers of powerful warriors died in it. The Central Plains won, and the demonic cult was destroyed completely. Years passed, the sect sank into legend, and the world has been at peace ever since. Or so it seems, because in reality the survivors of that war quietly kept going as the cult of the demonic spirit, and not even the government of the Central Plains knows it. The only people who know are the ones who have personally run into them. May asks what his connection to the cult is. Biggin yelps that God Inspector, what has come over her? He'll explain everything, but she needs to let go first. She lets go and apologizes awkwardly, saying she lost control of herself for a second, and he looks at her and says that something else is much more important here. Judging by that reaction, Inspector May knows considerably more about the cult than the rumors do. She doesn't deny it. She says the existence of the cult of the demonic spirit is more significant than anything else, and asks him, please, to tell her how he learned about them. He turns away, smiles very broadly where she can't see it, then turns back and says of course he'll explain everything. So they keep walking, and he tells her a story. Immediately after he was officially dismissed from his post as assistant instructor, he still couldn't understand why he had no control over his internal energy. And late one night, walking outside the academy, he was kidnapped. May says, kidnapped? Exactly. He didn't even know how to react to it, and when he came round there was a man in front of him he will never forget. The masked man told him that if he resisted he would die as though he had never existed, and that he should accept his fate and consider it an honor to serve the great revival. The voice, Biggin says, was horrible. They called him the demonic scientist. May's fist closes and shakes, and Biggin keeps going. After that came every kind of cruel experiment. They locked him up. They forced unknown poisons down his throat. They performed operations that tore his body and his organs apart from the pain. Then he gathers fire energy in one hand and says that one day he woke up completely alone in the shelter, and instead of internal energy, he could use true heavenly chi. May says true heavenly chi, a power so rare that most people don't know it exists. To use it, you spend your own life force. She says frankly that she finds it hard to believe such a thing is possible. And Biggin says he has no internal energy, so how else would he be doing this? If she likes, he can demonstrate right now. Privately, he's thinking that it may sound ridiculous, but she has no choice except to believe him, because even if true heavenly chi itself stays questionable, everything he knows about the cult of the demonic spirit is built on personal experience. She cannot check. And that's the hook that lets him get closer to her by degrees. He turns slightly, smiles, and asks whether she still doesn't believe it. In that case, she should come with him to the place where he was held, where they experimented on him, where they eventually abandoned him. When he woke up, there wasn't a soul left and every object the cultists used was gone, but perhaps some traces remain. He puts out a hand and says the journey there is quite long, and there have been enough stories for one day. If she doesn't mind, they'll meet outside the academy tomorrow night, and he'll take her. Every word of that is a lie. In his past life, he never once met a follower of the cult of the demonic spirit. His power is magic and has nothing whatsoever to do with true heavenly chi. The entire fiction exists for one purpose, and the purpose is to use her. And it is precisely because it's a lie that he was able to lay it out in front of her that bluntly and that convincingly. What is true is the other thing, the part he did not narrate. He was strapped down with alien devices attached to his body, screaming, while two creatures discussed his condition over him. One asked for the readings. The other reported that at first there was complete rejection of demonic energy, and that surprisingly susceptibility is gradually increasing, compared to beings from other dimensions. This is an incredibly rare specimen. Interesting, given that by the standards of his own dimension, he was considered one of the weakest creatures alive. They agree they must make sure he doesn't die immediately, and that each session should expose him to a greater volume of demonic energy. It will be done, and then he screams louder. Afterwards, he gets thrown onto a stone floor, and several men come running and shout about these demonic creatures, and haul him up by the arms telling him to hold on. And he coughs, and a woman walks over, looks down at him and says, "Well done." She had a bet that today would be the first day. She also had a bet it would be the day he died. He grins up at her and says, really, what a coincidence, because he had a bet that she'd be next. May grins back, puts out a hand, and says it looks like it's too early for him to die. Not yet. Back in the present, Biggin is walking a forest path, and he stops by some bushes and snaps at them to come out. Then he picks up a stone. Phantom Shadow number 7 comes out of the bushes waving both arms, shouting, "Wait, don't, damn it!" Biggin throws the stone aside and explains there were reasons he pretended to take the bait and walked off, and asks whether number 7 genuinely thought he wouldn't notice if only one man was left on watch. Number 7 puts a hand to his head and mutters about what a bummer this is. Biggin tosses him a scroll and tells him to take it, and when number 7 asks what it is, he explains, a map with a detailed description of a location, plus information he'll need once he arrives. At first glance, it's a cave hidden behind rubble. Once he's inside, he traces the symbols from the second page everywhere. He might not understand what they mean. That's fine. He doesn't have to. The only thing that matters is finishing before tomorrow morning. Number 7 raises a hand and asks whether this means he wants him to go there right now and do all of it. Biggin smiles and says he guessed correctly. Number 7 starts asking why him, gets a hostile what in response, and leaves with tears in his eyes shouting a curse. Biggin calls after him cheerfully to see him tomorrow morning and watches him go, thinking that mapping a territory that size in one night is difficult, and it doesn't have to be complete. The symbols only have to be visible to anyone walking past. From that point, everything is under his control. A while later, Se-Yun folds his hands and asks the inspector how the investigation is going. May tells him to just call her May, because absurd forms of address only produce laughter and awkwardness. He apologizes and asks whether anything has come to light about the place Biggin mentioned, and she thinks honestly that a power like that is no blessing at all and she wouldn't want it herself. Out loud, she says she can't report anything definitive yet and needs more time. Se-Yun tells her to approach it with special diligence. It's obvious Biggin is hiding something. His actions lately are inexplicable, and if he turns out to be a spy planted by some dangerous group, he becomes a serious threat to the Orthodox Alliance. And May says frankly that she does not care in the slightest whether he's a follower of the Orthodox Alliance or a demonic cult. What matters is that the operation goes smoothly, and she'll be checking a few things just in case. Then she walks over to his desk and he asks what exactly she plans to check. She drives a knife into the tabletop and says the word Biggin, and asks whether if it turns out he has a dark past or other motives, the Vice Master would mind if she slit his throat. Inside her own head, it's plainer than that. It doesn't matter whether it's a lie or a trap. If he's trying to deceive her with petty schemes, she will beat every word of a confession out of him, and his death will be slow and painful. Does he understand, Biggin? Next morning, Biggin is sitting in meditation running an inventory on himself. First, the middle energy core. where mana regenerates. Thanks to the high-quality mana stone he drained, it's noticeably stronger, and he's now reached the level of a 6th circle mage. He stops on that number, because at the 6th circle he can already handle 1 or 2 top-level martial artists, and there is essentially nobody at this academy who threatens him, except maybe one person. Then there's the lower core, which is the problem. It's very small, and it does clearly register the presence of internal energy. His blood vessels and meridians are fine, his martial arts and cultivation practice are fine. The problem is the cursed constitution he was born with, the one even Master Beg said he'd never encountered before. And here's the irony he lives with. That same constitution is the only reason he survived at all. Back then he knew a handful of basic techniques and barely understood the fundamentals, and they didn't kill him. Instead of dying, he was made into an experimental subject, because of the defect. Then number 7 appears and asks what he's doing, cultivating or something, because he has been on his feet all night following instructions, and the man keeps making him do bizarre things. Biggin looks at him seriously and asks calmly what exactly he was asked to do. Wasn't it clear? Number 7 shouts indignantly, asking whether he's lost his nerve. And Biggin throws his clothes on with a small grin and says, okay, it was a joke. Sorry, good work, now get out of his sight. Then he looks out the window and thinks, right, one thing left, which is this. All he has to do now is show May the cave he's disguised as a cult hideout and feed her a convincing story. Even if it looks a bit unrealistic, it doesn't matter. The entrance is hidden by a barrier that appears to have been raised by demons, and to the eyes of martial artists a barrier like that reads as heretical sorcery, the kind only occultists use. That's the key, because she has never managed to obtain any real information about the cult of the demonic spirit. So even if she suspects him, she has no choice except to take the bait. He turns and says, good morning, Inspector. May says she'll go to the place he mentioned, the one that supposedly connects to the cult, and Biggin thinks from here on he feeds her false information selectively. Step by step, he keeps her hunger for revenge alive, and pointed where he wants it. Out loud, he says, of course, Inspector. He'll take her, and in his head, quite clearly, he thinks that this is someone he can manipulate at will, which is where we have to talk about what actually happened between these two, because none of it took place in this century. A man was dying with his head on May's lap, clutching a swelling in his chest, and Biggin was hammering on a door and screaming at the monsters outside that, if they kept this up, the man was going to die. May said stop. It's too late. Then she closed his eyes. Afterwards the body was carried out and the two of them sat against the wall, and May said that now there were only the two of them left, and asked whether they were the last martial artists alive. Biggin said it was too early to say that. There might be other camps. There might be survivors somewhere. She closed her eyes and said quietly, what a terrible life. It would be better to just die on a battlefield. Then she asked whether he wanted to hear something genuinely funny, and told him this was far from the first time something like this had happened to her. He asked whether she meant while working in Morim. She said yes, the cult of the demonic spirit, and then said there was probably no point telling him, since he wouldn't understand anyway. He asked instead about the ability, the art of energy absorption. Was that a side effect of the experiments? She gathered energy in her palms and said yes, and that this was the first time she had ever told anyone. He said he found it interesting, because the ability worked even on those monsters, and he'd never imagined it came from something like that. Then he asked whether she ever got her revenge. She shook her head, or rather, she gave up. 10 years and she never found a single trace of the cult of the demonic spirit. Eventually she understood that it was an enormous organization and simply beyond her reach. Then she asked whether he knew why she volunteered for this war. He guessed the obvious thing. For their future. For the survival of martial artists. She looked at him and confirmed it, and then said what it actually was, while everyone else was desperately fighting to protect Murim from creatures out of another dimension, for their future and their survival. She was moving through it like someone who had already lost the will to live. She was too much of a coward to end it herself. So she joined the war looking for a place to die. She just never imagined the end would be this slow, in a place like this. And Biggin stepped closer and told her there was no need to give up, and she should stop acting as if it was already over, because they were both still alive. He was not going to die out here because his spirit broke. Didn't she understand how hard he had fought all this time? Treated like a cripple? With no internal energy at all? Now that things had gotten this bad, the only option left was to grit their teeth and survive. And if they could escape these monsters, no ifs, they would, and then they would hunt down the cult of the demonic spirit. Whoever they turned out to be, he would help her. Then he pointed a finger at her, completely calm, and asked how it looked now. Was there even a glimmer of hope in there? And May looked at him in surprise and asked what on earth he was talking about, since he was just a cripple who couldn't use his inner energy. In the present, Biggin is running through a forest with 300-year-old memories surfacing where he buried them. And it's obviously because he met her again. He grits his teeth and reminds himself there is no time for meaningless emotion. The important thing is securing May's position as a piece on the board. Even she doesn't yet understand her own ability, and that ability is one of the key conditions for beating Tarrant. He is not going to say sorry or please understand. He has come much too far to spend time on feelings like that. Meanwhile, May is standing by a tree with her arms folded, running her own checks, and she has already gone over the whole perimeter with special care and found no traps and nothing suspicious. Maybe he planted something at the location itself, and if not, maybe he really was taken by the cult of the demonic spirit once. She notes that he's arrived early, and that she isn't one for small talk, and a man appears behind her. She sees the hand coming toward her face, and that's all she sees. When May was small, she used to run through snow laughing, shouting about how cold it was. Her parents watched her do it. Her father laughed and said, "What a girl, she even likes weather like this." Her mother worried out loud that she'd hurt herself and told her to be careful. And then May tripped on a root under the snow and went down and burst into tears and said it hurt. Her mother came straight over and said, "See, mother told you," and held out both hands and asked if she could get up. And then a voice shouts at her to wake up. "You idiot!" Her eyes snap open. She's tied to a pole in the middle of a room. There's a man standing in front of her, and the memory that surfaces is Dokchen. The man says the words, "Celestial Maiden who takes souls." He's here to avenge his brother Dokchen, the one she killed, because Dokchen was the leader of the Black Reckoning gang, a group that did every filthy thing available: robbery, murder, kidnapping, slave trading. And May notes to herself that she never would have guessed the gang leader and his second-in-command were brothers. She relaxed too much. Normally she would never be in a situation like this. But ever since word of the demonic cult reached her, she stopped paying attention to her surroundings. Santak comes closer and says that when he was told she'd hurt his younger brother, he assumed she'd seduced him with that face, and he was surprised to learn her martial arts were genuinely advanced. That's exactly why so much blood got spilled. May sighs and asks how talkative he intends to be, and whether he also wants to have fun like his dead brother, and whether that isn't the whole reason he went to so much trouble to catch her. Santak laughs and says she understands, since obviously if he wanted her dead, she'd be dead already. Then he takes her by the hair and lays it out. If the rumors had been false, he'd have finished her with one stroke. He never imagined the celestial maiden who takes souls would turn out to be an ageless beauty, and he's looking forward to today. Then he reaches for the sword on his back and adds that first he'll cut off her hands, the ones she reportedly drains internal energy with. And after every one of his subordinates has had his turn, he'll kill her himself, slicing away every last piece of her skin, sparing neither bone nor flesh. Shouldn't he at least do that much, so his younger brother can rest peacefully? He levels the sword at her, and May sighs and asks whether this isn't too foul to even call revenge. Then she closes her eyes and thinks, damn it. She was certain she'd finally found the clue that would take her to those people, and instead she's going to die at the hands of animals. Although perhaps, for a mercenary who let herself get taken by the thrill of the fight, that's a fitting enough end. Santak swings. His subordinates start shouting at him to cut off her hand and get on with it. It's time for everyone to have fun. And before the one shouting can finish the sentence, his arm comes off. The room stops, and a man straightens up out of the middle of it. May says, in genuine confusion, "Instructor Begin." Then she looks at his face and stops talking because she has never seen an expression like that on anybody. One of the subordinates lunges at his back shouting, "Who is he, you idiot?" And Begin takes him by the throat with a movement nobody sees, closes his fingers, and lifts him off the floor. The man chokes. Veins stand out on his face. And Begin says through his teeth that they should know that, because of them, plans he nurtured for hundreds of years nearly collapsed. Then he uses a lightning strike, and what's left in his hand is a charred body. Somebody asks whether that was lightning. Santak, unable to contain himself, screams at the rest to stop standing there and finish him. They rush him. He makes one sharp movement and vanishes. And while a man is still asking where he went, Begin is behind him, with the energy already gathered, and an airstrike takes his head off. The next one gets his necklace severed at every bead, and then a blade through the neck. Then Begin activates his mana blade, and power rolls off him hard enough that the whole room scatters, and he goes through them in a zigzag, dropping one target after another, and the room fills with screaming and begging. May sits there with her mouth open, wondering whether this is genuinely the same man she met 2 days ago. Then she snaps out of it and shouts, "Watch out behind you." Santak has gone straight for his back, and swings and screams die, and the blade lands on the back of Bigin's neck, and stops, and spiderwebs with cracks. Santak stares at his own weapon and croaks something about a protective barrier, reinforced with chi. Begin turns around, activates stone skin, and puts a fist through his face hard enough to send him across the room. He hits the floor and convulses and tries to focus. Begin is already standing over him with a leg raised. He brings down a gravitational press and tells him coldly to die. Parasite. Santak gets as far as asking him to wait. Sometime later, Begin comes into the building through a hole in the roof, covered in blood, having eliminated everything, still moving, and somebody says his name behind him. He turns around, and May is standing there holding a dagger. She asks who he is. Begin takes a beat, then shouts, "Oh my God, Inspector May, how lucky that she's safe and sound." He was so worried when she wasn't at the meeting place that he went looking for her, and honestly, his stalking skills are pretty good, aren't they? He laughs. May does not lower the dagger, and looks him in the eye, and Begin sighs and internally concedes that he made a mistake. At this rate, the original plan, which was to control her with the information he collected before the regression, has failed. He never imagined somebody would attack her at this particular point in time. So now what? First of all, he cannot abandon her, and the reason isn't sentiment. May is the single most important element in the war against the Demon King, and there is no replacement for her. As someone who fought Tyrant personally, he can tell you that the most overwhelming thing that creature has is not raw power. It's a nullification barrier that voids every attack regardless of characteristics or form. If you cannot break that from the start, every other preparation you make is meaningless. And as far as he knows, exactly one being can remove it. Her ability, as she understands it, absorbs an opponent's internal energy on direct contact, and he's fairly sure that's all she thinks it does. The real essence of the skill is the ability to absorb and erase any concept at all. Naturally, to reach the level where she can strip Tyrant's barrier, she has to become dramatically stronger, quickly. So since the information has leaked, the efficient move is to subdue her here and force her. And May screams at him to stay back, and says that if he moves a finger she'll kill him. Biggin, and he stands there and doesn't move. Because he's remembering somebody screaming at him to open his eyes. He was dying on her lap, unable to make a word come out, his whole body shaking, just screaming. And above him, the monsters were discussing whether he was still alive, and observing that it must be pain that tears the entire body apart, and that his fortitude was genuinely astounding. But his death was only a matter of time, since humans aren't the kind of creature that can use magic. One asked whether they should really leave him to die like that. The other said it didn't care about him. They'd already extracted all the data available on the mutation, and he could become a threat if he survived, so better to throw it away now because all the energy they poured in had triggered rejection. May, listening to this, understood that they were going to kill him. He was screaming her name and shaking. She picked him up and said yes, it's her, and he begged her to kill him. She froze. He said he couldn't take it anymore, and she started crying and screaming at him to stop talking nonsense, because he gave her his word. They survive and they take revenge together, and he thought, no, not that. His consciousness was going. His body was coming apart faster and faster, and he died in front of her. And then he opened his eyes and asked what happened, because the streams of incompatible energy that had been at war inside him were simply gone, washed out. What the hell was happening? She said she was glad to see everything seemed okay with him. He asked how. May smiled and admitted frankly that she wasn't sure she could do it. He started coughing, and she told him not to waste his strength and just sit still, because a few seconds ago he was 1 foot in the grave. Ever since she discovered her power worked on those monsters, she'd realized she could absorb more than she thought, so she absorbed all of it somehow. The problem is that the energy was too alien, and she couldn't get rid of it afterwards. Maybe it would have worked, she said, if she'd unlocked the ability a little earlier. Biggin hit the floor screaming that she was a crazy woman, that this was not the time for idle chatter, that she was dying in his place. He screamed at her to tell him why she did it, and May said that he was the one who told her not to give up. And if he shouldn't be held to his own words, then he was calling her a stupid woman. She'd done it so that he could keep living. He never thought about that outcome. Not once. She told him to survive, and to please think of her from time to time. And in the present, Biggin looks into her eyes, exhales, throws down his sword and tells her to calm down. She isn't in danger. May asks whether he thinks she'll believe that. How did he know she was being held here? And were those strange martial arts, even martial arts, or innate abilities, and does he genuinely expect her to swallow this nonsense? Everything he told her about the demonic cult was a lie from the start, wasn't it? So answer the question. What is his true identity? After a long silence, Biggin tells her that if he answered that right now, she wouldn't believe a word of it. Instead, he'll tell her what he can do for her. She asks what. He raises one finger. First, he'll help her take revenge on the demonic cult. Second, he will make her martial arts and her absorption abilities stronger than they are. And third, he will take responsibility for protecting her from every threat along the way, exactly as he just did. In exchange, he asks for one thing, and one thing only, that she stay here, at his side. Nothing more. May stares at him and repeats the words stay by his side, and asks what nonsense this is, and whether he's offering to make her a concubine. He says no. He means exactly what he said. There will be difficulties, and if she keeps ending up in situations like this one, she will suddenly be dead. May starts shouting because now that the truth is out, he's apparently decided to say whatever comes into his head. And does he think she doesn't know what he's planning, which is to tame her step by step and remake her into whatever shape he wants? She tells the pervert to disappear into the mist because she would rather die. And Biggin asks whether she's sure, even if she takes that step, will everything be all right? Her parents will be very sad. May stops. Once two parents brought their child to an old man and asked whether something was wrong with her. He told them their daughter had no health problems at all, but that unfortunately this child was born with a very difficult and strange fate. The mother demanded to know why he'd say that. The old man asked whether they'd already named her. Not yet, said the father. So the old man told them please call her Solon, because names have power and with that one she'll survive even the harshest frosts. Years later, the girl herself said how stupid they were to believe something like that, and her father said of course they didn't believe fairy tales. They were simply worried about her and couldn't do otherwise. And her mother explained the rest. After they left the old man, they talked it over and decided that even though her real name had already been chosen in childhood, they'd call her by a sweeter one instead. That's why she has her nickname. Until the harsh winter comes, they hoped she would be an orchid glowing warmly in their arms. May was shouting at them not to say things like that. Her mother asked what, and she smiled and told them they didn't need to worry about anything, because whatever happens, she'll handle all of it. And then her parents are in front of her, dead and burning, and someone behind her asks whether this child is the one who possesses that rare nature. It's the old man. He asks whether her name is May Solon, and tells her that she was originally destined to live and die like a weed, so she should know she has been given the great honor of helping bring about the great resurrection. In the present, she has the tip of her sword at Biggin's face, and she is asking who he is, and how he could possibly know that. How does he know her name? Only her family ever knew that name. He tells her she wouldn't believe him if he explained, so he sees no point, and moves the blade aside with his hand. Then he turns and tells her everything he can about the current situation, and says the choice is hers. He walks to the door and finishes by saying that the promise he made earlier was not empty words, and he hopes she'll think it all through carefully before she gives him an answer. May watches him leave without understanding any of it, holding the sword, asking the empty room what the hell that was. Some time later, Phantom Shadow number 7 is sitting on Biggins' table in his mask, with his legs crossed, waiting up for him. And when the man finally walks in, he demands to know where the hell he's been in the middle of the night, and whether he even checked the work he was sent off to do the day before yesterday, since he ran around like an idiot, wasting an enormous amount of time on that assignment. Biggin turns and looks at him, and number 7 says that he can see he's very tired, so they'll talk later, and runs out of the room. Biggin watches him go, lies down on the bed, looks at the ceiling and thinks one word: curse. By morning, he's already resigned to how this goes. Naturally, she leaves. Even if she survived long enough to take revenge on the cult, he is far too suspicious and far too dangerous a person, so May will never trust him. If he were in her position, he'd withdraw and run his own investigation. What kind of idiot is he really? Is he going to wreck the entire plan over something that happened 200 years ago, before it's too late? He should chase her at any cost. Then somebody greets him from behind and he turns around in genuine fear. And it's May. She wishes him good morning, and comes over and apologizes for interrupting his class, and asks whether he could spare her a little time. While the students keep training in the lotus position behind them, May invites him to speak informally and holds out her hand. He gives her his hand, and she reports the result. There are no traces of internal energy anywhere in his blood vessels, so it's true. He genuinely cannot use it. Biggin asks whether that means she believes him. May says don't be ridiculous. He fed her an enormous quantity of nonsense, and he thought she'd simply swallow it. Their very first conversations were lies from start to finish. The innate abilities, the kidnapping by the demonic cult, all of it. Biggin says yes, that's right. He wanted her to investigate him. She calls him an idiot and says he got close to her from the beginning in order to use her. And she wants to know who he is, what his goals are, and how he knew about her past. And she would have gotten every one of those answers out of him, but he isn't the type to let his tongue slip. So she'll let him deceive her one more time. Biggin says honestly that he thought she'd simply leave. May says of course that's what she should have done, since nobody sane trusts a liar like that. She doesn't care about anything else. But whatever happens, he keeps his word about revenge on the demonic cult, and if that turns out to be a lie too, she kills him with her own hands. Biggin smiles and promises the revenge exactly as she wants it. May ignores that entirely, and says the actual thing. If it weren't for the phrase he dropped at the end, she wouldn't be here. She spent the whole night on it and still can't work it out. How does he know her nickname? That's a secret those freaks from the demonic cult never had. And Biggin looks at her and remembers something. She had one last request. Her parents gave her a middle name when she was small, and it was a happy period that didn't last very long. The name means radiant orchid, and doesn't that suit her current state perfectly? So please, let her remain in his memory as a beautiful thing, with everything that brings sadness and suffering erased. Biggin smiles and tells her again that she would never believe it. Somewhere else in the academy, a first-year student named Soso is introducing herself and explaining that she is currently facing the greatest crisis of her life, one that affects not only her but the fate of her entire class. She is being interrogated by other girls who inform her she's a block of ice and should stop stalling and answer honestly, because if she lies, she knows exactly what happens, and if she doesn't want half her body blown away, she should tell the truth. Soso is terrified. The one running. This is a first year from the Flying Dragon class named Danwa, known as the Golden Jade Leaf, descended from one of the most renowned families among the Orthodox. She tells Soso to hold nothing back, because if that class has done anything that could bring the academy into disrepute, she will absolutely take action, even if it means going to the family elders. And Soso knows what that means, because the academy receives enormous support from that noble house every year. So if bad news about her class reaches them, at worst half of it could simply cease to exist. But Instructor Biggin needn't worry. She'll prove her class's abilities. She'll protect them all from the noble family's evil hands. Cut to Soso training, moving fast enough that the ground gives way under her feet, shouting while she works through her forms. May watches her and says it wasn't bad. Her movement is clearly smoother than before, though it takes too much effort to turn, so she should try to avoid sharp turns. Because it's been about 2 weeks since Inspector May arrived, and Soso was initially nervous when she heard the woman was here to supervise their class, and after spending time with her, she's relieved to discover what a kind and gentle person she is. Elsewhere in this same building, that kind and gentle person recently drove a knife into the vice master's desk while discussing whose throat she might cut. Biggin calls a general assembly and announces that there's an important announcement, opens a piece of paper and declares that from today, this is the name of their class. The students read it and ask, special purpose class? What kind of weird name is that? It doesn't even sound cool. Biggin says they're the special purpose class, full stop, because there is something important to this class that no other student in the academy could ever achieve. Legion asks what the purpose is, and Biggin says it's to protect the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Soso's read on this man, which she delivers with total sincerity, is that despite his oddities, he is a remarkable and admirable master. He was originally famous for being completely unable to use internal energy, and then a month ago he shocked everybody by demonstrating incredible energy skills at a public event, passed the promotion exam almost immediately and became their instructor. People say it was some kind of coincidence. Sometimes she says, it feels like he became a completely different person. but ultimately it worked out well for the instructor and for them, so everything's fine. Mei, meanwhile, asks what kind of nonsense this is. He's gathered a group of students, he's forcing them to train like maniacs, and is this all some game to him? Biggin says he's serious, and asks whether she thinks protecting the martial arts world of the Central Plains is a joke. She asks whether he even has permission from the Academy's leadership to use that name. He smiles and says he supposes he should go and report it right away, and asks whether she'd like to come along and help him get permission. So notes watching this that when the two of them started they were extremely polite and formal with each other, and lately these petty arguments have been happening constantly. Is the inspector unhappy with the instructor? No, it's much more like a wall between them collapsed. What on earth happened between those two? At which point a girl bursts in and tells everyone to stop with the unnecessary talk, because who would be interested in the love story of two instructors? So asks what, and points out that they told her to tell them absolutely everything. So who exactly are they asking about? And the girls say the name Wukin. They don't care about the others. They want to know how Wukin is doing. So Throne asks why him, specifically. Wukin originally refused to transfer into their class, and now everyone knows that after an argument with the instructor, he decided to stay. And honestly, there isn't much to report about Wukin. Starting with the fact that he doesn't attend any of the training the rest of them are going through. The girl asks whether she's saying the instructor is neglecting him. So panics and says that's not true at all, and can't understand why she suddenly got angry. While the rest of them do basic training, she's seen him fight Instructor Biggin several times, and as far as she knows, Wukin is the only student in the class who has crossed swords with the man. Beyond that, he mostly stands motionless in front of a training dummy, and the instructor specifically warned them not to interfere with it. So no, he definitely isn't being neglected. The girl asks whether that means Wukin is completely satisfied with his situation. So says she wouldn't know, but he doesn't seem to have complaints. And Danhua goes red, announces that this was enough for today, and they'll meet again next time, and leaves on her own. So watches them go in confusion, and then starts celebrating, shouting that she protected the special purpose class. She learns later that Danhua and Wukin have been engaged since early childhood. Sometime later, night falls, and Phantom Shadow number 7 appears on a roof, and somebody tells him, it's been a long time. Number 1. It's Biggin, sitting there in the dark. Number 7 says it's amazing since he's using the most powerful concealment technique they have. And Biggin reminds him he already explained that their vaunted techniques don't work on him. More importantly, if the man came here personally, it means the task is complete. And number 1 produces a small jar. Biggin takes one look at what's moving inside it and stops joking, because that's the second point of the request he made. Inside is one of those terrifying monsters, in miniature. Number 1 reports it properly. The first condition, exact location unknown, most likely somewhere in the provinces in a sparsely populated region. The second condition, an environment transformed into a heterogeneous and bizarre shape. The request was to find a place matching both. He assumed it would be extremely difficult, given the search area. It took no time at all because the place is impossible to miss. He asks Biggin to tell him what it actually is, and Biggin looks at the bottle and says he wouldn't believe it anyway, but to put it simply, he saw a sign of disaster. Then he shatters the jar in his hand. The invasion arrives in 10 years, and looking back, the signs began long before it. 4 or 5 years out from the invasion, plants and animals nobody in the Central Plains had ever seen started turning up. 2 years out, mutated beasts began attacking people. 6 months out, people started dying of mysterious diseases nobody could explain. All of that was the demons. They disperse highly concentrated mana across the target world in advance, deliberately reshaping the environment into something that suits them and ruins everyone else. The tactic is called terraformation, and he learned about it later, once he was already their slave, which raises the obvious question about the places where the first and largest interdimensional gates opened in the Central Plains. During the invasion, an entire city was destroyed in a single day, and after that, the largest interdimensional gate ever recorded was breached there. Line the facts up, and the groundwork for that is already being laid right now. It was a hypothesis. Now there's proof in a jar, in his hand. The Central Plains are already being polluted, so he's gonna go and look at it himself and take countermeasures. Excellent work, number 1. As promised, the information will reach his subordinate in a few days, since compiling all of it takes a little time. Number 1 says his name and asks what his true nature is. What does he know? He's obviously hiding something. What does he want? Biggin says what he always says. Even if he told him now, he wouldn't believe it. There's no need to rush. When the time comes, he'll tell him everything, and even if the man begs him not to, he should wait for that moment. And now, isn't it about time he prepared to leave this damned academy? Meanwhile, Bukyun is sitting with Seyun, who asks whether the selection process for the Heavenly Martial Tournament is going well. Of course, says Bukyun. They're choosing the Academy's most outstanding students from the Flying Dragon class and the Camellia class. Seyun interrupts to ask whether Wukin is still refusing to participate. Bukyun approached him again recently to persuade him, and the boy claimed it would only get in the way of his training. These so-called young masters, says Bukyun, are all the same, and they shouldn't dwell on it too much, because the other candidates, while not as gifted as Wukin, still have considerable talent. Seyun says that either way, it is imperative the selection be carried out as strictly as possible, since this is the Academy's single most important event in the outside world. Here's what that means. The Heavenly Martial Tournament is organized by the Orthodox Alliance and brings together the 3 great academies: the White Martial Academy, the Heavenly Academy, and the Dragon Spring Academy. The best students from each turn up and test their skill against each other, and the results matter enormously because they determine how the academy is regarded everywhere outside its own walls. Bukyun points out, in a slightly trembling voice, that the right to select participants doesn't actually belong to them. It belongs to the acting head of the academy. And Se-yoon tells him to stop worrying about trifles, because they both know perfectly well that this particular sword maniac has absolutely no interest in outside events. He has spent the last 2 years in his closed training hall, and hasn't shown his face here once, so let him assume they've been given tacit permission to handle it themselves. At which point Biggin bursts into the office shouting for forgiveness, because these two are exactly the people he was looking for. Bukyun jumps up demanding to know what unheard of rudeness this is, and Biggin wishes them good morning and announces that as a senior instructor he has a very important message. He and his students will be participating in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Se-yoon slams his fist down and asks what kind of madman he is, and whether he genuinely believes anybody would allow that. Biggin asks why not. If he comes back victorious, doesn't that solve every problem the academy has? Se-yoon tells him to put aside the damned foolishness, because the Heavenly Martial Tournament is not a friendly exchange between warriors. It is a grand event attended by the highest-ranking martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance, and they cannot send a klutz like him. Biggin asks whether he thinks he's a klutz and offers to find out. Then he turns on Bukyun. Instructor Bukyun set up the selection process from the very start, didn't he? And does he genuinely believe in his heart that he's fit for that role? Bukyun asks what he means. Biggin replies that he's a man without real skill and without awareness, and before Bukyun can respond, adds that all he has is a pathetic sense of seniority, and that he is a fossil, and for the sake of the younger generation, why doesn't he step aside and leave this place to other people? Bukyun screams. Se-yoon tells Bukyun to control himself. Bukyun demands to know whether the academy leadership seriously expects them to endure humiliation like this. Se-yoon crouches down and asks why he's letting himself be provoked by a misunderstanding, and Biggin mutters loudly enough how shameful, and says that all this time he believed a martial artist's worth was determined by their skill, and now he sees that some people simply prefer to make excuses. Bukyun tells him to shut up and step outside, or he'll punch him in the face. Se-yoon yells at him to calm down, and Biggin smiles and thinks quietly that this is exactly the answer he wanted. Because here's the plan. If he publicly defeats Bukyun, Se-yoon is disgraced, and with a little more pressure after that, he takes over as the overseer of the Heavenly Martial Tournament. The tournament is held at the White Martial Academy in Shaanxi. It takes about a month to get there from the Dragon Spring Academy, and if the route deviates slightly, it passes directly through the place where number 1 found the demonic zone. Obviously, if all he wanted was to verify the facts, he could go alone and get there far faster. That isn't the only goal. And if Se-yoon keeps obstructing him even after Bukyun goes down, then Biggin produces evidence of every corrupt thing the man has ever been involved in. Then he freezes, because there is dark power on him. Bukyun asks what they're waiting for, says he accepts the challenge, and starts to say that today he definitely will, and doesn't finish, because everybody in the room has gone still and turned around. Bukyun asks in a shaking voice what he's doing. Biggin starts breathing hard, and he is genuinely frightened, and the man in front of him remarks that he hasn't been here in a while, and has overheard a rather amusing conversation. Everybody freezes on sight. The man asks whether somebody just said a martial artist's worth is determined by his skills. A true martial artist ought to have that kind of fortitude. He's exactly what the young man says. He likes him. Se-yoon and Bukyun are frozen in horror, and Pilji smiles and says it's been a while, and asks how they've both been. This is the senior sword instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy, the dark shadow of the divine sword, Pilji. Se-yoon asks what brings him here today, and Pilji asks what kind of question that is, and whether he's saying there's a place in this academy he can't go. Se-yoon says of course not, and Biggin standing there is asking himself what the hell this man is doing here. Pilji tells everyone to relax. He's joking, no need for the frightened eyes, because this man has no interest in teaching anybody anything. He is obsessed exclusively with honing his own martial art, and he is the most sincere martial arts fanatic alive. And one thing Biggin can say with certainty is that of every martial artist he has encountered since the regression, this is the strongest. Pilji explains that he went out for some fresh air, and then decided to check on some interesting rumors going around the academy. They were discussing the Heavenly Martial Tournament, weren't they? Se-yoon starts to say yes, or rather, to be precise, and gets cut off by Pilji observing that somebody appeared at the door and started making demands. Biggin smirks. Pilji walks over to him and asks whether he intends to represent the academy at the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Biggin says yes, and not just as team leader. He wants to personally select the students who go. Se-yoon dismisses that as complete nonsense. Pilji chuckles at how bold it is, and asks whether he's saying his students are stronger than the best students at this academy. Biggin says that is exactly what he's saying, and Pilji smiles and points out that it hasn't even been a month since he became a senior instructor, and that under those circumstances insisting on participating in an official event like this one is unreasonable. Bukyun immediately shouts that he's absolutely right, and Pilji claps his hands and says, okay, that's what they'll do. They'll hold a public martial arts competition to determine the representatives. The candidates originally selected for the Heavenly Martial Tournament will fight the ones Biggin nominated, and that settles who's stronger. Is that a reasonable suggestion, Instructor Biggin? Because if he's confident enough to field them as academy representatives, they must be outstanding talents. A while later, the students are shouting. Legion wants to know what kind of sudden martial arts competition this is, especially one that's supposed to be a selection process where the opponents are the academy representatives. Biggin scratches his head and says that somehow things turned out this way. Lee Jun keeps going and demands to know what a heavenly martial tournament even is, since he's trained here for ages and never once considered it, and what exactly is the man doing that he's earned the honor of not asking anybody's opinion. Biggin says what a bunch of ungrateful brats. He's giving them a chance to broaden their horizons, and all he gets back is reproach. At which point Mei walks in and points out that this is far from the first time he's done something without consulting anybody, and she'd like to hear the reason he suddenly decided to enter a tournament. Biggin shouts that obviously he wants his glorious cadets to escape this shithole and see the wonderful vast world. Mei asks whether he just said shithole about the academy where they both teach. Biggin shouts that they memorize their training by heart and fight without feeling anything, and he's trying to get them out of a substandard education system, and doesn't finish, because Wukin says enough with the nonsense and asks whether there's a match schedule yet. Biggin, wounded, says no feeling really, and of course there is, he picked it up on the way here. Then he reads it out, and the class starts falling apart in real time. First Jiryang, first year of the special purpose class. His opponent is Chojin, first year, of the Wild Tiger class. Jiryang hears the name and clutches his head and says the word curse. Biggin asks whether he's familiar with him, and Muntak explains that the two of them were in the same class originally, and the process is difficult to describe, but no matter how many times Jiryang challenged him, he suffered a crushing defeat. Jiryang objects that it wasn't so bad as to use the word crushing. Muntak says he couldn't win anyway. Biggin agrees that this is true and adds that since he's already been beaten, he may as well try to snatch a victory, the fool. Next, Muntak. His opponent is Danhua, first year of the Flying Dragon class. Muntak also produces tears and also grabs his head and announces he is finished. Biggin asks who she is, since the name sounds familiar, and Mei explains that Danhua is the eldest daughter of a noble family whose members stand alongside many great martial artists, and that she briefly came by when the transfers were announced. Biggin asks whether that's the impudent girl who refused to study with them, then says he doesn't particularly care. Soso raises her hand and tells the instructor not to worry, because Danhua is her friend, and if she talks to her the problem can be solved. Biggin says okay, let her try, and then names Soso's own opponent, which is Huan Qi, second year of the White Tiger class. Soso says she knows him, the eldest son of a man famous across the continent, and adds that he's related to Instructor Bukyun. Biggin says yes, the resemblance is striking. Next, Wukin against Lee Bigham, third year of the Flying Dragon class. And Wukin goes very still, and every boy in the room turns to look at him without saying anything. Biggin asks what that reaction is supposed to be. Lee Jun asks whether he genuinely doesn't know Lee Bigham, since he's a famous senior, the best student in the entire third year. Biggin asks who said he didn't know him, and asks what that has to do with everybody tiptoeing. And the answer is that Lee Bigham is deputy master of the Lotus Sword Hall, and the Lotus Sword Hall was founded by a branch of Wukin's own clan. In other words, they do not get along. Biggin asks whether that means he's stronger than Wukin. Wukin smiles and says he doesn't know for certain right now. Biggin chuckles and says that's quite enough. And lastly, Lee Jun. His opponent is his old classmate from Camellia, Boyek. Lee Jun goes blank and asks whether he's serious. Biggin says no, it's the same Boyek who was acting silly and ended up on the floor. And apparently he'd been insistently asking to be paired with him. Lee Jun starts shaking and says the word monster, and the whole class starts saying the same thing. This is obviously a setup, and they are about to be humiliated in front of the entire academy. So Biggin gathers them up and tells them not to worry about the other students, and asks whether they really believe their mentor would stand there silently and watch them be made fools of. However, they should remember one thing. No pain, no gain. There's exactly 1 week until the competition, so they'll need to put in a little more effort than usual. Muntak says he doesn't really care about winning anymore. He's happy with everything as is. Biggin says he isn't particularly interested in his opinion. A moment later, the class is training with genuinely absurd weights and screaming, and Biggin announces that next week the intensity of their basic training will be tripled, since this is special limited time training. They scream louder. Soso comes over and asks what about her, Instructor, and Biggin says her training will be handled by an outstanding, beautiful, magnificent, genuine master, and points at Mei, who stands there stunned and says she didn't sign up for this. Soso is delighted. Wukin says he'll train alone as always, and Biggin waves and says he believes in him. Then Lee Jun comes over and asks whether he needs some special training too. Biggin says no. Keep practicing the breathing technique. Lee Jun objects that surely in this situation, it's time to be taught something new. Biggin asks how many times he has to repeat it, since this is the only way for him to get stronger as fast as possible. Lee Jun keeps resisting, and Biggin asks why he's so stubborn today, and whether it's because Boyek is the opponent, and tells him to stop being scared for no reason, because he's the one who managed to beat even Wukin. Lee Jun watches his back and doesn't answer, and Biggin leaving tells him to keep an eye on Inspector May's idiots from time to time, at which point May demands to know what on earth he's doing and where he's going in the middle of class. He says he urgently needs to stop somewhere, and if anybody looks for him, she'll think of something. Then he steps into a magical portal and is gone before she can stop him, and May stands there thinking what a bastard he is, having asked her to stay close purely so he could wind her around his fingers. Soso, cheerful, asks the inspector what training they'll start with. That night, Lee Jun sits alone with a light in his hands, telling himself to stop shaking for no reason, since he's the one who removed even Wukin. Then he stops and thinks, no, That isn't it? Because now it's perfectly clear to him. The reason he beat Wukin in that duel is that his instructor showed him the complete technique beforehand. If they clashed again, he'd never manage it. His internal energy has clearly increased compared to before, and his growth is gradually slowing. And in a week he fights Boyac in front of everyone. Is this training going to be enough? Then he glances at the door, opens it, and asks who's training at this hour. And it's Boyac, working strikes into training equipment in the dark with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. Legion ducks back behind the wall and clamps his own mouth shut, wondering whether he's imagining things, and why that man is training this late. Boyac comes out. He calls Legion a little idiot and asks whether he thinks he can yell in the middle of the night, like he's done something remarkable, or whether he's secretly watching other people's training. Legion asks, shaking, what he's doing there so late. Boyac asks what he's mumbling and whether he thinks he isn't even allowed to train anymore. And Legion, still shaking, says the thing that's actually strange. When they were in the same class, Boyac never once did any personal training. Boyac says everybody has clearly been looking at him wrong, and now he's being contradicted as well, and it seems he's gotten very comfortable in that new place away from him. Then he raises a hand. Legion covers his face with both arms, and Boyac looks at him and says nothing and lowers his hand and decides against it, because beating him unconscious is pointless. He tells him to disappear into the mist because in a week he'll crush him into a pulp in front of everyone. And he walks off. Legion stands there terrified, and works out that Boyac just walked away. Was that really Boyac? He doesn't know why, and he's glad. Then he exhales, and realizes he's relieved that Boyac didn't beat him. And his hands start shaking for a different reason, because no, that isn't right at all. That is completely outrageous. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a boy is being destroyed on a training field and asked whether this is some kind of joke. The one on the ground is Jerry Yang. The one standing is Chojin, who says he thought he'd mastered a great martial art simply because he challenged him to a duel, and that he couldn't help but look at himself with pity in that moment. Jerry Yang shields himself and gets told that a moment ago he attacked as though he meant to kill, and yet the scene makes it look as though Chojin is the villain here, right? And what exactly did he expect to achieve with abilities like those? Jerry Yang looks at him with fury and gets asked what he's staring at. Is he angry because his family was insulted? Is that the reason? The people watching are saying to each other that his origins revealed his true nature in the end. And did he really expect to fight him on equal terms? And Chojin asks what he could possibly change, since everything he said turned out to be true, and he and his family are worthless. Jerry Yang grabs his weapon and tells him to shut up and comes at him fast. Chojin says he's an idiot, and that if he didn't want to take blow after blow, he should have kept his mouth shut, and puts a fist through his face. Jerry Yang goes down with blood on his face, while his opponent screams that he's a disgrace to the Orthodox Alliance. Then Jerry Yang wakes up because it was a dream, and Muntak is shaking him and asking what happened. He fainted during training and overexerted himself. Jerry Yang says, so that's what happened, curse it. Muntak says this whole thing is nonsense, and asks why they have to keep training like this for another 6 days, and whether the man is trying to kill them. Jerry Yang asks, incidentally, where Biggin is, and warns him not to say he's off enjoying himself somewhere while they go through hell. A club hits him in the face. Biggin is standing there and says he's actually right here, you shameless student. Jerry Yang jumps up holding his face. Biggin observes that judging by the state of them, they've completed all the exercises he set, and adds that strictly speaking, insulting a teacher and bringing shame on the clan is a punishable offense, but since they worked hard, he'll overlook it. Jerry Yang asks what the hell he means by bringing shame on the clan, when they aren't even in the same clan. He gets hit again. Muntak asks where he's been, since the inspector was looking for him everywhere. Biggin asks whether he genuinely thinks he'd waste time on amusements. He has a great deal to do. And anyway, isn't it about time they started individual training for the public matches? Muntak asks what he just said, and whether there is somehow more training left, since they've already been on some bizarre schedule, and now there's another load on top. Biggin says that's how it should be, and asks whether they really believe they can beat those opponents on basic training alone. Muntak says, of course it's impossible, and that there's no way to get results like that in 1 week, and points out the obvious. Their skills are average, and they cannot eliminate people like Chojin and Donghua. He asks the man to think about it honestly and tell them whether all this training would really let them win. And Biggin says no, he won't lie. Whatever they do this week, the chance of victory is extremely small. Muntak grabs his head and says he thought so. Jerry Yang asks what the point of any of the training was. Then, and Biggin says that if they can endure everything he gives them for 1 week, then at minimum, they avoid a humiliating defeat in front of everybody. Muntak asks whether those words are supposed to motivate them, and says he doesn't care. He's leaving. He doesn't care about the tournament, and the man can throw him out of the class or beat him up, but he isn't staying. Biggin smiles and asks himself whether he should pull the boy's guts out. Then he tells himself no, he has to control himself. He's different now. His past self points out that he only has to say the word. And at that moment, Jerry Yang comes over and says that the phrase about avoiding a humiliating defeat means that if he endures the 6 days of training, he'll be able to fight that freak properly. Biggin asks what's going on, because honestly, he expected Jerry Yang to be the first one arguing. Jerry Yang lowers his head and says that of course the training is killing him too. But unlike Muntak, he has a reason to continue. He has to take revenge on Chojin, whatever it costs. And now he assumes he'll be told he can't be taught with goals as twisted as that, but the instructor isn't going to lecture him, is he? Biggin says no way. That's a perfect answer and it earns him extra points. Sometime later, Wookin is training alone and a young man walks up and says he thought he wasn't interested in tournaments. Wookin stops and looks away. Lee Bigim asks why he suddenly became interested in the heavenly tournament. Young Master Wookin. Wookin asks whether he really came at this hour to discuss that, and says they haven't met face to face in a long time, and he hopes he's been well. Lee Bigim tells him to keep the useless greetings, since they were never close enough for that, and asks him to explain himself. Why did he make such a fuss about wanting to participate? Wookin says there's been a misunderstanding, because it wasn't him. The instructor supervising their class made the decision at his own discretion. Lee Bigim asks whether that's the only excuse he could come up with, and why he can't be honest, and suggests he simply admit he's seething at being replaced and belatedly gave in to greed, because wherever he is he can't sleep peacefully until he's proved he's the best, being a young master of an orthodox family. Wookin says he still hasn't outgrown the habit of building assumptions on his own misconceptions, and then jumping to conclusions. He won't stop him. It's time for him to go home. And Lee Bigim draws his sword and lays it on Wookin's shoulder and tells him not to make mistakes. Wookin stops. Lee Bigim says that the reason he's tolerated the disdain until now is respect for his family, but if he's being provoked like this, that's a completely different story. And if Wookin thinks he can save face in public, he's badly mistaken. He apparently believes things will be easy for him because Lee Bigim belongs to a collateral branch. Wookin stays silent, and then asks the elder a question. What was his purpose in entering the academy to learn martial arts? Lee Bigim answers immediately because he's clearly been waiting years to say it, to prove to the world a truth that ignorant people refuse to acknowledge. That the skill of warriors who never rest on their laurels and constantly develop surpasses that of a family weighed down by its noble name and its worldly concerns. Wookin says what a relief, that their thoughts coincide on at least one point. Lee Bigim asks what, and Wookin says that he should add one thing, which he means kindly. Don't draw a sword unless you intend to strike with it. Actions like that only tarnish the family's reputation. Then he steps aside, says they'll see each other at the public competition and leaves, and Lee Bigim, enraged, drives his sword into the ground hard enough to shatter several rocks and calls him an insolent brat while he walks away. The next day, Lee Jun leaves his room remembering Boyek telling him to hide from view, because in a week he'll be crushed in front of everyone. And what stays with him is that the man trains alone until late at night, and said that with complete seriousness. He is preparing. Then Lee Jun looks sideways and sees Jiryang. Jiryang is holding a stance with everything he has, breathing in ragged pulls, with dark red energy coming off him, and the veins standing out all over his body, gritting his teeth and enduring it. Lee Jun comes closer and asks whether today's training is different from yesterday's, and gets told not to disturb him. So he turns to Muntak and asks what that is. Muntak asks whether he can't see, since he's on a short break from this damn special training. Lee Jun says he certainly isn't going to lecture him, but is he sure that's fine? Because if Instructor Bigin sees him, it'll be bad. And Muntak says he isn't coming today, because he heard the man spent all night teaching that strange stance, and then left the academy early in the morning. Lee Jun stops and asks whether he means he spent the entire night teaching a new technique. To both of them. No, says Muntak. He didn't take part. Only that bastard Jiryang. He was so exhausted he didn't even want to eat, so he went to bed. And Muntak remembers asking the instructor for help, and not understanding the answer. The man says he has nothing to teach, and then trains with Jiryang all night long. He gets angry, and decides that in that case he'll simply keep doing the breathing technique the instructor told him to do, and then fight Boyek in front of everybody. This is not good enough. Elsewhere, Soso finishes for the day and thanks Mei, who tells her she worked very hard and should go and rest. And Mei notes that Bigin is still nowhere to be found, and that thanks to him she has been teaching children all day. Then she looks at the sunset, and thinks that she hasn't felt this light in a long time, and that although being a teacher is clearly not her calling, she's doing well at it. She also realizes that between the two of them she never checked on the others today. So she goes down to another training field and finds Lee Jun grinding himself into the ground. She asks his name, and he turns around surprised, and she asks what he's doing there, since he was told to meditate until the day of the competition. He says that last night, Instructor Bigin told him to start practicing swordsmanship from today. Mei says really? Really? And if he was here, why on earth didn't he come and speak to her? Then she tells him not to stay up too late. Lee Jun says okay, Inspector, picks up a stick and keeps going. That night, Wookin sets his sword against a tree and starts, and makes an enormous number of cuts, and reduces the tree to pieces. Then he looks ahead and breathes out, and Bigin is standing in front of him asking whether there's been progress. Wookin says no, he still has a long way to go before the result he wants. But even in this state, he's confident he won't lose. Bigin is delighted, and thinks what a brat. He acts so important, and it's completely unlike him. Then he proposes a test, which is finding out which of the two of them still has their fighting spirit a week from now. Meanwhile, Muntak is lying on the ground resting, and Jiryang is still training. And when Bigin comes over, he says something about it. His opponent in the duel is also the target of his revenge. That's hardly a coincidence. Could he hear the story? Jiryang holds his head and doesn't know where to start. When they ended up in the same class, they weren't enemies. He was the heir of one of the most famous clans, and Jiryang came from a small, insignificant military clan, so there was neither reason nor desire to get involved with him. Unfortunately, that freak knew about the lineage Jiryang had carefully concealed, and would not leave it alone. He called him over, and Jiryang turned around and asked what he wanted, and Chojin asked loudly whether everyone had heard that this one comes from the unorthodox forces, and whether every little runt like that ends up at the Dragon Spring Academy now. Everybody started discussing whether he was walking the dark path, whether he was genuinely one of the unorthodox, and Jiryang said he didn't know how the information got out. It was true that his father had once been a master of unorthodox martial arts, but he abandoned that path and received permission from the orthodox and set out on the correct path himself, long before Jiryang was born. Then he told him to watch his mouth, and Chojin slapped him across the face and told him to shut up, "You filthy half-breed," and asked how he dared open his stinking mouth. A traitor who abandoned his own faction and crawled into the Orthodox alliance and then dared to have a child. It's disgusting. He's sickened by his father too. Jiryang attacked him with a club, and the thing he should never have ignored was that this freak's skills genuinely matched his lineage. After that humiliation, he challenged him again and again, and never once touched a hair on his head. Then he was transferred and ended up in the special purpose class. There's a silence, and Biggin asks, "So what next?" Jiryang says that's it, and Biggin says no, and asks whether he ever sent assassins after him, or maybe snuck into his room to attack him personally. None of that happened. Jiryang starts screaming that this is the raving of a madman, and Biggin calls him a brat and hits him on the head. Jiryang holds his skull and says it hurts, and Biggin says that he looked at him with that sparkling, completely serious gaze, so he listened, and he never imagined they'd be discussing something this stupid and childish. He's disappointed. The boy needs to train his fundamentals more intensively. Jiryang holds his head with shaking hands and mutters the word curse. He says the instructor may think it's a petty squabble, but he will never forgive that man. He insulted not only him but his parents, so how could he silently tolerate it? Not him. That freak doesn't know what it meant for his father to turn away from the unorthodox path. Let them just wait. One day he'll defeat him, whatever it costs, and Biggin grins and asks, whatever the cost, then turns sharply and attacks him, and asks, so, he's willing to do anything? Seriously? Jiryang, shaking, asks whether he's serious, and Biggin smiles and says that even if the story wasn't particularly interesting, he genuinely deserves praise and confirms it, because unlike Legion, who lost heart under an endless string of defeats, this one isn't giving up. Jiryang asks what that means. Biggin says good, he passed his trials, so he'll help him. He creates a ball of magic in his hand and explains that he'd planned to hand this over a little later, but in short, right now he's going to transfer it into his middle core. Jiryang asks what the hell that is. Biggin says that even if he explained he wouldn't understand, so he should simply know that this type of energy is completely different from the energy of ordinary martial artists. The clot will resist. It will rage. It will try to leave his body rather than merge with the core. His task is to master the method Biggin is about to teach him and suppress and harmonize that energy before the duel. And one thing is certain. If he succeeds, he becomes stronger than he is. Jiryang asks what happens otherwise. Biggin thinks about it and says his head could swell and explode. Jiryang screams, and Biggin says he's joking, and asks whether he really thinks he'd recklessly shove something like that into somebody's body. Jiryang asks how he can make jokes about a person's life, and Biggin says that if something goes wrong, he'll feel pain so excruciating that he may want to die on the spot. So, is he still willing? That's how it happened. 18 hours a day, focused on nothing but suppressing and absorbing that energy, and 5 days went past. At the start, it felt like his chest was bursting with agony. He gritted his teeth and repeated the internal method Biggin taught him until he was completely calm. Then he exhales, looks at his own hands, and asks whether he succeeded. He doesn't feel like much has changed since he started. He'd like to ask the man about it, except the man hasn't shown his face for several days. Where the hell is he? Damn it, he hopes Biggin hasn't tricked him. Meanwhile, Biggin is holding something with enormous power in it, lifting a magic item, letting out a long breath of relief, and asking whether the preparations are complete yet. The next day, everybody is on the battlefield, Pilji is smiling in the stands, and the public qualifying match for the Heavenly Martial Tournament is declared open. The crowd is enjoying itself. People point out that a selection for the Heavenly Martial Tournament has never been decided by duels before, and a girl observes that thanks to this, nobody has to train all day today. The men are discussing the special purpose class, and whether anyone could seriously consider them worthy opponents. A boy asks whether this is a joke, since he came to watch these scum get taught a lesson. Somebody points out that you never know, and asks whether they've forgotten how Li Jun beat Wuken last time, and that this same Wuken is now in that class. And he gets told he understands nothing, because no matter how brilliant a student Li Jun is, he has a great deal of growing to do before he reaches Wuken. And besides, Li Bigham isn't the only one on the other side. There's Danhua, Chojin and Boyek, all from noble families. However much effort people put into their struggle, they never get over the wall of innate talent. Bukyun walks onto the field, looks around, and agrees with all of it, because the candidates he selected are the best talents in the academy, and it would obviously have been ideal if Wuken were among them. But even so, his people will not lose to those brats. Today that arrogant one learns his place. And then Biggin comes over and observes that he has an incredibly satisfied expression on his face. Bukyun turns around, and Biggin wonders aloud how to describe it, and settles on the impression that he's already celebrating. Bukyun's veins come up. He asks whether he's heard right that Biggin has been diligently training his cadets all week. Biggin says that even slightly training children as useless as those requires at least that much effort. Bukyun corrects him and says they shouldn't be called useless, they should be called pathetic. Biggin turns around and asks, "What?" And Bukyun says that thanks to their stupid instructor they've endured all sorts of hardship, and now they're going to be humiliated in front of the whole academy. So Biggin smiles and says he's still holding a grudge from that day, and asks how long he intends to dwell on trifles. Then he points at something and remarks that he's never seen that sword in his sheath before. And Bukyun draws it, because he has been dying for somebody to ask. He says at least the man has an eye for good swords. This one was forged especially for him, to carry to the Heavenly Martial Tournament with his cadets. It's called the Violet Dawn Sword. He commissioned it from the best forge in the province and paid 200 silver Nang for it. It cuts through stone with ease and bends barely a millimeter, and its strength is unmatched. But most importantly, look at that blade. A masterpiece. And Biggin is looking at it and thinking that stripped of the unnecessary decoration, the sword itself is genuinely good, and that the shape and the balance point are strikingly close to the sword he used before the regression. That may just be coincidence from when he was a commander of the demon army. Or it may be worth taking since it could come in handy later. So he asks Instructor Bukyun how he'd feel about making the viewing more interesting. Bukyun looks at him, and Biggin proposes a bet on the final result. Bukyun asks why he'd suddenly bring that up, since they're both confident their students win anyway, and they never did settle their grievances last time. So how about this? Depending on the result, the loser satisfies the winner's demand. No refusals permitted. Bukyun laughs and asks whether he's forgotten that Bukyun himself organized the qualifying competition a week ago. Biggin says of course he remembers, and that this whole event exists because of his own unilateral actions, so the original candidates deserve a fair trial. Bukyun confirms that's exactly what he said, and accepts the bet. Biggin is genuinely surprised at how fast that went, and concludes the man must want something desperately. Bukyun laughs and says revealing his answer now would ruin the fun, so he won't show his cards. And privately he's thinking, pitiful fool. Does he really believe Bukyun can't tell what he wants? The moment he was shown that sword, his eyes gave him away. He wants the Violet Dawn sword. He didn't expect the man to be this shameless and greedy. No, on the contrary, he should thank him for the greed, because what Bukyun will demand after victory is Biggin's voluntary resignation from the Dragon Spring Academy. Then that vile class gets disbanded, the Wukin he stole goes back where he belongs, and most importantly, a rookie like him never dares challenge Bukyun again. Biggin says it's a deal. Bets are placed and cannot be taken back. Then the host calls the crowd to attention, and it's Pilji. He explains that in the past, academy representatives were chosen purely at the discretion of the instructors, and that one of the youngest instructors challenged that method. Pilji accepted his proposal, so today, instead of automatic selection, the original candidates face the new challengers and the winners go. The duels are one-on-one. 3 victories out of 5 wins it. Surrender or unconsciousness gives the win to the opponent. And they should all keep in mind that if there is a clear attempt to kill, the cadet responsible will be declared the loser. Let the first match begin. First into the arena are Jeryang, first year of the Special Purpose class, and Chojin, first year of the Wild Tiger class. They stand facing each other, and Muntak, watching, thinks what an idiot he is for worrying about nothing. Chojin addresses Jeryang as if he were a piece of filth, and mentions he heard a funny rumor that he's been training like a lunatic for a week. That isn't true, is it? And surely he doesn't seriously think he can win, cockroach. He still hasn't worked out his place, and he's already forgotten how many times he's rolled face first through the mud. Jeryang says he remembers all of it perfectly. Then he pushes off the ground and comes at him and says it was exactly 8 times. He swings, Chojin flows around it and punches him in the face, and asks whether he's sure about this, idiot. Muntak grabs his own head and says the word curse, because nothing has changed and this was the obvious outcome. He knows these two have fought several times and every one of them was a crushing win for Chojin, and after that many matches the gap only widens. And it isn't only Chojin, because these competitions are built on optimal pairing for every opponent and every position was carefully considered. With the experience and knowledge of a real instructor, which a novice like Biggin doesn't have, this was always going to end in defeat and humiliation. And thanks to his foolish bet, he's courting disaster on top of it. He got blinded by greed and gambled on the students, so now he has to accept the consequences. Biggin says he doesn't know about that. And at that exact moment, Jeryang punches Chojin hard enough to send him flying, with his face twisting on the way. Bukyun's mouth opens. Biggin asks what he was saying, and asks whether a bet isn't more than just a predetermined outcome. In the arena, Chojin gets angry that this brat hit him. Jeryang is delighted and lets out a small laugh. Chojin sees the laugh and pounces, and Jeryang goes flying and lands on his teeth, and Chojin screams at him that he's a lowly plebeian and how dare he mock him. Then he beats him from every angle he can reach. And Jeryang gets back up. Muntak screams that this is a curse, that he finally landed one hit, and now he's being beaten one-sidedly again, and asks whether that punch only landed because Chojin dropped his guard for a second. And Wukin standing next to him says, of course he was careless. Muntak turns around, surprised the man came over at all. Wukin continues and it's the actual analysis. In every one of their previous fights, Chojin was never particularly focused. That fool always boasted that he'd never let a single blow connect in any of his matches with Jiryang. Muntak says that's exactly like him, the vile bastard. And yet, despite the rotten personality, he's a genius born into a prestigious martial clan. So did he really believe Chojin would carelessly allow somebody he's beaten 8 times to land a hit that clean? Muntak asks whether he means it wasn't a mistake. The conclusion is unavoidable. Something has changed in Jiryang. Jiryang hits Chojin again and stops and tries to get his breath back. Here's who he's fighting. The White Tiger School is one of the most ancient and prestigious schools there is, with over 100 members, and Chojin is the only son of its headmaster and considered the most talented man in the region. He has mastered every technique this school has. He has been raised on countless elixirs and blessed tonics. He is a chosen genius among geniuses. His art is the heavenly art of the sun and moonbeam. First tactic, heavenly radiance. Heavenly cloud, and the movement art, 18 dashing steps. Sixth tactic, heavenly radiant sword art, the flash of heavenly thunder. He uses all of it on Jiryang while thinking that no matter how careless he was, he cannot believe he disgraced himself here, and that now he'll put everything into it and crush this piece of trash without letting him take one breath. He aims properly. Jiryang takes blow after blow. Chojin decides this is the only way to redeem himself and goes to the 9th tactic, and light blooms around his feet, and Jiryang is thrown across the arena with enormous force and lands and does not move. Chojin looks at the body in silence, then smiles and says that's the end, a waste of time, and admits he didn't expect the worthless brat to cause this much trouble. And Jiryang gets up and asks whether that's the end. He's been acting like a stray dog this whole time, and now he's tired and wants to run away. Is that it? Because Jiryang isn't done. He points his sword again. Chojin asks what. That was his strongest strike. It grazed him and he's still standing. Jiryang shouts at him not to strain himself because he'll come to him. Chojin blurts out that he's a dumb idiot who certainly trained his endurance well and should know his place, and hits him again and puts him on the floor again. And Jiryang gets up and runs back at him and tells him he's been catching his blows this whole time, and he understands now they're quite good. Chojin tries to dodge and can't work out what's happening, because the sword movements have changed. And then a thought arrives that he genuinely does not want. This idiot has been accumulating energy while taking blow after blow. Has he lost his mind? And then Chojin is being chased around the field by a boy he's beaten 8 times, and he's terrified, and he cannot understand what this freak did in 1 week. The stands go up. People say this can't be happening, that they can't believe their eyes, that Chojin is being pressed. Bukyun screams to knock him out right now, and Biggin, watching, notes that Jiryang has fully mastered the process and that frankly he's far better at it than expected. Here's what was actually done to him. Ever since Biggin confirmed that time regression existed, back when he was a Legion commander, he began planning every possible method of killing demons after his return. Over 65 years, hundreds and then thousands of tactics against the demon race were studied and developed, and a great many of them were shelved for practical reasons. This is one of the abandoned projects. It involves forcing mana into the body of a martial artist and making the body adapt to it. It's a simplified version of the modification experiments performed on him by the demons. Compared to back then, the amount of mana used here is very small, because mana is the energy of another world, and no matter how much he refines the method, the side effects can never be entirely removed. He himself was flat on his back for several days after reinfusing it following the regression, and Jiryang, that crazy boy, endured the entire process that took Biggin so long and consolidated the power into his middle core. The results are visible. Strength, reflexes, and circulation improved. The middle core especially, endurance, cardiopulmonary capacity, and recovery, all significantly up. Chojin is trying to recover from a string of attacks and cannot decide what to do, and wonders how long this man intends to keep swinging. Then he screams with satisfaction, and uses the celestial art of the shining sword of the sun and moon, 7th thunder tactic, cloud chase, and tells the thick-headed freak to simply fall down and stay there. For a man who has won every duel of his life on raw superiority, this is a nightmare arriving in real time. And Jiryang catches his arm and tells him he's caught. Then he throws him. Chojin screams and rolls several times and lands face down and starts coughing. Jiryang walks over and asks what he's doing, stretching out his paws over something this trivial, the genius of the White Tiger School. Chojin, furious and out of words, screams at him to shut up, calls him a coward with no sense of honor, and says that if this had been a real sword fight, he'd have slit his throat long ago. Jiryang says yes, he's right about that, but what can he do? This is a duel without blades. Then he swings, and Chojin screams and turns too late, and the whole crowd is on its feet with their mouths open. Jiryang stops the sword directly above Chojin's head and holds it there, unable to move, and Pilji shouts that it's enough. The duel is over, and the winner of the first match is Jiryang of the special purpose class. Jiryang stands there and cannot believe it. Bukyun grabs his own head. Biggin smiles. The students genuinely can't process it, because how is this possible? And why did Chojin lose? And worse, he lost to the exact opponent he had smashed into pieces several times before. Jiryang himself can't process it. He looks at the wooden sword in his hand and asks whether this is true, and whether he really did that himself. Then he sees Chojin being carried off on a stretcher with his face twisted in pain, and he laughs, and lifts the sword, and announces that he really won. He turns to the other students and asks whether they saw that, and hopes they were watching carefully because he defeated Chojin, The boys ask each other what's wrong with him all of a sudden, and whether he's gone crazy from all the blows to the head. Then Jiryang starts to say something else and coughs violently and covers his mouth. And when he looks at his palm, there's blood on it. He curses and goes down. Everybody runs to him. He's carried to the infirmary, where Biggin treats him quickly, running energy into his body, and says he's done everything possible to suppress the turbulent flow inside the energy core, and thinks more precisely that all he actually managed was to calm the mana. Then he stands and says the boy needs rest, and is under no circumstances permitted to use internal energy for at least the next 2 days. Jiryang stretches, sighs heavily and says he understands. And Muntak comes over and asks the instructor whether he's simply going to ignore this. Because the last time he saw Jiryang working on that energy flow, the man looked like he was in agony. He literally vomited blood. He lost consciousness from an insignificant amount of energy. And don't tell him he wasn't taught some occult technique. Jiryang tells him to stop because he knew what he was getting into. He knew that if he used too much internal energy, he'd end up in exactly this state. He studied that martial art with a full understanding of the risk, so Muntak should stop saying meaningless things. Muntak thinks about it, turns toward the door and tells him not to come crying to him later if something goes wrong. And Biggin praises him for worrying about his friend, and then says there's something he really ought to worry about instead. He does understand that he's next, doesn't he? Or does he consider himself a great warrior, given how consistently he refuses the training? Is he sure he has all of this under control? Muntak freezes in the doorway, and says that actually, he has a plan. As soon as the match begins, he'll withdraw and leave the arena. There's no point running around inside a fight whose outcome he already knows. It's simply stupid. And soon it's his turn. He walks in and Pilji announces that after the Special Purpose class won the first match, they move to the second. Jo Muntak of the Special Purpose class, against Mok Danhua of the Flying Dragon class. Her friends start chanting her name repeatedly, which makes the boy feel worse. He notes privately that there was no need to shout her name that often, and that she didn't need a dramatic entrance either, since walking in quietly would have been enough. Her presence is already cutting into his skin like something sharp and hard, and there is not one open spot anywhere in her stance. Is this what it means to face a representative of the Mok clan? She's a first year, and the gap in strength is so obvious there's nothing to argue about. Ordinary people, without talent and without noble birth, can only adapt in order to survive. And yet giving up the second the match starts is rather pitiful. Maybe he'll pretend to fight for Jiryang's sake, just enough to maintain the appearance of resistance. Then he glances at the marks on the floor and remembers Jiryang fighting and how many blows he took, and how it ended, which makes him think. Pilji announces the start, and Danhua Lunges ends up behind him before he notices and hits him. He's thrown to the other side of the arena. She sheathes her sword, signaling the end of the match. He lies on the floor and doesn't move. Bukyun is delighted. Li Jun is stunned that he lost that fast, and Muntak is remembering something else. He's remembering Jiryang's suffering to master that power, and standing next to him telling him to stop, because this is an ordinary internal energy technique, and that charlatan Biggin must have deceived him, asking why he's going this far, pointing out that it wasn't the first time he'd lost to Chojin, and he could just swallow his pride again like always. And Jiryang couldn't do that anymore. He asked Muntak whether he considered him a loser who didn't care, whether he thought that after 8 defeats in a row, one more wouldn't matter to him, because he'd gotten used to it. Muntak, confused, said that wasn't what he meant at all, and Jiryang smirked and admitted that 8 losses do make him look like a fool. He'll admit that, but Muntak shouldn't dare casually say that defeat is something he takes for granted. He hates losing. Isn't that reason enough? So Muntak, on the floor of the arena, decides to keep fighting. He picks up his sword, cursing, saying that if he'd just stayed quiet, this would have ended without a problem, but that idiot went and did something he'd never done before. He stands up, pulls a wooden dagger from his belt, takes a stance, and declares that from now on he'll torment himself too. The students are surprised. One asks whether he's fighting with 2 swords. His friend points out that they're too short to be called swords, and that there's something strange attached to the side of each hilt, like a ring. And why is he only producing them now? Danhua draws again and says she doesn't care, but he should try. He grins nervously and rushes her, saying that since she asks, he'll give her a good fight. He lands a few blows and gets behind her, and she blocks all of it. He runs at her, jumps high, resets his grip, and comes down into the arena hard enough to crack it, and she gets clear a moment before impact. Dust goes up. He comes out of it with a first strike, then a second, a third, and a fourth, and she parries every one. And he starts to get nervous, because he has lunged that many times, and has not found one hole in her defense. She meanwhile seems to have found one in his. She strikes. He's thrown aside, understands his situation, and curses quietly. Then she puts a fist into his stomach. He's thrown again, cries out, and manages to throw one blade at her on the way down. She parries that too. Muntak lands on his knees, completely spent, and Danhua asks whether he's really not going to continue with only one sword, and says that if this is all he can do, he should give up. And he smirks and asks what anybody expects from an average person like him. Then he plays his card because the ring on the hilt is attached to an invisible thread, and he can pull the thrown dagger straight back to his hand. Danhua feels the air move behind her in time, and dodges, and he catches the weapon and tells her, smirking, that he hasn't shown all his cards yet. She goes wary and thinks a silver thread. So he had something like that. Then he charges her with a furious shout. And now that she knows about the threads and knows what to expect, she parries the attack easily, and delivers a crushing counter. Muntak lands on his back, completely finished, and she puts the sword to his neck. He looks up at her, and then smiles and says he lost. The fight ends to genuine applause, and Pilji declares the win for Danhua of the Flying Dragon class. Muntak sighs heavily and mutters that in the end he still lost, that he gave everything he had, and all he actually managed was to exhaust his own body. He gets up and starts to leave the arena, and the students support him. They tell him he lost, and that fight was cool. He has unusual techniques nobody there had ever seen. He just needs to keep improving, which does something to him. Jiryang comes over and asks what came over him, and laughs and asks whether he didn't say he'd surrender the moment the start signal went. Why was he so fired up? Muntak, embarrassed, tells him to shut up and asks who exactly he thinks is responsible for all of this. Jiryang asks whether he was cool back then. Muntak tells him to stop, and points out that he looks awfully cheerful for a man who was recently beaten half to death, and asks how he's doing. Jiryang says he's in terrible pain. Meanwhile, Bukyun has gone to prep his own nephew, Huang Qi, second year of the White Tiger class, and he is nervous about it. He asks whether he understands, because he must not lose under any circumstances, and even Chojin was defeated. His nephew asks what he thinks he is, and says he would never lose to a worthless girl whose only value is her family. Bukyun tells him to be careful anyway, since he knows how much effort went into getting him a place at the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Huang Qi has had enough, throws his weights on the floor, and Bukyun backs off and says forget it. He's talking to himself. Then the nephew smirks and says his opponent is a puny girl who has never won a single one-on-one fight, and he's heard she can't even throw a punch properly, so how could he lose to her? Bukyun agrees and still isn't sure. And then his nephew licks his lips and adds that the girl looks quite appetizing. Elsewhere, Soso is sitting and thinking about something when Mei comes over and asks whether she's finished preparing. Soso is delighted to see her. Mei says, with a serious expression, that they need to talk, which worries her. So Mei smiles gently until she calms down and asks whether she's nervous, because her face looked a little tense. Soso waves her hands and insists she's completely fine. And Mei says she's heard some rumors. She hasn't had a single victory in a one-on-one fight. Has she? Because after watching her, Mei can say that the concentration of internal energy in her body and her movement itself are considerably better than most students at this academy. So maybe there's a reason she can't tell the others. She asks it so kindly that Soso simply answers, the reason is that getting hit really hurts. Mei asks what exactly she means, and Soso looks away and explains that her grandfather has been training her since she was 6, and she had to endure blows from a stick from morning until night, and he beat her until the bruises came up, so her body ached every single day, which explains to the inspector why she always tries so hard to avoid being hit. But why does she never hit back? Because if she hits somebody, they'll be hurt too. Then she looks up guiltily, and Mei puts a hand over her own face and thinks, what kind of child is this? She completely fails to understand the essence of martial arts. So she looks at her seriously, puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her she's misunderstood something and she needs to listen very carefully to what comes next. And soon it's time for the third match. Soso enters the arena, and Pilji waves cheerfully and announces the third fight. On the side of the original candidates, Huang Qi, second year of the White Tiger class. And on the side of the challengers, Neong Soso, first year of the special purpose class. She greets her opponent respectfully. He looks her over from head to toe, thinking that he heard she was a loser who couldn't throw a proper punch, and she has a pretty face, so this will be fun. He licks his lips, the start is called, and he jumps in, having decided to open by making sure she feels the difference in their striking power. He lunges. Soso takes one step to the side. His palm misses her face by a few centimeters. He clicks his tongue and swings again, noting that she dodges well. She dodges again, sets her stance, and focuses on gathering power and on the conversation she had earlier. Because what Mei told her with total sincerity is that she misunderstood something. In fact, her opponent, Huang Qi, enjoys being hit. Soso was shocked, so Mei supplied the evidence. He's from Shaanxi. The art he uses is the golden energy cultivation technique, and his main fist art is the wild tiger fist strike. And did Soso know that the martial artists of the Wang clan of Shaanxi undergo a special training program in which they work to transform pain into pleasure in order to reduce their suffering during a fight? And the better the fighter is, the more they enjoy being hit. Soso asked whether that was true. Mei confirmed it, convincingly, while skillfully concealing the fact that she had invented every word of it about 4 seconds earlier. Soso, worried, asked how she knew all that, and Mei reminded her that she is an inspector from the Orthodox Alliance, which settled it completely. So in the arena, Soso gathers energy between her hands and puts a punch into Huang Qi's chest that sends him several meters through the air. Every student in the building is shocked, so is Bukyun. Biggin laughs. Soso exhales and looks at her opponent with real interest, and then watches him curse and wince in pain and starts to worry, because he does not look like a man who's enjoying this. And then she remembers that the inspector advised her to simply ask him directly if she had any doubts. So she calls out to him and asks with a smile whether maybe that hurt, because Mei's instructions were very specific. If she doesn't believe it, hit him lightly, and then ask whether it hurt. If he says it hurts and asks her to stop, then she was wrong. But if he charges her without bothering to answer, that means he enjoys being hit. Huang Qi, furious, asks what she just said. Soso, confused, repeats the question, and he hisses a curse through his teeth and says he was going to have some fun with her and finish the fight without hurting her, and she dared to mock him. Then he leaps into the air and comes down at her, screaming that he'll tear her impudent face to shreds. And Soso is thrilled, because it's exactly as the inspector described. He really does like being beaten. Oh, that naive Soso. Which means she can now hit him with full force and no remorse whatsoever. First one lands on his chest, second on his face, third on his face again, with her foot. Everyone in the building is stunned by the way she moves, including Pilji, who observes out loud that every fundamental principle of martial arts is embedded in each of those blows, and asks how a child this gifted ended up in the special purpose class. Si-yoon tells him she's the granddaughter of Nong Chuluk, the iron fist that destroys the heavens, and that until recently she flatly refused to fight other cadets at all. Pilji asks whether he means she changed after being sent to that class. Bukyeon has nothing to say, and Pilji remarks that it wasn't for nothing that he decided to drop by and check how things were going here. A man who can't use inner energy received a gift like that from fate. He doesn't believe it's a simple coincidence. Bigin, watching Soso, is intrigued because before the regression she never showed much of herself and he had no idea she was this crazy. He also saw Mei go into the waiting room before the fight. So what exactly did she say to make Soso change this drastically? Although right now Bukyeon is more interesting, clutching his hair in panic with a genuinely amusing expression. Either way, this is an extremely unexpected harvest. He originally intended to bring Lee Jun and Wookin along to give them practical training, and the martial arts tournament was mostly an excuse to get outside the academy and investigate the demonic zone, and now he's discovered that Jeriang and Soso are useful as well. He'll have to revise his plans and widen his range a little. In the arena, Huang Qi finally gives in, because he cannot take this beating any longer, and admits defeat outright. Soso stops instantly and reverts to being a sweet girl, throws her hands up, and shouts that she won, while Huang Qi crawls to the edge of the arena. The students are shocked that he conceded himself. Pilji says it was an incredibly amazing fight, and the winner is Nung Soso of the special purpose class. She skips back to the waiting room. Battered Huang Qi gets up and trudges off. Jeriang and Lee Jun did not see that coming from her at all. And Soso goes straight to the inspector to share the good news, and gets praised for excellent work, and exclaims that it was exactly as she said, and she still can't believe there are people who enjoy pain, so she just pounded him with everything she had. Mei asks whether she'd like to hear something even more amazing. There's an incredible number of people in Murim with exactly the same preference. Soso asks whether she's joking, and whether she really thinks she's a complete idiot. Mei asks whether she didn't just explain, and says that if she doesn't believe her, she should ask her opponents herself. Soso believes her again, and Mei thinks privately how many men in Murim would ever admit to a little girl that they were in pain. She tells her to go and rest since she worked hard, and they say goodbye, and then Bigin comes into the waiting room, and asks whether the two of them are getting along well, because she is giving that child terrible advice. Mei calls out to him indignantly and asks where he's been hanging around, since he only just arrived, and this was originally his job. He says he had his own things to do, but apparently he literally attracts strange people to himself. She throws him a displeased look, turns away, and says this is complete nonsense. She heard he'd been generously handing out advice to Jeriang and to Lee Jun, so presumably he assumes that with Wookin, those three definitely win. And Bigin raises an eyebrow and asks when he ever gave advice to Lee Jun. He hasn't taught him anything else at all. And meanwhile, it's Lee Jun's turn. While that's happening, Bukyeon is dealing with his nephew, calling him a pathetic and useless idiot, pointing out that he acted like God knows what and was in reality beaten by a girl, and asking whether he wants to disgrace the family and whether, if he hasn't swallowed his own tongue, he could offer one reasonable excuse. Huang Qi stays silent with his head down, and his uncle shouts about the hardship he went through to secure that place at the Heavenly Martial Tournament, which is worth explaining, because the selection criteria for the tournament are not what anyone pretends. The Heavenly Martial Tournament involves the White Martial Academy, the Heavenly Academy, and the Dragon Spring Academy, and it is a competition between the best talents of each. However, the most important criterion for choosing participants is not skill. It's the families standing behind them. Li Bigem of the Lotus Sword Hall, Mok Danhua of the clan known for the Shining Sword, Sang Chojin of the White Tiger School, Gok Boyek of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency. The mere participation of those children brings in enormous donations from each house. That is the standard. Bukyeon clicks his tongue and thinks that his older sister's husband's clan begged him desperately, so he barely secured one additional place, and the boy lost this shamefully. The instructors are already full of dissatisfaction over the Bigin business. If they lose this qualifying tournament, the donations don't come, and his own position is undermined. Cheering comes through the window, and he remembers that Gok Boyek of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency is in the next match, because Boyek recently burst into his office out of breath, having clearly run the whole way, and said he'd heard the matches involve the children from the special purpose class, and that Bukyeon decides who fights whom. That's right, isn't it? Bukyeon told him to respect the chain of command and speak politely to an instructor. Boyek walked up to the desk and asked irritably who even cares, and told him to pair him with the kid named Lee Jun. He can do that, right? Bukyeon waved him off and asked whether he thinks he gets to choose his opponents, and told him to stop talking nonsense and get out. And Boyek slammed both palms on the table, and said that if he wants donations, he'll inform his clan, and they'll send as much as he likes. Just pair him against Lee Jun. He has to crush that idiot. Now Bukyeon goes to the window to watch, thinking that he did everything. The boy asked, and if he doesn't live up to expectations, he had better be prepared for the consequences. The students are screaming in anticipation. Pilji laughs and says the mood is amazing, notes that the special purpose class currently leads 2-1, and says they'll now find out how the other side handles a crisis. He announces the fourth match. Lee Jun sets himself, and he is so nervous his breathing has gone ragged. His opponent tells him it's been a long time since they last fought, and reminds him how constantly he used to beat him. Li Jun tries to pull himself together. He needs to concentrate, throw out the unnecessary thoughts, and do what he came to do. So he closes his eyes to gather his inner energy, and Boyack attacks in exactly that moment. He goes for a punch and Li Jun senses it and pulls away in time. Then Boyack gathers more and hits him properly, and Li Jun blocks most of it and gets thrown backwards and stays on his feet. He glances at his opponent nervously. Boyack stretches and asks where he's looking, and whether beating him once means he's now looking down on him, and leaps at him demanding to know why he thinks he's an easy target. Li Jun is frightened, because that attack was genuinely dangerous, and Boyack has gotten much stronger. And then his opponent does the thing that frightens him more. He sets his stance for the mountain-splitting dragon tiger fist, runs a few movements of the rejoicing dragon charge, and delivers a punch that Li Jun tries to block and cannot. He's thrown aside, coughing blood. Boyack walks over, stretching his fists, and orders him to get up. He got lucky enough to win one small training match. Does he genuinely believe he's seen everything? Then he stands over him, covering him with his shadow, and says he'll always be behind him, even if he dies and gets born again. Li Jun lowers his head and asks himself whether that's really true. And he remembers how hard he has trained all this time, and works out that he isn't actually that weak. So he picks up his sword and stands, because he is not the type who trails behind everybody. Boyack likes that. He's been eager to beat him properly, so he sets and lunges, and Li Jun lunges at the same moment. The fist meets the sword, and Boyack's arm is knocked aside, which surprises him enormously, and the bracers on it shatter into pieces. Li Jun is already set for the next strike. The stands react, and Li Jun goes forward again, thinking that he can do this, that he can win. Boyack runs at him and parries again, and this time his arm is driven upward, and now he's nervous. Li Jun lunges, thinking this is the last attack, and before the wooden sword reaches, hellish pain goes through his entire body and he collapses, wondering why this is happening now. Boyack doesn't miss it. He puts a fist into his face with everything he has and knocks him unconscious. He wakes up in the infirmary to a kettle whistling. The moment Boyack hit him replays behind his eyes, and he comes out of the bed screaming. So frightened his breathing shreds and his hands shake, and his instructor's voice from the side asks whether he's finally awake. He lost, although he was a hair's breadth from winning. The boy looks at him in confusion, then bows his head and apologizes, and says it's because he lacked skill. Biggin waves it off with a smile and says everything's fine. Defeats happen, and besides, they still have Wukin in reserve, so this isn't over. One way or another, though, he's curious about one thing. Why hadn't he developed his internal energy properly? The question makes Li Jun go very still, wondering how he knows. Biggin reads that instantly and says it's obvious. Just look at the amount of chi he's emitting to see there's been no growth. If he had actually done the training he was instructed to do, his internal energy would not have drained out at the last moment like that. Li Jun grips the blanket and asks whether he means the outcome of that fight could have been completely different. Biggin confirms it, then asks the real question. He didn't believe what he was told, did he? Li Jun gets agitated and insists that isn't true at all, and when he sees him leaving, jumps out of bed and immediately falls over. The instructor tells him it's fine and it isn't his fault. In fact, the blame is his own because he couldn't earn his trust. He's sorry. Then he walks out and Li Jun calls after him one last time and remembers all of the training, and the man telling him he wasn't only going to look after him. His lips shake and he starts crying and stammers that everything is wrong and that he's the only one who was wrong. And Biggin is standing outside the door listening to him sob and enjoying it. Everything is exactly as May said. Even if Li Jun had continued cultivating his internal energy, there was no guarantee he'd have won, because Boyack fights with his fists and dodging at close range while continuing to accumulate is far too difficult for a fighter at Li Jun's level. And even if that last attack had landed, it's hard to say what would have happened. Either way, this turned out better than expected. From now on, Li Jun will follow every instruction he's given without a word. And from there, Biggin can slowly start steering him in the direction he actually wants. Then somebody points out that he's grinning like an idiot again, and asks how many times he has to be told it looks terrible. It's Bake. Biggin straightens his face instantly and greets him and asks what brings him here. Bake says a healer's place is the infirmary, so where else would he be, and asks what Biggin is doing here. Since the final match is about to begin, and shouldn't he be out there supporting his student properly? Biggin chuckles and asks whether he means that arrogant brat, Wukin. Bake says an instructor shouldn't call his cadets that and points out that it was his own idea to have him win so he could go to the tournament. And Biggin grins and asks whether he can tell him a secret. Biek goes nervous, and Biggin leans in and whispers in his ear that the outcome of these matches does not matter in the slightest. The old man stares at him. Out in the arena, the fifth match started 8 minutes ago and Lee Bigham is already tired, and he is asking out loud whether Wukin has genuinely gone mad, and whether he isn't afraid of his own clan's fury. Wukin is standing perfectly still and showing no fear at all. Rewind those 8 minutes. Pilji announces that before anyone could look around, the moment of the final clash has arrived, and that with both sides on 2 wins and 2 losses, this duel decides everything, and orders them to take their positions. Lee Bigham grins and privately calls his opponent an insolent boy, because more than 10 years have passed since the Lotus Sword Hall gained independence from the Yeon clan of destructive swords. All that time, their masters have honed their fencing and entered every competition available and built a wide reputation. They killed countless unorthodox masters. They rooted out criminals, They raised warriors for the Orthodox forces. And the reality is that ordinary people still say, to this day, that the Yan clan of destructive swords produces the greatest swordsman in Murim. Even though since the Great War between the Orthodox and demonic forces, not one member of that clan has achieved anything worth mentioning. They're all toothless tigers. Wukin won't manage anything here either. And besides, didn't this whole unprecedented additional selection only happen because that idiot broke his word? He's simply an annoying brat. So today, Lee Bigham will beat the arrogance out of him, here in front of everyone, and demonstrate that the Yan clan of destructive swords is nothing, and that the Lotus Sword Hall, and he personally surpassed all of them long ago. He gathers an enormous amount of energy into his blade, and the stands react to it. Bukyun starts cheering, because among the cadets, this is the only one who can handle Wukin and he must win at all costs. Then he attacks and puts everything he collected into it. And Wukin gathers everything into his own sword, swings it down once and simply disperses the attack. Lee Bigham is behind him immediately and tries to strike, and gets blocked, and their swords lock. He looks irritated. He presses, they move across the arena parrying each other, and the crowd is shocked and people start asking whether this is genuinely a duel between cadets. At one point, Wukin uses the Supreme Sky-Cutting Dragon Sword, third form Double Dragon Fangs, and comes in with it. Lee Bigham is briefly confused by seeing two blades at once, pulls himself together fast, and jumps clear. Wukin gives him an irritated look, then Lee Bigham hits back and swings and unleashes his own energy, and the roar of it comes off the arena floor. He lands, turns to his opponent with a smirk, and asks whether he's managed to forget about this martial art, because nobody in this academy knows it better than him. Moreover, even Wukin is worse informed about it than he is, and Wukin sets his stance confidently and says, with a small smile, that it would definitely be difficult to beat him at the level of proficiency he had before. So this time he'll try something different. Lee Bigham sees the stance and goes nervous, because that isn't a stance he recognizes, and it seems he's about to use some other fencing art. He prepares his attack and shouts that Wukin is nothing but an arrogant idiot, and no matter how many times he attacks he will be defeated. And then Lee Bigham's head separates from his body and flies off to the side. He feels it happen. He freezes. He frantically feels his own neck and thinks, what was that? Because he genuinely felt his head come off. And Wukin brings the blade to his neck and asks why he stopped, because he needs to focus on the fight, since there are still so many things he wants to try. Lee Bigham spins and swings, calling him an idiot, and Wukin jumps back and immediately comes in again. And Lee Bigham is now nervous enough that he can't attack properly, and while he's holding his sword he thinks, is this really it? It can't be. But that posture and that footwork say it is. While parrying, he switches into a panic. Has Wukin genuinely changed the original fundamental tactics of the Supreme Sky-Cutting Dragon Sword? Bigham watching, smirks, and cheers for him internally, because the duel with Legion and one casual remark from his instructor were enough for somebody that intelligent to work out that there is no martial art in this world without flaws, and no technique that is truly invincible. And for Wukin, with talent like his, the only sword technique that genuinely suits him is one that only he can use, and one that he has to build personally. The Supreme Sky-Cutting Dragon Sword is known as the greatest orthodox swordsmanship there is. Compared to it, the modified version is unstable and full of holes. But right now Lee Bigham cannot react properly because of the shock, and all those imprecisions are forgivable for the moment, because Bigham knows that the martial art this boy rebuilds from scratch will end up far more powerful than the original. Lee Bigham shouts whether he's completely lost his mind, because he isn't some mediocre warrior. He's the legitimate heir of a noble clan, so how dare he alter ancient techniques passed down for generations at his own discretion, and demonstrate it in an official duel in front of everybody. Wukin says nothing. His opponent charges again, calling him an arrogant idiot, asking whether he isn't afraid of his clan's wrath, and Wukin parries the blow and tells him this isn't something an outsider like him should be worrying about. Lee Bigham, furious, rushes in one more time, and Wukin lunges, and ends the duel. The strike breaks Lee Bigham's wooden sword and injures his shoulder, and Wukin says he'll deal with the consequences himself, so he doesn't want him interfering unnecessarily. Then his opponent falls. Pilji immediately calls it. Wukin of the Special Purpose class wins. Overall score 3-2. Victory to the Special Purpose class. Nobody can believe it. Everybody is asking how this could possibly have happened. The cadets of that class are ecstatic, and Bigham looks at them with a smile and thinks that they should enjoy it fully right now, because given what's coming, this may end up being one of the happiest memories any of them ever has. He has one concern left, which is exactly when Pilji calls him and asks the representative of the leader of the Special Purpose class to enter the arena. So he walks in, and Pilji praises him for amazing work. Among everybody gathered here today, only a handful expected victory or any success at all from that class. And yet he and his students prove their abilities in front of everyone. Therefore, as vice chairman of the Dragon Spring Academy, he declares that the Special Purpose class will be the representative team at the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Si-Yoon is indignant, and gets a look that does not accept objections, and a reminder that all of this was decided a week ago, and doesn't dare say anything else. Pilji congratulates Bigham and says everything worked out exactly as he wanted. Bigham thanks him and asks whether he can go, since he has a great deal of preparation to do, and Pilji's face changes. He says with a smirk that no, he isn't leaving yet. Then he disappears from where he was standing, appears above the arena with a noise, draws his sword, and lands in front of Biggin hard enough to crack the ground, and announces that they will now begin a duel, which is how they'll determine the instructor in charge of the team going to the Heavenly Martial Tournament. The cadets are stunned. So is everybody else? Biggin scratches his head in visible confusion and asks whether this was his goal the entire time. Pilji laughs loudly and asks whether he's really asking that now, and says his eyes didn't deceive him after all. Because a very interesting rumor has been circulating around the academy lately, about an assistant instructor who couldn't really use internal energy suddenly becoming incredibly strong by pure chance, and passing the promotion exam to senior instructor 2 days later. Obviously, he thought it was just a rumor. He still went to check on how things were going at his own academy, and he saw him, the most mysterious man in the world of martial arts. Because the level of training and internal energy in that body is clearly on par with an ordinary person, and Pilji felt something strange hidden deep inside it, something he has never felt in his entire life. So he decided he absolutely had to cross swords with him. Biggin sighs heavily, because obviously this appearance was never an accident. Here is who is standing in front of him. San Pilji, the dark shadow of the divine sword. Currently the only top-level master at the academy, and one of the top 10 of the Orthodox Alliance. After the previous head of the Dragon Spring Academy vanished without a trace, he took on the role of acting head. That isn't the problem. The problem is that Pilji is a genuine maniac who only finds joy in battles with strong opponents, and who is normally so completely absorbed in his own training, and so indifferent to academy affairs, that he never paid Biggin any attention at all. And he sensed the mana anyway, so that's the extent of a supreme martial artist's perception. Biggin admits honestly that he doesn't particularly want to do this, but he can't refuse. That's right, isn't it? And Pilji smirks and asks whether he didn't say it himself, the day they first met. A master of both arts is qualified by his own martial arts. He could refuse, of course. In that case, Pilji would simply have no choice but to assume responsibility for leading the team to the Heavenly Martial Tournament himself, though if Biggin doesn't mind, he could take the cadets he trained under his own wing. The students get nervous because that is a choice without a choice. So Biggin, with a gloomy expression, calls out to instructor Bukyun. Bukyun actually flinches and asks what's wrong, and Biggin turns to him with an enormous smile, and asks whether he's forgotten the promise he made. Bukyun goes still, not understanding, and then the words arrive in his head. Depending on the final result, the loser satisfies the winner's demand, and refusal is not permitted. He panics and grabs his sword, and calls the man a parasite and asks whether he's really going to do this. Biggin casts a pull spell on the sword and says, as promised, this weapon is now his. Bukyun does not intend to part with his beloved Violet Dawn sword, and grabs it and is therefore lifted off the ground and into the air with it. The students start pointing and asking what that is. Some kind of ghost capture, maybe a sword control art. Bukyun calls Biggin a thief and says this is the one thing he will never give up, that he put enormous effort into getting this blade. Biggin starts waving his hand around trying to shake him off it, and remarks that it's a shame he can't get the sword, since that makes arranging their duel rather difficult, and turns to Pilji and asks what he should do. Bukyun calls out to Pilji, hopefully expecting an intercession, and Pilji simply threatens to let go of the sword right there, so he'd better move before he's cut down by his own blade. Bukyun lets go, instantly hits the floor, and the blade flies into Biggin's hand. He gives it a few test swings and remarks that as expected, the sword is magnificent and he'll make good use of it. Bukyun is so hurt he starts crying and announces he will never forgive him, now that both of them are armed. Pilji offers to begin, and Biggin tells him to wait because he wants to clarify one thing first. Why resort to something as annoying as an official duel? If a man holding the position of acting head of an academy wants a training match with an ordinary instructor, there are far simpler ways to arrange it, and objectively speaking, Pilji is the one who risks more in an official fight than he does. Maybe he'd like to reconsider. He isn't saying he will definitely lose. He's asking why the man isn't thinking about consequences. Pilji just laughs and says he's never been known for modesty, but he can't be called arrogant either, so there's been a slight misunderstanding. There is a good reason for the official fight, and it comes in 2 parts. First, on a training ground. Even if Pilji dragged him there, Biggin would not have fought at full strength and would have given up quickly. Second, this is his own way of showing sincerity. Even from their recent conversation, he doesn't know Biggin's true intentions, but it seems obvious enough that his goal is the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Does he understand now? Even if he has to deal with the consequences afterwards, he wants to fight him at full strength. Whatever it costs, Biggin prepares and notes, smiling, that it seems he's on the hook of a very persistent person. But he really could die. Does he know that? And Pilji answers with a mad smile that this is exactly what he wants most of all. Then so be it. Biggin draws a circle behind his back, creates a fan of ghostly swords, and sends all of them at once. Pilji grins, swings once and shatters every one of them, and remarks that they were energy swords that had taken physical form, which is quite interesting. Just not enough for him. Then he feels something cold at his feet. He looks down and finds a thick layer of ice growing up his body, and his first reaction is surprise, and his second reaction is to grin and ask whether the man is simultaneously using a freezing martial art, because he is very talented. Then there's a noise above his head and he looks up. The cadets are staring at the sky, unable to believe what's over the arena, and Wukin is asking himself whether this is actually martial arts, because a fireball the size of a building is hanging directly above Pilji. Bigin tries to use magic as little as possible in front of martial artists. This opponent is the most formidable master he has faced since returning, and he cannot beat him while keeping his power secret, so he drops it. Pilji watches it come and shouts that it's simply magnificent, amazing. A powerful explosion goes off, and flames go in every direction, and Bigin wastes nothing, creating a mana blade and going straight in, thinking that all of this unfolded because of the influence of his own regression. So he'll end this fight as fast as possible. He runs into the dust cloud, jumps to strike, and there's a loud clang, because his sword just collided with the other one. Pilji laughs and says he knew he'd assessed him correctly, and that the fight is far from over, and he wants to savor this as long as possible. Despite a fire strike that powerful, he is unharmed. He strikes back from above, apparently cutting Bigin in half, and it's an illusion, because the real one is already behind him. He strikes, Pilji parries that too, and asks why he's so surprised, since this is only the beginning, then spins and blasts him away with raw energy. So Bigin reaches for overdrive, enhancement, and stacks increased concentration, improved reaction speed, and increased durability onto himself. By the time he's finished, Pilji is already close. He swings nervously and parries the first blow, then the second, then the third. Pilji is pressing him and genuinely enjoying it, because this is exactly what he came for and he wants it to last. And Bigin is getting nervous, because even with every enhancement spell in his arsenal running at once, a head-on collision with this man is too much to bear. So he summons an astral chain. He did not want to use that in front of this many people. But no matter how great a martial artist he is, if his profound energy gets stolen, he can't do anything. Pilji cuts the chains apart with one swing. Bigin certainly did not expect that, and when he sees the man decide to come from behind, he throws up a barrier just in time. It absorbs part of the blow. He's thrown aside and lands hard. Everyone is worried about him, especially Bake and Mei. Mei is thinking, who is this idiot? From the very beginning, this was a duel he should never have agreed to. His opponent is ranked among the top 10 martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance and is famous for being tireless. She knows he has strange abilities, and even so, there are limits. What on earth was he thinking? Leaning on his sword, Bigin gets up to one knee and coughs blood. And Pilji walks toward him saying he's seen his tricks well, and hopes that isn't everything he was shown, because if it is, then Bigin doesn't let him finish. He stands up, dusts off his clothes, notes that he can't shake his bad habits. Then he wipes the blood off his face and says, with a smirk, that being demoted for his addiction to fighting clearly wasn't enough for him, since he's gotten into it again without knowing his place, and is about to get torn to pieces a second time. Siyun is shocked, because people die for saying things like that. Here's the history. Everybody in that arena knows 5 years ago Sam Pilji was commander of the Orthodox Alliance's combat unit, and even then his skill was extraordinary. The problem was his nature. He would not hesitate to rush into a fight if it meant dueling a martial artist, and this caused enough problems, large and small, inside the alliance that they eventually demoted him to an instructor's post at the Dragon Spring Academy. At the time, the academy was headed by Yoon Giryong, one of the 10 great martial artists of the Orthodox forces. Pilji challenged him to a duel and was crushed. After that, there were no serious problems for a while. The problem is that 2 years ago Yoon Giryong disappeared, and nobody has been able to restrain the acting head of the academy since. Every experienced instructor knows exactly one thing you never mention in front of this man. Pilji chuckles, calls him a kid, and asks whether he can only manage provocation. He gives him credit for courage, but if it's empty talk, he'll pay in full. And Bigin laughs and asks whether he's the one calling him a kid, and says hearing that genuinely makes him angry. He shows off, and shows off again purely because he holds a higher position. He says he wants to see what he's really capable of. Then his wish is granted, but don't blame him for dying here, since it will be his own fault. He raises the sword above his head, and the blade grows several times over. Here's the mechanism, and this is the only time in the entire academy's history anyone gets to see it. In Mirim, strength comes down to internal energy, the power used by creatures of the demonic world. The source of demonic power is mana, two intangible energies with no physical form, and completely different natural origins, so when they occupy the same space they do not mix. They violently repel each other. And Bigin is the only being in existence who carries both. Paradoxically, that happened because of the innate constitution that prevented him from using internal energy properly in the first place. So the question is this: if he takes the internal energy inside his body and stimulates it with mana to activate it at full power, and then forcibly combines that internal energy with mana amplified to the same extreme, what happens? This is nothing like what he did to Jiryang, who starts with a tiny amount of mana and blends it gradually. This is two opposing forces, each pushed to the absolute limit, driven head-on into each other. And the answer explains how a loser who couldn't use internal energy approached the level of a first-class martial artist, and rose to the rank of Legion Commander. Pilji sees the true strength come out and laughs nervously. It's called Extreme Mana Fusion. Bigin calls him little and tells him to try blocking it. Pilji laughs and asks what this frantic, overwhelming energy is, and whether Bigin has finally decided to fight seriously. A pillar of light comes up off him and goes into the sky. The people watching start screaming and ducking away from the wind. Some of them run. Si-Yoon hides behind a railing thinking this can't be happening, and asks himself whether the talk about a blessing from above could actually be true. And Pilji laughs loudly and charges anyway. Bigin, past caring what anybody says now, creates bright magical seals behind him, strikes the ground with a beam of light and shatters everything on it, and comes at his opponent with enormous force. Extreme Mana Fusion. First technique, he leaps high into the air and uses the solar cleaver. Lightning sparks go out in every direction and he strikes Pilji from a distance. Pilji is stunned. His sword shatters. A moment later he's hit. Wind and dust cover the entire field. People are screaming and cannot stay upright. Everything on the training ground is destroyed, and when they open their eyes again they're completely stunned. Mei is stunned too, looking at Biggin standing there in silence with his eyes down, because he knows he failed. He didn't have enough mana. He asks himself whether this body genuinely can't withstand that pressure, and more importantly, the sword cannot contain the energy. And what kind of piece of trash is this, he thinks, when that idiot talked about it like it was a genuinely good sword. He should thank him for not dying. Pilji is trying to breathe. He looks into his eyes in surprise, then bares his teeth and says nothing. Biggin throws his broken sword aside and says it seems they've both lost their weapons, and since the duel still needs settling, they can settle it with fists. And somebody calls out to him, and he stops, and asks what's wrong, and why the sudden serious expression. Pilji says he heard he'd been unable to use profound energy since birth, and then heard he'd received some divinely sent opportunity and could use it now. Biggin scratches his head and says he thought that was the story. And Pilji asks whether the sword energy he just used was created by himself. There's a short silence. Biggin says yes, and Pilji says okay. He tosses his own broken sword aside and shouts for everybody to listen. He, Pilji, acting headmaster of the Dragon Spring Academy and fencing instructor, announces that the outcome of this duel determines who leads the team selected for the Heavenly Martial Tournament, and he smiles and declares Instructor Biggin the winner. Biggin stares at him, so do all of his students. Pilji keeps shouting, telling him to achieve excellent results at the Heavenly Martial Tournament and bring glory to the Dragon Spring Academy. That's all. The students ask each other whether he's serious, because that half-baked weakling Biggin, who used to be an assistant instructor, won. Bukyun asks how this could have happened, and also his beautiful sword is broken and he starts trembling with grief and fear. Biggin looks at Pilji in bewilderment and says okay, but don't take it back later, and every student in that class runs to him. Pilji frowns and asks himself what exactly that man created, because he felt the volume of energy contained in a single blow. If the sword had held the entire load instead of failing, this whole area would be scorched earth and nobody here would have survived, including him. That sword energy is not meant to fight human beings. It is something beyond comprehension, something grandiose that surpasses everything known to man. It is a sword built to confront that kind of existence. To think he created it himself. What is he preparing for? That night, somewhere outside the city, something approaches with claws and detects unknown mana fluctuations. Analysis of the unique mana distribution system is not confirmed. An abnormal situation has occurred. The region must be informed. The thing, which used to be a man before it became a demon, repeats the instruction to inform the legion several times, and then disappears into the forest. And the city goes quiet. Later Beck is shouting at Biggin, calling him a bastard, demanding to know what kind of stunt that was, and pointing out that every recklessness has a limit. Biggin says it was a hopeless situation. Bake sighs and says he's heard that certain techniques from unorthodox schools are too destructive, and that sometimes their use harms the fighter's own body. But what Biggin did was on a completely different level. Even though it lasted 1/100th of a second, it felt like a genuine catastrophe. He has never heard of a destructive martial art like it. Where did he get that? Biggin says he doesn't want to lie to him, so please stop asking about it. Then he takes the bloody bandages with a shaking hand and looks at his doctor in silence. Bake says fine and walks past him and says he'll be busy in the near future preparing for the tournament, and everything that comes with it, so for now rest and recover. Then he closes the door. Biggin looks at the floor and takes stock because he paid a relatively low price and solved the problem, and most importantly, he achieved his goal. Then the next step. And there's a knock at the door, and a voice asking whether Instructor Biggin is in, and it's the Vice Master of the Academy. Siyun asks whether he may come in, which surprises Biggin because this man has come to him personally and asked permission first. Then he corrects himself, because no, this is precisely the change you'd expect. Given that Seyun just confirmed with his own eyes what he'd previously only suspected about the man's martial ability, he lets him in. Siyun stands there uncertainly. Biggin lies down sideways on the bed, and observes that life really is interesting, and who would have thought the face of the academy would come to see him personally, and asks what brings him here. Siyun gets angry inside, and reminds himself that this is an insolent boy, and he needs to control himself and stay quiet. He says that first he wants to congratulate him on the victory. Unfortunately, a problem has arisen regarding the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Biggin throws a stone at the wall above his head. Siyun screams. Biggin looks at him and asks what exactly he's trying to say. Does he intend to keep interfering? Siyun shouts that no, that isn't it at all. There's a person missing from the team. Another cadet. Once he's moved away from the wall a little, Biggin asks whether he means 6 people are needed. Siyun explains that normally about 10 candidates are selected, including reserves, but the minimum requirement is 6. Biggin asks whether there weren't only 5 in their group either. Siyun says he had several cadets in mind, and Biggin smiles and says it isn't a problem at all, because if they need one more participant, there is exactly one cadet he would choose. A week later, the boys are climbing the stairs asking each other whether they're really doing this. Jiryang says he frankly still can't believe it. The Heavenly Martial Tournament. Moontak says they'll talk about it once they've safely arrived. since he's heard it takes a month just to reach the White Martial Academy, and apparently leaving their own academy and getting there in one piece is also part of the deal. Jiryang asks whether he's afraid of running into bandits in the Green Forest, and says if that happens, they'll just beat them all up. Muntak asks whether his injury has even healed. It healed a long time ago. While Jiryang waves his arms about, Wuken stands off to one side looking into the distance, oblivious to all of it, and when Li Jun accidentally catches that gaze he becomes frightened. Wuken doesn't say anything either. Soso notices something is off and asks what's wrong with him, and suggests maybe he needs the bathroom. The others start wondering when their instructor will show up, and Biggin comes out and asks whether everybody's ready, since they must have been kept awake all night in anticipation. Muntak says he doesn't think anybody wanted to go through any of this, and Biggin says that before they set off, he has an important announcement, and introduces the cadet joining them for the trip. A girl walks over and everybody is surprised, because they need 6 people from the academy, so he invited Danhua from the Flying Dragon class, and they all know her already, don't they? Jiryang asks whether that's the one who kicked Muntak's ass. Muntak tells him to shut up. Soso is delighted she's coming, and Danhua looks at Wuken, who looks straight back at her, and she goes red and looks at the floor. Then Soso asks the inspector whether she's coming too, and Mei asks whether she seriously thinks she'd leave their children alone with this weirdo, since somebody has to keep an eye on all of them. What she's actually thinking is that he hasn't forgotten his promise, has he? He helps her get her revenge, and all she has to do is stay at his side. And if he said those words purely to get out of trouble, she will make him regret it. Biggin says it's time to go, opens the gate, and they set out. Wuken and Legion stay silent. Muntak wonders how soon they'll arrive. Jiryang points out they have just stepped outside. Soso asks Danhua whether she's going to ask him today, the way she's been wanting to all this time, and Danhua goes off at her to shut up. Mei's head hurts already, and Biggin is thrilled, announcing that the journey promises to be fun and wonderful, exactly like him. Jiryang says that sentence sounds like a bad omen, and suggests they never say it again. Mei says she almost regrets ever getting involved with him. The boys assume everything will work out somehow, and follow their instructor. And at least the martial arts training path in preparation for the Heavenly Martial Tournament has begun, which is a formal name for something, and it becomes relevant fast. We open on a night where Wuken is fighting attacking men alongside Muntak and the rest of them. They're dropping opponents one after another, and blood is going onto the ground, and every single one of them is trying as hard as they physically can. One of the attackers screams that he'll show these insolent brats. Muntak gets scared, and Jiryang covers him and takes the man from behind and asks whether he's alright. Then several more come at them, screaming at them to die, and Jiryang shouts for everyone to get ready because it's far too early to relax, and Muntak curses because there is no end to them. And Li Jun, out in front, has no idea how any of this happened. 2 days earlier, they were in a carriage, and the carriage jerked hard, and Jiryang shouted that he genuinely beat somebody, because he isn't cargo, and with a coachman like that, it's better to walk, and would he please control the horses, and where in the world has anyone ever seen one man hold the reins that long? Because anybody would make mistakes. Legion was watching Soso be fascinated by butterflies and asking whether those two ever get tired of arguing. And Biggin was lying on the roof asking them to be quiet, the celestial-like instructor observing the situation. The girls inside the carriage were unimpressed by all of it. Danhua asked Wuken whether he genuinely intended to walk when there were empty seats, and he said to ignore him, since he's more comfortable walking alongside. That was day 2 of a month-long journey. They'd stopped in a village, bought a cart and supplies, spent a night and gone back on the road. It isn't especially fast, but a month without a cart would be considerably worse. Jiryang asked Legion whether his legs hurt and offered to swap, and Legion said no, he's fine, thank you. Then Jiryang said the training path had turned out more boring than he expected. He'd only recently learned that the act of leaving the academy for a month-long journey is itself part of the tournament, because the whole undertaking is called the martial arts training path, and it's considered essential for cadets. It's a direct immersion into the martial world, which the academy cannot provide. And depending on how things go, you may encounter a gang of bandits, occult martial artists, or the Unorthodox Alliance. And in the worst case, their blood gets spilled. Legion was sitting there wondering whether somebody like him survives a situation like that, and Biggin, looking at the sky, noted that this soft-hearted one had sunk into depression again. Thanks to what happened at the tournament, he'll follow orders without question now, and even so, it isn't worth leaving him like this. He needs his head straightened out quickly. Then the carriage stopped hard, and Muntak shouted for the instructor because something was ahead. What was ahead were people, a great many of them, and their severed parts, in a pool of blood on the road. Soso said, "Oh my god." Danhua went tense. Wuken understood what he was looking at immediately. And Biggin stepped down and said it looks like they were hit by bandits from the Green Forest gang, and on a mountain road like this that's routine, and they'd have to move the bodies aside so the carriage could get through. Jiryang shouted at him to wait. Biggin asked whether he's suggesting they drive straight over them. What a stupid boy. Jiryang shouted that isn't what he meant at all, and asked how they could possibly just shove those bodies off the road and drive away. They need to at least bury them. Biggin smiled and said it turns out Jiryang is much kinder than he seems. However, that's unacceptable. The sun sets soon, and if they delay any longer, they cannot reach the village today, which means spending the night in the mountains. Can he do that? Jiryang said they can tolerate one night, and Biggin said that isn't a decision to be made alone, is it? Jiryang went blank, and every one of them went tense, because nobody wanted to be the one who said it, and Jiryang said okay, he hears him. And Li Jun raised his hand and said stop. So asked whether he needed the bathroom again. He said no and asked why she keeps saying that. Then he said that he's also in favor of burying them. If they leave them, wild animals will desecrate them, and that's too cruel. They should be allowed to rest. And then he was genuinely shocked that he'd said it out loud. Muntak asked whether that's reasonable, and what's actually wrong with one night in the mountains. So said she's in favor too, and would feel better if they buried the men who died fighting. Wukan said he doesn't care. Danhua said it's fine to do that once. So all of them ended up standing in front of Biggin. And he said that if this is their will, there's no other option, and told them to get moving while he found a suitable place to camp nearby. Legion shouted that he understood the order, and Mei, watching Biggin walk away, asked what on earth had come over him, because normally in a situation like this he is extremely rude and listens to nobody. Surprisingly, he seems to be kind to children. So the boys wrapped the bodies in whatever they had and started burying them in pits, with Mei supervising and Danhua helping. And while they did that, other bandits were watching them, and one of them remarked that a catch like this would clearly please everyone. That night in a cave, those men were eating meat when the same one came in shouting that he had good news. He'd found new prey. Judging by their behavior, martial artist who'd just entered the area, and since they said they'd be spending the night nearby, he suggested an ambush. The others said they were too tired, so Shvagva should go instead. Vagva asked what, since he'd gutted everybody in that caravan. So this time the eldest brother should go. The first one shouted at them to believe him, and said the two of them should go, because there are 3 girls in that group, and all of them are incredibly beautiful. At which point the others chuckled and said that's a different matter entirely, and got up, and asked where the cuties were. Back at the camp, the boys had lit a fire, and Sosa was surprised they'd managed it, because she'd never seen a stone that makes flames before. Jeriang said it's common. The stone contains a lot of metal, and when you scrape it with a blade, it throws sparks. He always carries one and uses it when needed. Sosa was fascinated. Then Jeriang asked whether the beds were ready, and Sosa reported that she'd done exactly as instructed, laid tree leaves on the ground, covered them with cloth, and checked for insects. Excellent work. Good enough for one night. By the way, where are the boys? What's taking so long? And somebody said they're back, and Jeriang turned around and looked at Li Jun and Wukan in genuine fear, and asked whether they'd fallen off a cliff. Wukan didn't answer. Li Jun just laughed, unsure what to say. They asked how the hunt went and whether they'd caught anything. A few berries, some mushrooms. Jeriang asked whether that's all, and whether they mean to say that in an entire expedition they didn't catch one hare. Wukan said the whole undertaking was doomed from the start, because who hunts at sunset? And even if somebody else had gone, the result would have been identical. And then Muntak walked in announcing that the hunting party had returned with a bird and 2 hares. Jeriang asked what species. Muntak asked whether he'd finished patrolling and noticed anything unusual, and Jeriang said no, everything's quiet and calm, no sign of wild animals. Muntak said he spotted the game on the way back and barely caught it. Then Muntak looked at Wukan and observed that apparently there are things even the young master of the clan of destructive swords can't handle. Wukan bared his teeth. Legion was terrified by his face. Later that night, with the fire going, Li Jun asked Danhua whether she was sure she'd be fine, since during night watch the guards normally rotate and one person shouldn't sit like that. Danhua said she doesn't care and won't sleep anyway, so the others should rest. He said she'd wear herself out, and she said that tomorrow she'll sleep in the wagon while they travel, so he shouldn't worry. What she was thinking is that she agreed to spend one night in the mountains and still cannot believe she's being asked to sleep on the ground. Soso is already asleep and snoring, and leaving everyone and sleeping in the cart by herself would feel wrong, since she did nothing while the boys set up camp. So this is the best available way to keep her dignity, without appearing picky. She told him not to worry since he needs rest too, and he said he'd be counting on her. And after everyone else was asleep, Danhua sat alone in front of the fire, and Biggin also awake, watched from the sidelines. Mei came over and asked what he's doing out here alone, or rather what he's planning this time. Biggin said she's always appearing out of nowhere and talking nonsense, and she cut him off and asked what the real reason for this trip is, and told him not to claim he believes his own line about fostering students' growth and broadening horizons. Biggin asked why they wouldn't adhere to that policy, since as an instructor he wants his cadets to develop, and isn't that a common training goal? Mei smiled and asked, as an instructor, a common goal? It's the funniest thing she's heard in a long time. He remains a mystery she can't fully understand, and she knows one thing for certain. He has a clear purpose driving every plan and every action. She doesn't care how vile or insane it is. She won't interrogate him about the location, but if he intends to use her, she needs to know his goals. And Biggin said she's incredibly perceptive, and her experience as the celestial maiden who takes souls clearly isn't going to waste. She asked how he knows her real name, and got the same answer she always gets, and asked whether he's making excuses again. He said yes, and that he regrets it, and that for now it's a pathetic excuse and it's all he has. What he can say for certain is that one of the goals of this training course is genuine personal growth. They are crucial to his plan even if it doesn't look that way, and they need to become much stronger than they are, not only in martial arts but psychologically, and the other goal is that he needs to test a few things along the way. May asked which ones. He said he can't say yet. Special grade mana stones hidden by the demon race, along with various artifacts. And most importantly, the location of the demonic zone reported by the Phantom Shadow Estate. It's unclear who lives there, but if the environment has been damaged to that extent, something genuinely strange is hidden in it. In short, he hopes his actions find understanding in her heart. She asked what, and Biggin appeared behind her and swung. May asked what he's talking about, and he hit her in the back and knocked her unconscious, and she fell into his arms. Then he announced that the guests had finally arrived, meaning the bandits, and he explained to nobody that as long as she stayed conscious, these reckless kids would never face a genuine trial. Welcome to the real world, children. Then he smiled and settled down to watch, which is how we get back to Danwa alone at the fire, blushing while she looks at Wookin sleeping. Because on the day after the qualifying competition, when Instructor Biggin invited her to the Heavenly Martial Tournament, her happiness was beyond measuring. Obviously, the instructor is careless and eccentric, and the tournament itself never interested her, so she didn't care about any of that. What mattered was the chance to spend time with Wookin. More than 2 months together was genuinely wonderful. Living outside the academy, however, has turned out harder than she expected, and she needs to show Wookin only her best side. She was about to fall asleep when she heard a noise and jumped up and asked who's there and whether they'd identify themselves. Everybody woke up asking what's happening. She looked at the forest and became frightened, and a man came out and asked whether she's as sensitive to energy currents as she is to her own beautiful face. Jiryang shouted, "What the hell is going on and who is he?" The man said he'd never seen such an insolent boy and asked how he dares raise his voice in front of his elders, and said he ought to tear his limbs off one at a time. Jiryang started struggling as one of the bandits attacked him. They came out of nowhere and the pressure off them was suffocating, and Wookin stepped in and told him to stop bothering his younger comrades and asked politely about his identity and the purpose of his visit. The man said, "Look at him," and asked whether he thinks that will stop his bloodlust, and then noted that he does have some skill for his age and asked what clan he belongs to. Wookin said he's Wookin of the Yeon clan of destructive swords. The man asked whether that's the strongest clan in the world and said they've hit the jackpot today. A child of the destructive sword clan, and them the twin demons from the underworld. Wookin went still and repeated the words from the underworld. The man said he assumed he'd already guessed what awaits them, and mentioned he could probably shake a tidy sum out of the Yeon clan as ransom. Wookin shouted for everyone to prepare because they're surrounded and need to be careful. The bandits shouted to take them now, and they came in from every direction at once. Here's who these two are. The twin demons from the underworld operate in Hunan and Jiangxi provinces, where famous unorthodox martial artists work, and they primarily ambush merchants and travelers on mountain trails. Murder, assault, robbery, kidnapping, and their reputation matches it. Their martial prowess had not yet peaked, but they are extremely cunning and elusive, and thanks to their combined attacks the brothers have killed a great many martial artists. Eventually they die at the hands of a quarantine squad sent by the Orthodox Alliance. By then the body count is in 3 digits. So in practice what these students are facing is a pair of average skill unorthodox martial artists who are exceptionally cunning and cruel, which makes them perfect as the first real opponents for a group of inexperienced children. And Biggin watches all of it from the sidelines with a smile on his face while May sleeps through it, having suggested they test each other's strength. Swords clash and the bandits shout at each other to show no mercy. Legion takes one on the head and immediately notices his internal energy is running low and shouts for Jiryang to step aside so they can go at several men together. Muntak repels attacks, shouting that there's no end to them. Soso dodges everything and destroys the one she can with her own hands alongside Danwa. Then a man looks at his own hands and Soso asks worriedly whether it hurts. He pounces on her again, asking why she'd ask something that obvious. "You scum." And Soso goes very quiet and thinks, does it hurt? But that shouldn't be the case. Wookin meanwhile is fighting the elder of the two, and it's a bloody exchange, and the man says he expected skill like that from a representative of the Yeon clan, and finds it hard to believe he's honed himself to this degree, this young. However, he still lacks real experience. Then he's behind him. Wookin turns in fear, and the man looks surprised instead, because Danwa is there with a sword telling Wookin not to worry. She'll take the second opponent. The fight runs on until the men start losing strength. One of the bandits screams while fighting Wookin and gets thrown aside, and cannot understand how a brat could have internal energy like that, since you cannot accumulate that much in 10 years. So this is what it means to be a direct descendant of the greatest clan under heaven. One of them shouts to the boss for help. The boss shouts back that he's busy, because he's fighting Danwa, who will not back down, and he is asking himself who the hell this is and what incredible ability she has. She fights back to back with Wookin, and Wookin says her name, and she asks what, and he asks her to cover his back, just once. She says okay, it will be done. Then Wookin goes at them, and the men scream that they can't fight him because he oozes danger. Danwa uses her lightning sword art and destroys the ones nearest her instantly. Both twins get caught in midair, and Wookin uses his high dragon sword art, looks the bandits in the eyes and takes them apart with one blow. Their bodies come down, and Danwa, looking at that, thinks she never doubted what Wookin was on a battlefield, and cutting 2 people cleanly in half in one stroke is genuinely impressive. At this level he has already passed the standard for a rising martial artist. Wookin raises his sword and shouts for everyone to listen, and announces that the twin demons from the underworld, their leaders, have fallen. If they value their lives, they should drop their weapons and withdraw immediately. Muntak asks, in surprise, whether he actually did it. The bandits shout that it's a lie and it can't be, and then one of them shouts, "Look, they really are both dead," and says they need to leave, there's no point being here anymore. The boys give up and start running, and Biggin absorbs them with his magical energy and destroys them. The students ask what that is. He asks them to surrender. They're still too inexperienced. Then their instructor lands next to them and asks how they are, and what their impressions were of their first real fight. Wukin asks where he's been. Biggin says he was carefully observing what was happening, and asks whether they genuinely thought he'd abandon his precious cadets and run away. Danhua screams that he's completely irresponsible and that because of him almost all of them are seriously injured. And Biggin asks whether they're blaming him, and why exactly did they have to camp in these mountains tonight? Have they forgotten already? He warned them. They made a joint decision, didn't they? The students exchange looks, and Biggin says, okay, he isn't going to debrief them on that because what matters is what happens next. Then he grades them. First Wukin, he assessed the situation quickly, didn't lose composure under provocation, and reacted calmly. He evaluated his opponent's capabilities, turned to his allies for help, and finished them with his most reliable killing method, all of which was excellent. However, he didn't keep an eye on his comrades during the fight and couldn't see each other's situations, and the final attack was slightly clumsy, so points are deducted. 85 out of 100. Next, Danhua. She sensed the enemy's energy and reacted quickly, preparing for a possible ambush. She panicked a little at first and adapted fast, supported Wukin, and handled the leaders well. 80 out of 100, which isn't bad. And now the remaining 4, none of whom met even the minimum standard. The students ask in genuine fear what that means, because they fought so hard. Biggin tells Jiryang to shut up and listen, rushing into battle like a wild boar and waving his arms around. Is that a fight? Did he think courage alone would be enough? 45 out of 100. Jiryang shouts, what do you mean? Like a boar? No comment. Next, Muntak. Good that he was watching his comrades and supporting them, but he was so focused on that, he couldn't properly deal with the enemy directly in front of him. 60 out of 100. Then Soso, who had countless openings during the battle and hezitated before every single attack. He's already somewhat familiar with her problem, but does she genuinely keep thinking like that even while an enemy is actively trying to kill her? 35 out of 100. And Li Jun, shouldn't he be able to gauge how much internal energy he has by now? How did he burn all of it in a few minutes? He was never taught to act that recklessly. By this point, he should at least be able to assess the situation and regulate his own strength. 50 out of 100. Then Biggin says the part that isn't a joke. If Wukin hadn't been here tonight, all of them would have been seriously injured, and at least 1 or 2 would have died. In the worst case, all of them would have been captured and subjected to things he doesn't need to describe. Do they understand what reality is now? They ran into passing bandits, and their lives were already on the line. That's their current level. So, from now on, they follow his orders without question. At which point Muntak raises a hand and says, Instructor. Biggin asks what, and whether he has objections. Muntak says no, but Mei is standing behind him. She is extremely angry, and she is holding a sword. Biggin becomes frightened and swears. Meanwhile, an unknown group is moving through the forest, and one of them is the leader of the Azure Dragon School, Yu Sunren, who is asking the Alliance leader whether this is really normal, because these vile rumors about the twin demons from the underworld could cost them their reputation as an unorthodox alliance. The Alliance leader says he fully understands her concerns. However, Kiren personally recommended them. And they too are unfortunate souls, deceived and falsely accused by orthodox propaganda. Kiren agrees that they're right, and the leader says that once they meet the twins in person and establish a constructive dialogue, they'll certainly come to understand the Alliance's main goal. Sunren says everything's clear. This is the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance, the Supreme Emperor of the Mighty Fists, all of it for the sake of saving the oppressed. His name is Gumuk, and he tips his hat and looks at the sky and smiles. Sometime later, inside a building in the forest, a man in visible shock is holding up painted faces and declaring that these heads genuinely belong to the twin demons from the underworld, and asking how in the world anybody managed to defeat those elusive monsters. Biggin suggests they probably didn't expect to run into a group from a martial arts academy and offers to let them check on their own subordinates at the location he indicated. The man says the vile demons finally had bad luck. Soso asks whether they were very famous, and the man tells her not to even mention it, young lady, because the number of lives those two took must have passed 100, and most of them weren't even martial artists. They were merchants and ordinary people. And they shouldn't imagine that was all, since the two of them also kidnapped women and committed things that are embarrassing to describe. In short, all this scum from the unorthodox forces has to be exterminated. Everybody agrees, and Jiryang suddenly feels that something is wrong, and Biggin asks about the reward and puts a hand out. A while later, he's sitting with a bag of gold, observing that thanks to this incident, their travel budget has improved considerably, and Mei asks whether he isn't ashamed, behaving like that in front of children, a slave to mercantilism. Biggin asks whether she's still angry, apologizes for the previous day, and swears that tonight they will properly rest in the village. So the boys are at a table eating well, and Biggin stands up and looks at Jiryang, who is sitting in front of his food not touching it. He asks what's wrong, since this is normally the one who greedily inhales everything. So why are his noodles still there? Jiryang says he's thinking about that conversation about the Unorthodox Alliance. Obviously those twins were monsters who deserved to die, but even so, treating every unorthodox martial artist as a criminal is a bit odd. Biggin says nothing and remembers Jiryang screaming, that Chojin insulted not only him but his parents, and that nobody knows what it meant for his father to turn away from the unorthodox path. And if he's trying to defend the unorthodox alliance now, then so be it. Then Danwa turns and asks whether he's forgotten why the Orthodox treat them this way. Because when the Great War between the sects broke out over 10 years ago, it was the members of the unorthodox alliance who brushed the crisis aside to save themselves. So it isn't surprising they were isolated afterwards. She isn't going to criticize him or bring up his birth the way Chojin did. He should simply be glad he avoided joining them and stay as far from them as possible. Jiryang hisses that he knows all of that, and somebody from across the room asks whether she really thinks so. Wukin and Danwa go tense and turn around, and there's a man standing with his back to them, and he asks whether they genuinely believe it's acceptable to be persecuted just for not participating in the Great War between the sects. Danwa asks how that's possible, and since when they've been standing there, because she never noticed them at all. All three of them are incredible martial artists. The man walks over to Biggin and asks whether he's the leader of this group. His name is Gumuk, and as strange as it may sound, he leads the unorthodox alliance and he's glad to meet the young talents of the orthodox. Everybody tenses. Wukin jumps up and draws, and Biggin smiles and asks whether he's joking, and why the leader of an unorthodox alliance is trying to provoke a fight with some passing kids from the orthodox side. Kirin immediately starts shouting about how dare this jerk talk like that. Gumuk asks mildly whether he wants to provoke a fight and says that sounds completely out of place. Biggin smiles, and Gumuk explains that the people they were just discussing, the twin demons from the underworld, were originally going to be formally invited into his alliance. Today the three of them were planning to survey their base, and they accidentally overheard the conversation. It looks like they were too late. Wukin asks clearly what happens next, and whether they intend to take revenge. Gumuk waves a hand and smiles and tells them to calm down, and asks why they'd do that. He, like them, heard disturbing rumors about those two, and you cannot believe things like that without seeing for yourself. In any case, since they encountered them first and were the first to assume they were villains deserving death, it's ultimately karma, and he would never forgive them either, if the rumors turned out to be true. Nevertheless, they do feel a slight annoyance, purely because they've fallen out of favor with the Orthodox. The current Orthodox persecute them and call them an unorthodox alliance, and Biggin walks over, looks down at him and says he doesn't care. Whether they're a so-called unorthodox alliance or something else entirely, they should go to hell. And if this man bothers him again, he'll simply kill him. Now here's what Biggin is thinking while he says it, because he remembers this man perfectly well. Before him is the same idiot from his past life, the one who rallied his forces claiming to represent the persecuted unorthodox clans, and who turned out to be a fool and who met his end by crashing into the Orthodox alliance and suffering a crushing defeat. In other words, a moron who isn't even worth including in a plan. Chiron shouts that this freak deserves to be torn apart, and how dare he speak to the leader that way. And Gumuk stops him and addresses him properly. Master of the White Tiger School, didn't he promise not to cause trouble on this expedition? And Master of the Azure Dragon School should also divert her energy. Then he adjusts his hat and says with a smile that unfortunately their start doesn't seem to have gone very well, and he'll leave as he came and apologizes for ruining their meal. The boys watch them go in bewilderment, and Biggin remarks that these worthless people are acting awfully arrogantly. Muntak asks whether it was even right to treat them like that, and Biggin asks what he'd have him do instead, tremble in front of those guys. Even if they were chasing a demonic cult, they're a motley crew numbering fewer than a few hundred. Muntak repeats the words in horror, several hundred, a motley crew, and May asks in genuine surprise whether he's got something wrong. Biggin looks at her, and May explains that by generally accepted knowledge, the Unorthodox Alliance is a large military organization with over 1,000 members. And Biggin says what? Because meanwhile Kirin is shouting at Gumuk asking whether he's seriously not going to teach those insolent people a lesson, and Gumuk is telling him to moderate his anger, since he now leads a group of almost 1,000 people, and there's no reason to tolerate insults from a freak like that. Gumuk says he appreciates the concern for his reputation, but this place is exclusive Orthodox Alliance territory, and if they act recklessly, everything they've built could be wasted. Their goal is to save people subjected to injustice and persecution, not to intimidate anybody. So today he proposes silence, for the sake of their plans. Sun Ren declares that if that's his will, they follow it. She thinks about Biggin's eyes. Chiron grinds his teeth and turns away in fury. And here's what the Unorthodox Alliance actually is right now. Despite being a relatively new and rising organization, it has suddenly become the most powerful force in the shadow world. Above everything else, it exists to rescue and protect persecuted unorthodox martial artists. Among people who were censured for nothing except not belonging to the Orthodox Alliance, that produced an enormous response, and the Alliance's power grew instantly. Because of that unprecedented growth, the Orthodox Alliance watches them with caution. And despite that, they have so far shown no hostility toward the Orthodox at all, and instead act as a controlling influence over the more unsavory unorthodox groups, which has produced a situation with no direct conflict so far. May admits that in the meantime, intense psychological games between the two continue, and that the Unorthodox Alliance keeps expanding its influence, and now represents a formidable force. Then she asks whether he's even listening. Biggin asks whether she was joking. They walk on beside the carriage, and he asks again whether all of that is true. Jiryang is surprised and finds it stranger still that the man didn't know, since one of the biggest incidents in recent memory just happened. Biggin asks what, and Jiryang says that Gumuk, the leader of the unorthodox alliance they just met, is a great martial artist who appeared recently like a comet and has been demonstrating incredible strength. In some circles, there are rumors he's among the top 10 martial artists by the Orthodox Alliance's own reckoning. He has defeated martial artists and Orthodox forces, and now by all accounts people are showing him their loyalty. And Biggin realizes something is badly wrong, because this is nothing like the unorthodox alliance he knew. Naturally, the people and events he has personally intervened in have changed, but since the regression he hasn't touched a single variable connected to the unorthodox alliance. Obviously, he never expected everything to go according to plan. The main problem with this particular variable is that he has absolutely no idea why it happened. Can he even continue with the original plan under these conditions? Most of his plans rest on memory and knowledge from a life he already lived. What if there are other things that have changed? Especially if it has anything to do with that demon race. What the hell went wrong, and why? The unorthodox alliance. Why did these worthless freaks appear in his path and hand him an extra headache? He said his name was Gumuk. Maybe he should kidnap him and torture him. May puts a hand on his shoulder and asks why he suddenly looks so gloomy. He looks at her in silence, then says nothing and turns and walks off in another direction. May watches him go and asks whether he takes her for a fool, because it's obvious he's planning something. She says his name again, and then somebody shouts at them to stop. Muntak pulls the carriage up sharply, and there's a crowd of bandits in front of them announcing that this territory is under Green Forest control, and if they want to pass, they'll have to pay the appropriate price. Danwa says bandits again. Soso remarks that there are an awful lot of bandits outside the academy. May steps out to talk to them and asks what they want. The men see her and are genuinely thrown, asking who this woman is, and saying they've never heard of beauty like that. May draws and warns them, in advance, that the people in front of them are martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance heading to the Heavenly Martial Tournament, and she'd rather not spill blood unnecessarily. So, why don't they quietly step aside? Then she puts magical light around herself, and the men laugh. The leader says she has a beautiful face, but the thorns of her soul are genuinely sharp, and since she's asking what they want, they'll tell her. Surrender, hand over those two girls, and every other man lays down his weapons. Then they'll be let go in peace. May asks what? His skill doesn't look particularly high, and even knowing they belong to the Alliance, he would go that far. So there's nothing to be done, and she shouts at the special purpose class to prepare for battle, and every one of them raises a sword and forms a line. The bandit shouts that the pillars of the Green Forest must attack, and that they should spare those two girls if possible. And then something feels wrong, because a beam of light has gone through his body. It's a mana blade, and it's being held, and he falls to the ground shaking. Biggin says the words, "They were sent by the Unorthodox Alliance, weren't they?" Answer. The bandit asks fearfully who he is. So Biggin cuts through him, and says that he told him to answer the question that was asked. So why did he start stuttering? Because this genuinely irritates him. The rest of the bandits see all of that and become terrified. May puts a hand over her own face, and Biggin says, well, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of others who can answer. Then he goes into them. He cuts them down with his magic almost without moving, and body parts and heads go through the forest in every direction, and the remaining bandits scatter screaming. Jiryang points and asks whether they should try to stop the instructor. May says no. Leave him alone. She cannot let them fall into that madman's hands. Biggin keeps going, and he is enjoying it. The last of them start telling each other that at this rate they'll all die, and one of them shouts for somebody to bring out the thing the hallmaster gave them. Biggin cuts their throats too, and then stops, because one of them shouts enough, "Dog of the Orthodox Alliance." And Biggin looks and is horrified. The man has pulled out a weapon, and says he's certain Biggin has never seen anything like it in his life, and offers to let him see what it is one last time. This is the divine punishment they are preparing for the freaks of the Orthodox. In the name of the Unorthodox Alliance, he uses it. There is a flash of light. May is terrified for him. The bandit is laughing and shouting that he did it, that he could, and that thanks to this, he'll be made a member of the White Tiger School. And Biggin hits him from behind and puts his head into the ground. Then he stands on his body and says that from now on, he will answer his questions clearly and distinctly. Where did he get that thing? Sometime later, after dark, the students are gathered near the carriage in a state of disbelief. Jiryang says he can't believe the Unorthodox Alliance would commit something that petty. Muntak says he felt slightly strange when they parted that calmly, and it never occurred to him they'd try to openly harm them. Danwa says maybe everybody has finally come to their senses, since the Unorthodox Alliance is, after all, a gathering of unorthodox forces. Li Jun says that's understandable, and then says the other thing. He doesn't know whether it's his imagination, but ever since the instructor met the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance, he has seemed extremely pleased with himself. Soso says she felt it too, and that it looked more like an unprecedentedly bad mood. Did he have any connection to them in the past? No, he shouldn't have. In fact, he looked as though he didn't know them at all, and even behaved as though he couldn't believe what they were telling him. And anyway, why were they told to wait to one side? Wukin says nothing out loud and asks himself what he actually saw earlier, because for an orthodox martial art, both the power and the forms were far too unusual. Meanwhile, Biggin is trying to get blood off his hands, and May comes over and asks whether he got what he wanted. He says he extracted something, and it wasn't enough. Then he asks about the others. She says she told the students to wait aside and keep observing. He says that's excellent work, and then there's a silence, and May asks him to listen to her. She is fully aware that he is out of his mind and simultaneously working on some important plan, so his condition doesn't particularly surprise her. But she'll give him a few words of advice. If he intends to keep teaching, he should maintain at least minimal restraint, because the cadets cannot handle behavior like that. He says he'll remember it, and May says fine, and now, how about an explanation? That strange object the man used. Or should she call it a weapon? What was it? Beyond the bizarre shape, the thing emitted an enormous amount of light. He knows what it is, doesn't he? Biggin says he wouldn't have told her about something like that under normal circumstances, but since things have turned out this way, there's nothing else to be done. That weapon was not forged here. It isn't from their world at all. May's face changes and she asks what, and Biggin says that something else irritates him more, namely that this item should not have appeared now. Then he turns to her and he genuinely doesn't know how to react. Sometime later, at the Unorthodox Alliance, Gumuk is discussing the situation with Kiran and asking whether it's true. Kiran shouts, yes, the man named Biggin they met the other day has destroyed the Green Forest faction belonging to the Unorthodox Alliance. Gumuk is stunned and asks whether he means Biggin attacked a peaceful Green Forest faction and caused a tragedy like that. Kiran says yes, and that to glorify his own name he became inhumane and treated innocent people with that much cruelty. Gumuk can't believe it. At first glance he had the impression the man was unusual. He's turned out to be far crueler and more dangerous than he imagined. Deep down he wants to go and hold him accountable personally. But regarding that, could he ask them to handle this matter? Kiran shouts yes, that he failed and that he'll return once the lower orders have sent divine punishment down on that vile bastard from the Orthodox. Gumuk says he's counting on him. Master, then he clutches his own face and becomes extremely tense, and his friend Ray Hing comes over and remarks that he looks like a man with a great deal on his plate. Gumuk says no, he's encountered this several times before. The tyranny of the Orthodox who only care about words. She needn't worry about it. Their great dream will stay unshakable because of all this. And after that conversation, Kiran walks out into the garden and crosses a bridge, and turns around, lost in thought, and a man appears beside him and asks whether he even realizes what he's done. It's Dako Jin. Kiran says he has no idea what he's talking about. Dako Jin tells him not to play dumb, because he knows perfectly well that Kiran incited the Green Forest faction to attack, and then tried to cover up the failure by sending a false report to the Alliance leader. How long does he intend to keep acting on his own? Kiran shouts, so what if he did all of that, and says Doko Jin only says that because he wasn't there. Some insolent and inexperienced teacher dared to mock and insult their leader to his face, and did it in front of the students. He should just wait. Now that he has the leader's permission, he'll tear him apart personally. And Dako Jin asks what kind of idiot he is. He doesn't care if the pathetic Green Forest faction disappears. The genuine problem is that those people from the Orthodox are still alive and well. Now that their alliance is establishing itself as the center of every unorthodox force, the first thing on the record is an attack on cadets, followed by a devastating assault. If word of that gets out, the reputation and authority of the unorthodox alliance is finished. Does he even understand the overall situation? Then he addresses somebody else, leader of the Bloody Knight sect, and the leader in question answers yes master and appears because they need his help for the future of the unorthodox alliance. The Bloody Knight sect were formerly the leading assassination organization of the unorthodox forces, and now they're inside the alliance and can be given orders. The order is to eliminate the instructor named Biggin and all of his companions, by any means necessary, and to act as quickly as possible before the master of the White Tiger School ruins everything with his stupidity again. They leave immediately. Sometime later, the students have lit a fire and are discussing spending another night in a settlement, since at least they have somewhere warm. Legion says that honestly, he's beginning to get used to camp life in the forest. Soso asks the inspector where the instructor is, and May says he told her he was tired and wanted an early night, and they shouldn't worry about him, at which point a phantom shadow appears above them and surveys the area. Number 7 has been told to keep an eye on Biggin for the entire journey and never let him out of sight. He asked whether he really had to be alone. Everyone, including himself, needs to verify the information Biggin provided, and right now he is the only one free. If the man really did give them something important, he isn't to be lost until their return. So the ghostly shadow sits on the roof remarking that the master clearly overdid it, telling them to keep an eye on a kindergarten. Although he admits it's been quite interesting to watch, the bandits attacking the first camp. The meeting with Gumuk, leader of the Unorthodox Alliance, which was fascinating. And the day before yesterday, those freaks with the strange weapons. Then he turns around sharply, because something is wrong. He stands up and asks himself whether he imagined it. Sometime later, the students are asleep by the fire with Jariang left alone on watch. And the leader of the Bloody Knight sect is asking whether all preparations are complete. They report yes, sect leader, with the exception of one cadet on night watch, and confirm every other target is asleep. All 25 members of the Bloody Knight sect are in position and awaiting the command. Say the word and they'll kill all of them in an instant. He says it's excellent work and tells them to stay vigilant until the very end, since according to Biggin's own file, he's at minimum a high-level martial artist. And at that moment, somebody strikes his subordinates. He turns around, realizing he'd known all along. A ghostly shadow appears in front of him, swings and says that he wasn't imagining things. Then he kicks off the ground and goes at the sect leader, who screams to ask who he is, and tries to cut him clean through. And it doesn't work, and the leader says what? And then there's a sword at his throat and a request to be quiet since the others are sleeping. A moment later his throat opens. The entire sect team is wiped out by one phantom shadow, who then holds his own head and mutters about this unnecessary headache. Then he turns and swings at the man who has been watching him. And it's Biggin, who tosses his sword aside, and the man asks whether he wasn't sleeping. Biggin says of course he handles things like this himself, and he was simply observing today, because a certain little frog was working very hard. Number 7 shouts that he knew it, and that he had genuinely gone half insane worrying he might not be able to stand up to professional killers, and it seems he worried for nothing. Biggin says he wasn't entirely mistaken, because unlike him, those kids are clearly too tough to handle. Then he smiles and asks whether he can identify the attackers. Number 7 says he needs a moment to think, based on their numbers and the martial arts they used. It's highly likely that this was the Bloody Knight sect, a fairly well-known group of killers among the unorthodox forces. He'd heard they recently, unofficially joined an alliance, and it seems that was true. And Biggin chuckles and says everything's clear. So the unorthodox alliance is in his way again. Sometime later in Hunan province, the group walks into a city full of people going about their business, and the students are excitedly discussing the prospect of finally sleeping comfortably. So asks whether they're looking for an inn, and Biggin says yes, somewhere decent where they can safely leave the cart at the entrance. And Danwa says there's no need. She informs him that her clan's residence is on the outskirts of this city, and no inn will offer conditions like that, so she's offering to put them up and will show them the way. Biggin says the word residence. Sometime later they arrive at the house, and every one of them is surprised by the sheer height of the rooms. Danwa meets her subordinates, who welcome her back, and she greets the owner of the outer pavilion and says it's been a long time. He asks whether the journey was trouble-free. A few skirmishes, she says, but overall they arrived safely, and she'd like everything prepared for rest. They're shown through, and Jeriang is looking around in fear the whole way thinking, so this is the clan of the piercing swords and it is simply incredible. Muntak asks whether they have more places like this. Biggin wishes everybody a good night's rest, says he'll inform them of the schedule in the morning, and disappears. A while later a girl in the bathroom remarks that prestigious clans are certainly better. Danwa and Wukin behave themselves. Jeriang, Muntak and Li Jun devour everything on the table at incredible speed. And when Li Jun goes outside he takes stock because he has practiced the energy accumulation technique every single day since that duel, and he still feels stuck. Then he sees Biggin talking to one of the clan's subordinates, thanking him for his help, and the man saying he's glad to hear it, and asking permission to withdraw. Li Jun calls out to him, and Biggin asks why he's wandering alone this late, since it's rare to get a chance to rest peacefully. Li Jun chuckles and says he couldn't sleep, and then says he actually has a question. Biggin looks him in the eye and says it's about time he started whining again. However, as far as he can tell, he's been constantly training to accumulate energy since the defeat, so he thinks it's time to move on to the next stage. Li Jun asks whether that's true. Biggin smiles and asks whether he'll genuinely follow every instruction this time without complaints, because if he can't trust him completely, he can't train him. Li Jun shouts that he can handle it and will never doubt him again, and falls at his feet and swears to it. Biggin asks is that so? Good. Then he'll explain the second stage. He tells him to throw away his sword, because from now on his weapon isn't a sword. It's a bow. Li Jun is stunned and asks a bow. From now on he focuses on archery instead of fencing. Li Jun says he has never held a bow in his life, so Biggin explains it properly and asks whether he remembers what he was told about his own constitution. Li Jun says yes. His meridians are too widely spaced compared to the amount of internal energy he currently has. Correct. Which is why he fights by accumulating energy and releasing all of it at once. And as he has probably begun to understand, that is an extremely awkward method for the arts he's been studying. It's true for clan sword techniques that gradually suppress an opponent through continuous attacks, and the fencing of the Star Sword clan is even less compatible with it. Whereas archery by its own nature is nothing but accumulating power and then releasing it in one motion. That matches his constitution perfectly. Li Jun says that switching weapons purely for that reason is strange, and Biggin says he hasn't finished. His natural reflexes fit. Even the shape of his bones fits. He possesses the qualities of an archer in every respect. Li Jun says that even so this is too sudden, and Biggin points out that a few minutes ago he was shouting that he trusted him completely and now he's arguing. Then he softens it, because he understands perfectly well how difficult it is for a martial artist to change weapons instantly, especially from a sword. So he'll give him time to think it over, and allows himself to add a few things. If he picks up a bow, he becomes the next strongest under heaven. If he stays attached to a sword, he remains an ordinary man who will struggle to become even a mediocre martial artist. That's the kind of person he is. Li Jun, and Li Jun's whole world starts moving because he cannot work out how any of this happened. Later that evening, Biggin and Mei are in the city center, and she asks whether this is a walk in the middle of the night and why he brought her along. He says life needs moments like this occasionally, and tonight he'll finally be able to relax and unwind. Mei says yes, he's right, since no matter how brazen those scoundrels from the unorthodox alliance are, sending an assassin into the residence of the Moke clan would mean full-scale war. Biggin smiles and asks whether she knew about that. She repeats, how could she not? They gave off an ominous bloodlust, and since that's what his subordinates are like, she simply observed. It seems the group has already become a target, and if they keep attacking like this eventually, and Biggin cuts her off, and says it will not be allowed. not to worry. Sometime later, in a restaurant where girls are playing instruments beautifully and a great many people are eating, Biggin kicks the door in. People start shouting about an intruder, and Biggin walks in and says that sitting back and taking blow after blow is definitely not his style. So this time it's his turn to give them a dressing down. They come at him immediately. He dodges every swing, which only makes them angrier, and it takes him a couple of kicks to finish the whole group. In the process, he turns to May and asks whether she's going to help him or not. She says he arranged all of this himself, so she isn't obliged. He calls her the Snow Queen with a smirk, closes his fist tighter and runs forward, hitting everyone in his path, and remarks that he doesn't really need her help. Nobody gets back up, and then a worried woman's voice from the second floor asks them to stop and come up, which is where the leader of the Azure Dragon School of the Unorthodox Alliance, Yu Sunren, finally appears. She takes them into the reception area and sets a table, and says she never expected them to visit her before she got to them, and asks Biggin where he found the courage. He drinks all the wine, wipes his mouth, and remarks that the drink here is especially good and asks what it is. Sunren asks him to answer the question. How did he know about this place? So he tells her. This place doesn't exactly look like a secret lair. The House of Pleasure is quite famous in these parts, and although the establishment opened recently, its fame is already loud. The local service is so impeccable that it beats every competitor nearby, so a great many people suspected it was under the protection of the Unorthodox Alliance. And since the Orthodox Alliance's influence in this region is extremely weak, the rumors could easily be true. She asks whether, since he came here on that reasoning, he genuinely intends to enter into confrontation with the Unorthodox Alliance. He tells her not to make him laugh. Weren't they the ones who interfered first? She slams her fist into the table and says that if he hadn't been so rude to their leader, none of this would have happened. And May asks, unimpressed, whether that's why they sent professional assassins. Was the rudeness toward their leader so offensive that they tried to massacre cadets who haven't even reached adulthood? Sunren is genuinely surprised and asks what she's talking about. May tells her not to play dumb because it was them who appeared in front of their group while they were resting and interrupted the conversation, them who tried to sow discord with the Green Forest subordinates, and them who went as far as sending professional assassins. Sunren comes out of her chair and says this is outrageous and cannot be true, because the Alliance leader stopped them when they wanted revenge. And Biggin casts and throws a head onto the table and says she's lying. Even after seeing that, will she deny it? Let her tell them where they got it. The woman becomes furious and stamps her foot hard enough to release energy that scatters every piece of furniture in the room, and shouts that not only did they insult the leader, they dared to invade Orthodox-controlled territory and do something like this. And they're no different from the hypocrites who have been persecuting them all this time. May grins and releases her own energy in answer and says she's finally showing her true colors, so she wants to fight. Their energies collide, and Sunren immediately feels it and goes nervous because she genuinely hadn't paid attention to this woman, and her internal energy is no weaker, possibly stronger. To think there was a martial artist like that among the women of the Orthodox Alliance and nobody knew. However, she isn't going to lose to these people. And then Biggin's voice arrives inside her head, stern, telling her that he asked her to answer the question. She shudders and freezes, and looks up at him, and he seems terrifyingly enormous. He asks where they got that. She grinds her teeth and bursts into tears, and panics. Afterwards, walking away from the building, May asks whether it was right to leave things like that. He turns, puzzled, and asks whether she means he should have finished her off. May says that judging by his previous behavior, she naturally assumed he would. He shrugs, and says he was going to when he first kicked the door in, and it turned out she knew absolutely nothing about the subject. And he estimates she holds a fairly high position in the Unorthodox Alliance, which means those idiots aren't as united as they appear. And while he's thinking about that, May hears something and turns around. Warriors are running at them from every side, and one of them lands directly in front and announces that they, Biggin, and the brainless woman beside him have insulted the heavens of the Unorthodox Alliance. Then he draws and swears to tear them to pieces. It's the leader of the White Tiger School, Chu Kirin, and Biggin is only pleased because this time he'll get an intelligible answer. Because a little earlier, having just heard the news, Kiren ran to check on Sunren and found her sitting on the floor with her face buried in her knees and asked whether it's true that Biggin's group came here. She looked up at him, frightened, and he told her to pull herself together and asked where that idiot is, because he'll lead the main forces of the Alliance to hunt him down. She grabbed his hand and panicked, and asked him not to mess with him, to just forget about him, because otherwise everyone dies. He waved her hand away and called her pathetic, and asked how somebody who is a pillar of the Unorthodox Alliance can behave like that, and headed for the exit, saying that even if he has to search the entire city, he will find him. She asked him to wait. His people were already waiting at the exit. The White Tiger School, the best of the best, selected and trained by the most experienced martial artists of the Unorthodox Alliance. Today, Biggin meets his death. Except at this moment, it seems he was the one destined to, because Biggin punches him in the face hard enough to send him sideways and knock a tooth out, and Kirin cannot even imagine how it turned out this way. May, meanwhile, handles the men who came with him. She cuts several down and lands gracefully, and a man drops on her from behind and she slips it, and he signals the others to surround and destroy her, and tells them to go in even if it costs them an arm, because they are the White Tiger School, the strongest of the Unorthodox Alliance. She grins and asks whether these are the ones being called elites, at this level of ability. Then it takes her a couple of swings to kill all of them, and the survivors stare at her in shock. She points her sword and asks whether they weren't the ones saying they'd kill her. Well, let them try. Biggin glances over and decides he can leave those to her, since she is a martial artist after all. Then he turns to his opponent, who is still trying to breathe after that punch, and asks whether it's time to finish what they started. Chiron is extremely nervous because none of this makes sense. The man parried his attacks playfully, as if he were a child, despite Chiron being a top-level martial artist. And how could somebody from the Orthodox Alliance be this ruthless at 20 years old? Has he genuinely reached the peak of martial arts? Biggin notices him thinking, and asks what's wrong, since he was radiating that much bloodlust a moment ago, as though he'd met his mortal enemy. Apparently he never expected to be rebuffed, given that he brought all these subordinates who are called elites. And he even came here with a suspicious but powerful weapon. He never imagined it would end like this, did he? Chiron, indignant, rushes him, demanding that he hand it over because in his hands is the divine weapon of their unorthodox alliance. Then he uses Asura's Fist of the Fierce Tiger, Roaring Tiger Destruction Strike, with his remaining arm, and produces an explosion that does not touch his opponent at all. And while he's staring at the empty space, where Biggin was, Biggin is already behind him and kicks him onto his stomach. He starts coughing blood, and Biggin asks what kind of divine weapon this is supposed to be. Have they, the idiots, ever seriously considered what it actually is? An extraordinary weapon nobody has ever seen or heard of, and nobody knows who made it or where it came from. Have they ever genuinely thought about that? Chiron doesn't understand what he's talking about, and Biggin remarks that be that as it may, he clearly knows more than the woman did, and he will make sure he spills every bit of it. So he shouldn't even think about departing for another world before he's answered the questions. Chiron panics, and then he has an idea and laughs and reminds himself that he said he'd die here today. He pulls out another weapon, something like a staff with a crystal on it that starts glowing brightly. He apologizes to his leader and closes his eyes. Biggin works out what's about to happen and shouts for May, and when she turns, her eyes go wide, exactly like her opponent's. The crystal detonates with a roar that goes up as a pillar of flame into the sky and puts a shockwave through the city. Meanwhile, Legion is out in the courtyard getting some air and turning the instructor's words over. If he takes up the bow, he becomes the next strongest under heaven. If he stays bound to the sword, he can't even dream of becoming a top-level martial artist. He looks at the sky and thinks he never imagined he'd have to give up the sword in order to get stronger. How is that even possible? He said he would never doubt the instructor's teachings again, and even so, a change like that is too much, because he originally wanted to be strong. He has been training since he was a child. One day during that training, his father came over, patted him on the head with a smile, and praised him. His stance had definitely become steadier. He'd clearly been training hard. His father said he felt genuinely relieved, because he himself has no talent, and it took him forever to master even one technique. And this boy clearly has talent in martial arts, so he's very happy for him. However, if only he had been born into a respected martial clan instead of an obscure one like theirs, his talent would have shown much earlier. And little Legion asked him not to say things like that. He was going to become the strongest, and make their clan's great martial arts famous throughout Merim. Coming back out of that memory, Legion closes his fist and thinks that no matter how strong he becomes, if he abandons his clan's swordsmanship, his father will be disappointed, and then a roar goes off and a column of smoke rises into the sky and he starts to worry. At the sight of the explosion, there is a pile of warriors on the ground. Biggin and May are alive because of a barrier. He looks at her and asks whether she's okay, and she confirms it, confused, and he drops the barrier and says he cannot believe that crazy idiot actually blew everything up. May notes that he seemed like an outstanding martial artist, and even if he was aiming for mutual destruction, that explosion was far too powerful. Biggin picks something up off the ground and says it had nothing to do with his skill level because the explosion wasn't produced by a technique. It was produced by a tool. She comes over and asks whether he means a bomb triggered by lightning or an incendiary because that explosion looked like neither. He holds out an open palm. She looks at it and asks whether this is the item he mentioned earlier. He shows her the crystal and confirms it. Same nature as the item used in the ambush. One of the weapons that came from another world, not from the Central Plains. She folds her arms and asks what other world, and whether he intends to keep hiding information even in a situation like this. He tells her that even if he told her, she still wouldn't believe him. And May says she has already encountered impossible things twice now, things she had never heard of before. So why would there be doubt? Just tell them and be done with it. He thinks about it and agrees and asks a question first. If he told her that Merim would be destroyed in 10 years, would she believe him? She stares at him, and after a few seconds asks whether he's opening with a joke, because that was a bad idea. He notes that this was to be expected, and says he won't tell her anything. One way or another though, whatever happens in the future, he plans to cross those idiots from the Unorthodox Alliance off his list right now. Meanwhile, Gumuk is receiving news, and the news is that the leader of the White Tiger School is dead. Doko Jin, who brought it, says he has no excuses. Chu Kiren led every member of his school in an attack on Biggin, and all of them, including the leader, were destroyed. Gumuk asks whether he's certain because that was a high-level martial artist, and could the battle genuinely have ended like that. Doko Jin says that although he was observing from a distance, he saw everything clearly thanks to the divine treasure. He also decides there is no need to mention that his own subordinates died in the self-destruction that idiot triggered. Gumuk sighs and asks whether that man Biggin was really that strong. And Doko Jin says he's very sorry to report it, but he suspects Biggin has also gained the power of a divine treasure, which makes him uneasy because the power he used is completely alien to a martial artist of the Orthodox Alliance. Furthermore, his behavior indicates he knows something about what the divine treasures actually are. Perhaps the reason Biggin is undermining their alliance is to take control of another one. Gumuk goes quiet, then looks away and says he's heard him, and tells him to handle the aftermath, so Chu Qiren's subordinates don't get agitated. Jin leaves, and once they're alone, Reihang asks whether he's alright. He covers his face with one hand and admits honestly that he isn't, because Qiren had a fiery temper from the very first day they met. Back then he was facing a duel to the death after a conflict with martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance, and they met when Gumuk managed to intervene and save him. He remembers him joining afterwards, saying he'd repay the favor. He joined earlier than any of the 4 school leaders, and he put more passion into the work than anybody. If not for him, the current unorthodox alliance would not exist. So he cannot turn a blind eye to what Biggin has done. Reihang spreads a list out in front of him and says she can't help but understand how he feels, and that they are on the verge of obtaining the most important divine treasure of all. Something with an aura so powerful it could change everything around it, incomparable to any of the wondrous opportunities they've received so far. Perhaps they should master that power first and seek revenge after. He asks whether she means that for Qiren, obtaining the treasure was more important than revenge. She says she is simply concerned for his safety. He sighs heavily and observes that he apparently comes across as a rather fragile person in her eyes. She apologizes and says that isn't what she meant at all, and he asks how he could possibly blame her because he knows better than anyone how much work she has put in, being as dedicated to their cause as Qiren was. What he actually feels is that all of this comes down to his own shortcomings. She looks at him sadly, and a voice asks why he's saying such disappointing things. Gumuk looks up, and in front of him is the leader of the Winged Lion School, Ak Cheongui. The old man laughs and remarks that they haven't seen each other in a long time, and declares that he will avenge the leader of the White Tiger School, so Gumuk should move 100 steps forward and achieve his great goal. A while later, Biggin and Mei reach the headquarters of the Unorthodox Alliance. He looks around quickly and notes that they've come to the right place, and she asks whether they've been noticed. He confirms it, and then kicks down the gate and explains that otherwise those idiots would never have sat still that quietly. Inside the territory, it's completely empty, and there is no sound at all. Mei looks around warily and notes that the timing is perfect, as though they knew they were coming and had been waiting. And even if they did know, she can't believe a group that large would simply flee. Biggin looks up and notes that some are still here. She follows his gaze, and there's an old man on the roof laughing and saying he didn't expect to be spotted immediately, and that this one has a keen eye. Then he jumps down, lands directly in front of them, welcomes them to the Unorthodox Alliance, and introduces himself. And Mei hears the name and is genuinely shaken, and asks whether he could really be that demon slayer. Cheongui is surprised she knows him, and she says she sees the enormous sword, over 6 feet long, and above all, he's the hero who fought the blood demon Asura, the protector of the demonic cult, and that battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. In recognition of the victory, the head of the Orthodox Alliance personally awarded him the title of Demon Slayer, as everybody knows. So why is a man who is practically a hero of the Orthodox Alliance standing here as part of the Unorthodox Alliance? He laughs and asks what the point of digging up the past is. He belongs to the Unorthodox Alliance now, and he's here to stop them. That's all. And Biggin points a sword at him and says he's right, and that he doesn't care whether he was a war hero or a member of the Orthodox Alliance, because he only came here to finish off the so-called Unorthodox Alliance. Is Gumuk here too? The old man hesitates, and then says the leader left to receive another divinely given opportunity. Biggin asks what that means. The old man looks away thoughtfully, and asks what else you could possibly call those items. Incredible divine weapons that he has never heard of in all his years. And he says that the divine treasure carrying the most powerful energy is located somewhere in the region of Hubei province. Biggin understands immediately, because the second request he sent the estate was that somewhere between Hubei and Chongqing, there is an environment transformed into a bizarre and alien form. So those idiots passed that information to the Unorthodox Alliance as well. Mei notices he told them all of that very easily, and asks whether he didn't come here to stop them. The old man raises his sword and asks what difference it makes. They're going to die here anyway. Then he says goodbye, and attacks. Biggin casts and orders Mei back. Cheongui swings hard enough to leave a mark across the floor, and then it's Biggin's turn, and he throws magic arrows, which get blocked, and follows them in through the air. The old man blocks that too. He fires again, and they can't even get close. He charges, the old man parries, and Biggin comes out behind him. Both of them stop. And Cheongui says he understands now. He heard this man single-handedly defeated the leader of the White Tiger School, and his fighting skill is unusually high for his age. Biggin points a sword at him and tells him to stop flattering because it's useless, and toadying now will not change the fact that he has no intention of leaving him alive. The old man laughs and notes how caustic he is, and says those words should have been said to him instead. Then he changes his stance and grips the sword properly, and Biggin becomes frightened. The old man says that for a great cause he has to die here, and that he'll show him why he earned the title of Demon Slayer. Meanwhile, on top of a cliff, Dako Jin is surveying the surroundings and a subordinate reports that preparations are complete. Jin notes that Biggin should have reached their headquarters by now, and that the leader of the Winged Lion School will likely deal with him easily, but they cannot simply keep taking hits one-sidedly. This time, it's Biggin's turn to lose everything. Right now, his students are getting ready for bed, and the warriors of the Black Tortoise School begin their attack. Sometime earlier, just before he left, Biggin went to Wukin and warned him that he and the inspector were leaving immediately, and at best might not return until dawn, at worst in a few days. Basically, however long it takes, if something happens while they're gone, he's leaving everything to him. Wukin frowned and asked whether both instructors were seriously leaving at the same time, since even on a break they're in the middle of training. What were they doing out there? Or have they already spun Biggin's official team? Biggin shuddered and said he never would have imagined thoughts like that could arise in that head, and that he considers him the best. Wukin, in his own defense, said indignantly that anybody in his position would have thought the same. And Biggin said that if he has time to worry about things like that, he should take care of his fiancée. Wukin was startled and asked how he knows about that. Biggin left the room saying he's counting on him, and Wukin, indignant, asked him to wait and asked why he chose him. Since this is the territory of the Mok clan, famous for its swordsmanship, so wouldn't it be better to ask her? And Biggin told him that orders aren't discussed. Moreover, ultimately he is the one who will have to lead everyone in the future, so he should consider this training. Wukin asked why he thinks that, and Biggin told him that regardless of his fighting skill and regardless of his background, he will eventually have no choice but to occupy a position where he leads. However much he denies it, that will not change. So he should take this opportunity to experience the sense of responsibility that comes with leadership. And now the time has come to prove himself, because in the present the Black Tortoise School is attacking and setting fires, and Wukin is surrounded, exhausted from fighting and from smoke, and they are about to finish him. 15 minutes earlier, Legion heard somebody shouting about an attack through his sleep, and came out of bed, asking what happened. Wukin's voice came through the window ordering everyone outside. He dressed fast, ran out, saw the building burning, and thought, is this really an attack? Who would dare? Then he found his friends, and Wukin told them to listen carefully, because this is an emergency. A large group of unknown attackers is assaulting them. Some time ago they launched a fire strike from outside the residence. They have already located and eliminated several assassins who got inside, but the main force, numbering at least several dozen, is expected to enter shortly. Muntak asked whether they're being attacked by the Unorthodox Alliance again. Wukin said it isn't certain, but given the circumstances, it's highly likely. Jiryang, furious, called them crazy and asked whether they're genuinely trying to start a war. Danhua turned to the man in charge of the pavilion and asked how many martial artists are currently in the residence, and he said that including himself there are about 15 first-class masters, and that most of the people here are ordinary and cannot fight. Then Wukin asked whether since both instructors are gone, they'd be alright with him temporarily taking command. Nobody objected. So he gave the orders. Jiryang and Muntak head to the rear gate and support the Mok clan masters to secure an escape route. Danhua goes with him, and the two of them march through the residence, pushing the enemies back. Soso and Lijun gather everyone who cannot fight and lead them out through the rear gate to the escape point. Lijun objected, saying he could stay and fight, and Wukin refused immediately because his martial arts aren't suited for prolonged combat, so he would only be a hindrance. He and Soso focus on immediate assistance. Lijun didn't want to be left behind and objected again, and Wukin raised his voice. The situation is urgent. Everyone's life is at stake. This is not the time to wallow in pride. He should stop hoping for miracles, because their instructors are not here. He needs to finally wake up. Biggin is not here. Lijun couldn't answer that. So they split, and Wukin told all of them to focus on their tasks, and not to forget that everyone has to survive. Muntak and Jiryang left. Lijun clenched his fists, and Soso called out to him, and said it was time for them to go too. Meanwhile, the assassins are targeting the weaker warriors. They kill one. The second defends himself, so they decide to go at him together, and Danhua arrives. After killing them, she turns to the man with a smile and asks whether he's alright, and apologizes for arriving so late, and tells him they'll deal with the ones trying to infiltrate, so everybody should be careful. Wukin, meanwhile, is going forward killing everything in his path, and one of the assassins shouts that one of the targets is right there, and they need to capture it. Wukin turns, charges, takes one man's limb and another's head. Then he stops and turns around. He has killed more than 20 people, and the enemy's numbers are not going down. And he looks directly at the man who just named him as one of the targets, which means the target was never the Mok clan. It's them! At that moment, Danhua notices something and warns him about the danger behind him, and he turns and parries a blow from the leader of the assassins that drives him backwards, and Danhua calls out to him worriedly. Jin says he had intended to capture him alive, given the potential for future negotiations, but he's too experienced, and if he keeps messing around he'll lose too many subordinates. Wukin becomes extremely nervous, because the pressure in that attack was immense. This man is at minimum a top-level martial artist, and Jin says he'll take the life of the Yeong clan's successor with his own hands. Meanwhile, Lijun and Soso are evacuating everyone from the residence up the mountain, and Soso is shouting at them to move closer together, because they'll only be safe once they're as far from the residence as possible. One of the women asks what about the others. Soso smiles and tells her not to worry, because their friends will definitely join them in a safe place. And Lijun looks back at the fire and remembers Wukin's words. The situation is critical. Everyone's life is at stake. You cannot hope for a miracle, especially when the instructors are not here. He closes his fist and mentally turns to his instructor and makes a decision. Because when he was a child, when he told his father he'd become the strongest and make their clan famous, his father thanked him with a smile, and then said something else. If he still plans to become stronger, then what his father would want is for him to protect other people, and not to cultivate strength for the sake of the clan's name. Because although his own name was known to many, and he never faced disrespect, the thing he regretted most was how superficial his own martial arts were. The day he watched somebody dear to him get hurt, he was completely helpless. That incident became the greatest regret of his life. So what he wants is for his son to grow strong enough that whatever the situation, he can protect the people who matter to him. Lijun makes up his mind, apologizes to Soso, and runs back toward the residence, telling her he's leaving her here. She calls after him worriedly and says he can't go there. It's already too late. Inside the residence, the assassins are killing the remaining warriors without mercy. They corner one, wound him in the shoulder, put him on his knees and get ready to finish him. And Lee Jun arrives. He gathers strength into his sword. The assassin sees it and is surprised. And the boy strikes and ends him in an instant. Then he holds his own shoulder and gets his breath back. And his gaze falls on a bow and arrows lying on the bridge. Meanwhile, Wuken is fighting Jin. And the man is pressing him and he parries every blow, which is genuinely giving his opponent pleasure. He's already sweating and starting to tire. And when he blocks another blow, Jin tells him that, as expected, this is quite impressive, and that he achieved a level of skill like that before reaching adulthood. However, he never shed the image of a young master from a prestigious clan. A second assassin comes in from behind. He tries to withdraw and doesn't make it and takes a wound to the shoulder. Danwa calls out to him. Wuken grimaces and presses the wound, and two assassins come at him at once, already saying goodbye to the rising martial artist of the Orthodox. And Danwa jumps in front of him, parries, and orders them to stop immediately. She points out that they attacked knowing he is the heir of the Yeon house, and dared to wound him, and asks whether he's confident he can handle the wrath of an entire clan. Jin notes that her loyalty to her comrade is impressive, or perhaps it would be better to call it a connection between prestigious clans. He's right, isn't he? She's the eldest daughter of the Mok clan. She's surprised, and he asks whether they genuinely thought his people didn't know who owns these lands. She says she didn't realize the Unorthodox Alliance's intelligence network had become that extensive. And he smirks and says there's nothing surprising about it, because a few years ago he was one of the inspectors of the Orthodox Alliance. Few people know its personnel records as well as he does. She's shocked and asks whether he betrayed the Orthodox Alliance to become part of the executive of the Unorthodox Alliance, and how stupid that is. He only laughs and asks whether she calls it betrayal, and says so be it, since she is simply a young lady of a prestigious clan looking at the world through a child's eyes. If she knew even a little about how corrupt the current Orthodox Alliance is, she'd think differently. She asks what he's talking about, and he says that they belong to the highest and most prestigious clans of the Orthodox Alliance, the Yeon clan and the Mok clan. Their clans are in a criminal conspiracy. Danwa is outraged and asks how a traitor dares insult her clan, and Wuken tells her to stop, because Jin's target is only him. Jin says that's no longer the case, and that he'll cut off both their heads and send them to their clans, and gives the order. The assassins go in. Danwa tells Wuken to stand behind her so she can cover him, and does not expect them to go for her first. And an arrow goes between one man's eyes and he falls. His comrade is shocked. Jin senses the danger and orders everyone to dodge, and the next arrow whistles past Danwa's face and takes the second assassin. Both of them look up in surprise, and Wuken turns toward where the shot came from, and Lee Jun is standing on the roof, where he takes out a new arrow, draws the string and aims. Here's what's happening, and it needs saying properly. An ordinary person who would struggle to become even a mediocre martial artist if he tied his path to the sword, can soar to the heavens the moment he takes up a bow. That is a perfect description of Lee Jun. Exactly like a newborn learning to breathe. Every movement feels familiar, as though he has been doing it for a very long time. And more than anything else, when he pours energy into a bow shot, it feels incredibly natural. Lee Jun remembers his instructor telling him that he constantly builds up internal energy and then releases it in one powerful blow. And now he understands what those words meant. He releases the next arrow and it goes through an assassin's head. Jin stares at him in shock, then turns a frightened gaze up at the boy on the roof, and asks himself what kind of monster this is. Wuken calls out to him in surprise, and Jin hears the name and asks whether that's the only son of the Star Sword clan. He doesn't believe it. The Star Sword clan is a noble family that practices swordsmanship. Moreover, he heard the boy couldn't even properly practice martial arts because of a congenital problem. And then a loud scream goes off behind him, and one of his subordinates is simply thrown aside. The other students have arrived. Jerryang asks why he's muttering under his breath, as if he knows something, and reports that they gathered all the villagers and got them to a safe place, so they came to help. Jin is horrified and in complete shock, because the work of the Black Tortoise School is being obstructed by a handful of children. This does not match his calculations. This simply cannot be. Who are they anyway? Wuken looks at his comrades in surprise, remembering his instructor's words about responsibility, and his heart starts beating faster, because now he feels the exact thing he was told he would. He grins, draws his sword confidently, and says that if the man wants to know who they are, he should ask that irresponsible instructor. They are the special purpose class. Then he swings and orders them to destroy the intruders, and they charge. Jin is terrified, and immediately changes his plan, and orders his subordinates to kill everyone, and leave nobody alive, because in the future these will become an obstacle to the Unorthodox Alliance. Blades crossed, Wuken goes for the leader, who calls him a rat of the Orthodox Alliance, and asks whether he genuinely believes people like them can stop their great work, and calls him a young master who was simply lucky enough to be born into that family, and swings, declaring that today he breaks the bloodline of the Yeon clan. And Wuken was never going to stand there and take it. He uses his technique and starts pressing him with heavy strikes, and Jin immediately notices that the entire dynamic has changed, as though he's fighting a different person, and asks how that's even possible. Then Wuken jumps, preparing an aerial attack, and Jin looks up at him and wonders whether these techniques were honed in real combat, and whether this is what the bloodline of the greatest clan of the Orthodox actually is. And Wuken comes down with a technique of successive attacks that hit everything in the air, and puts him on the ground. Jin falls, whispering curses, and loses consciousness. Wuken stands there gulping air, then goes to check on his comrades, and every one of them is alive. Li Jin, seeing it end well, sits down in relief and looks up at the sky and tells his father that he'll protect them exactly as he asked. Jiryang is so tired he lies flat and says he genuinely thought he was going to die this time, and asks where their instructor is anyway. Muntak sits down next to him and asks whether he'd be shocked to find out they pulled off a fight like that, and Jiryang laughs and says it's their turn to shock him. Wuken looks up at the sky, worried, and wonders about the instructor and when he'll come back. Which brings us back to the instructor, who is having a difficult evening, because he's still fighting the old man, and Xiongui has coated his blade in flame and swirled it and sent the streams at him, and Bigen is meeting them with a freezing spell, and he raises an enormous wall of ice and a stream of fire tears straight through it. Mei is standing on a cliff near the Alliance headquarters, watching this with her mouth open, thinking it must be a dream, because the flashes of ice and flame do not stop for a second. Bigen uses a flickering spell to dodge, calls him a crazy old man, and asks whether he intends to burn down his own house, and suggests he rest a little. Xiongui surrounds his sword in flames again, this time with sparks of lightning added, and the moment he swings, sharp fiery spikes come at Bigen. He grits his teeth and thinks he really is in a fight with a madman. A powerful explosion goes off. The old man gathers flame around himself again and asks how much longer he intends to run. Bigen blocks the explosion with a barrier, clicks his tongue, and says he's being forced to exert himself unnecessarily. Then he combines an ice spell with a wind spell and creates a blizzard, gathering freezing wind into one point. The old man remarks that this is truly impressive, and Bigen tells him a trifle like that isn't something to be impressed by. Then he uses forced fusion, makes himself an enchanted mana blade, looks down at his opponent, and challenges him to end this. Xiongui charges. Bigen moves to meet him. They collide head-on. A blinding flash goes up into the sky like a beam, and an explosion goes off in the very center of the headquarters. Everything is burning. Bigen drops to one knee from his wounds, and before the blood underneath him can pool, he strikes his own acupuncture points and says that grandfather was simply insane, and that if he was destined to die he should have done it quietly. Mei runs to him while he's coughing blood and asks whether he's okay. He tells her he isn't in perfect shape, but his condition is better than the old man's. Xiongui is sitting against a wall with parts of his body frostbitten, breathing hard. Bigen walks over and says that if he doesn't have much time left, he should have stayed home and watched his grandchildren play and grow. Why go this far all the way to burning out his own energy? Xiongui laughs quietly and notes that for his age, this one is incredibly strong, and moreover, that this otherworldly form and these mysterious powers make him so similar to that man. He looks like the one the masters of Murim both feared and admired, a heavenly demon, as though distorting reality itself, a bearer of transcendental power that departs from the path of martial arts. And he looks so much like him. Bigen tells him to stop talking nonsense and to say where that idiot Gumuk went. Xiongui chuckles and says the loser follows the will of the winner, then looks up at the sky and tells him about the divine weapons. He found these heaven-sent opportunities one after another, and all of them had one thing in common. In secret places hidden behind strange spells and devices, there was always at least one divine weapon waiting, as though it had been prepared for somebody, and she said that every one of those places pointed to a single point, where an artifact with power greater than anything they'd found so far was kept. Bigen asks who she is. The old man says she and the Alliance leader are heading there now and should arrive soon. Bigen sees him getting worse and becomes agitated and demands to know who he's talking about. What woman? And Xiongui looks at his own dissolving body and says she's an unfortunate child, one who lost her family to the hypocrisy and tyranny of the Orthodox Alliance, just as he lost his granddaughter. Mei seems to understand who he means, and the old man tells his granddaughter Yeon that he'll finally be able to see her. He dies and his body disappears in front of them, and Bigen clicks his tongue in annoyance, because he remembers the First Demonic War. After the Orthodox Alliance's Heavenly Demon Eradication Corps fought for 7 days and suffered enormous losses, they gathered for another battle. An army of demons stood in front of them, and the thing leading it inspired a wild kind of fear. Bigen was standing among those warriors, and Xiongui came out. He climbed high enough for everybody to see him, and asked the warriors whether they were afraid. Of course they're afraid. He himself never imagined the day would come when he'd have to face monsters like these. But this is undeniable reality. Those monsters kill their families and their comrades, and in the end they will finish all of them. So will they really let these vile things kill them? Or will they fight to the very end, like martial artists? The leader of the demon army gave an order, and the demons charged, and Xiongui burst into flame and told the warriors to cast aside their fear, because he, the demon slayer, would die alongside them. That speech put fighting spirit into an army that had none left, and they charged. Now looking at the sword the demon slayer left behind, Bigen tells him to take a good rest. Meanwhile Gumuk and Raihang have stopped for the night. He looks at the fire and remarks with a smile that they'll arrive tomorrow. She stays silent and seems lost in thought, and he asks whether sitting here like this doesn't stir up old memories. She considers it, and he looks up at the sky and says he means the time when they were both on the run, because his earliest memory is of his parents abandoning him in the mountains. They were starving, so they took him deep into the hills and left him there and fled. He was young and naive, and he still had a premonition that he would never see them again. And on the third day, when his life was genuinely on the line because a pack of wolves had found him, somebody saved him. The man dealt with every wolf in an instant, and said that for a dying child he was holding up very well, and asked whether he'd like to become this old man's 9th disciple. Only much later did he learn that this was a martial artist of the unorthodox forces known as the First Tyrant Emperor, so the joy of being saved was extremely short-lived. The training was more brutal than he could ever have imagined. The man who called himself his master had exactly one goal, which was to pass his martial art on perfectly to the next generation. He squeezed him to the maximum, as though demonstrating that if the boy couldn't take the strain and died, a replacement would be easy to find. In essence, the master told him outright that all the previous students either died or ran away because they couldn't withstand it. With nothing left, the only thing the boy could do was cling to life with everything he had. And then one day, after another hellish session ended and he was lying on the ground exhausted, a girl appeared and something lit up in him. Seo Reihang. She greeted him and asked whether he lived somewhere nearby, and leaned toward his face, and he became flustered and embarrassed. That was the first meeting. After that she kept visiting, and those short encounters were the only joy in his life. He gradually learned more about her, that her name was Seo Reihang, that she lived in a village at the foot of the mountain, and that she often ran up here to escape her father's drunken behavior. She was like him, unwanted at home. Perhaps because their circumstances were so similar, they became close quickly, and those few years were probably the happiest of his life. And then one day he heard she was becoming a concubine to a member of a noble military clan, and he went to see for himself. Because walking through the village she had caught the attention of a young master from an Orthodox Alliance clan, who promised to marry her and hand her family a handsome sum after the wedding. The news landed on him like a bolt from a clear sky. Naturally, he wanted to stop her. He couldn't, so he just left, and when she saw him in the crowd, she burst into tears. All he had were the meager martial arts he'd picked up wandering those terrible mountains his whole life. And about 6 months later, he found out that her husband had been abusing her, and that when she was on the brink of death, he simply threw her out of the house. It upset and enraged him enough that he decided on revenge. When he brought that news to his teacher, the man called him a fool, and said he could not let him go, because there was very little time left to complete the transmission of his martial art, and was he genuinely about to accept a miserable death over some girl? Gumuk chuckled, then he killed him with his own martial art and told him he was absolutely right. He went to that man's estate, killed everyone inside it with his bare hands, and finally reached him. He confronted him with a sword. The man was terrified and started asking why he was doing all this. Gumuk ignored the questions and finished him. From that day, the Orthodox Alliance declared him a first-degree criminal. In the present, the girl stops walking and asks whether he doesn't regret what happened back then. He admits honestly that sometimes he does. And at that moment, an enormous bear-shaped monster attacks them, and he deals with it by punching it directly in the mouth. Then he finishes the sentence. He regrets it because he shouldn't have given that man such an easy and quick death. In the years that followed, there were many difficulties. There were a great many pursuers from the great clans of the Orthodox Alliance, and they were certainly not easy to deal with. And at the same time, he met a great many good people. He met Chu Qiran, who was in conflict with a great clan. He met Dako Jin, who was falsely accused and expelled from the Orthodox Alliance. He met Sun Ren, who chose the path of the unorthodox alliance on his own, and during that time he befriended Elder Ak, who was wandering after the loss of his granddaughter. Every one of them was a pitiful soul who had suffered at the hands of the great clans. As they grew closer, they made a decision. To escape that complacency and that oppression, they would have to create a group powerful enough to oppose it. And soon after all of that, she awakened a special ability. Reihang confirms it. After regaining consciousness thanks to his help, she began feeling something she had never experienced before. And wherever she went under the influence of that sensation, there were always special weapons waiting, strange gifts bestowed by the heavens. That's how she decided to think of them. He looks at her with a smile and says that certainly at first glance, things like that defy the logic of the world, and no explanation can be found. Then he asks how much further they have to go. She says it's only a short distance, and soon they arrive at the place where the demonic echoes are. Gumuk looks around and notes that even to the naked eye, the landscape looks too strange, and asks whether that's it. She confirms it. And he closes his fists in excitement and says that something inside there possesses the highest power, capable of conquering all of Murim. And Bigan's voice arrives behind him telling him to stop spouting nonsense. And he did not come alone. He brought his students. Gumuk's expression changes on sight, and Bigan says he's glad to see him again. Because some time ago when they set out following Gumuk's trail, they ran into monsters that made every one of them nervous. Things sitting in a tree screaming, and Jeriang asking nervously whether that's a troop of monkeys. Muntak saying it was a bad joke, and how could disgusting monkeys like that even exist? The monsters attacked. Wukin ordered everybody on guard, and they answered with a couple of blows each. Soso kicked one of them into a tree, and then worriedly asked whether it hurt. Another one dropped on her from behind, and Li Jun covered her and told her to be more careful, and she thanked him with a smile. And after a while all of them were finished, and that fight made everybody sweat. Bigan appeared, and gave the whole group about 70 points. They have improved significantly since the twin demons from the underworld, and they still have a long way to go before anything resembling perfection. Jeriang cursed and asked how he can say that when he himself disappeared at such a crucial moment. Bigan hit him on the head for educational purposes, climbed a tree looking for tracks, and called him an ungrateful brat, who has apparently forgotten that without him he'd have been trapped and wandering around here doing nothing. The boy answered that he's the one who dragged them all here by force. So he came down and hit him a few more times. Mei finally caught up with them. Soso was delighted to see her, and Mei examined the dead creatures and thought that she has never seen anything like this in her life. Even when she was captured by the cult of demonic spirits, nothing like this happened. Then she glanced at Biggin and remembered him telling her that in 10 years the central lands of Murim would be destroyed, and thought that all of it sounds like nonsense. Meanwhile, Wukin went to the instructor and asked what exactly he plans to do once they arrive at the place, and Biggin frowned and said he's going to hunt down every monster and exterminate it, and will not leave alive a single bug that dared to set foot on his territory. And now, at this moment, they have finally found the head of the unorthodox alliance. Gumuk asks how he found this place. Biggin says he should be the one asking, since how did this man even manage to crawl here? And then he remembers what Cheongui said before he died, that this is the place where an artifact is kept, with power greater than anything else they've found. So he turns his gaze to Reihang and asks whether he means her. He looks at her through a detection spell, and unlike Gumuk, her strength is completely invisible. Maybe she's carrying an artifact that blocks scanning, so he decides to get rid of the fool first and quietly check her again afterwards. He walks closer and takes out his sword and asks Gumuk whether he remembers what he said earlier. He'd kill him if he disturbed him again. Gumuk looks down and says he has one question. Since Biggin is standing here, that means he defeated the leaders of the Winged Lion School and the Black Tortoise. Biggin confirms it and asks whether he means, did he kill them? Then he asks with a smirk whether Gumuk genuinely thinks he'd have let them go after they attacked him first. Learning that they're dead, Gumuk looks up at the sky, closes his fists, and asks what the hell this man is doing. Their deaths hurt him. And Reihang calls out to him and says that at a time like this he needs to pull himself together, because their sacrifices should not be in vain. And she is 100% certain that the power sealed inside there is the highest power there is, capable of distorting even the laws of nature. If he obtains it, they can fix everything. Perhaps they could even reverse death itself. He looks at her in surprise and asks excitedly whether that's true. She smiles and confirms it, and asks him to trust her. Her words and her gaze do something to him. He lowers his head and says he never doubted her for a second. Then he turns to Biggin and asks, with a smirk, whether that's his last word. Gumuk tells him he's wrong. What he just said was a decision and a promise. Then he unwinds the bandages on his hands, revealing what's underneath, and promises to bury all of them here, and to obtain the greatest power and to change everything. The clothes on his body start tearing, his muscles begin to grow, and he shouts that he'll show them how hypocritical they are and expose their evil deeds, because those idiots from the Orthodox Alliance corrupted the entire world, and he will make every one of them pay. He transforms completely into a demon, with a core glowing at the center of his chest, which must be the source of the power. Everybody is shocked by what they're looking at. Only Jeriang thinks it's very cool, and Reihang looks at him strangely, as though this is exactly what she has been waiting for all this time. Biggin tells his students not to interfere and to stay well back. However, if it gets too noisy, monsters like those macaques may appear, and he'll leave those to them. His opponent has finished the transformation, and Biggin attacks. Gumuk runs at him, and they meet, and the first blow roars and puts a crater in the ground like an explosion. He strikes repeatedly, and Biggin blocks each one and gets pushed back every time.